Futures back in positive territory, looking to make it 2 in a row to kick off a brand new month here as we look to extend the rally that we saw kick off on Monday. Pretty impressive right across the board Monday. It was the best day since June for all three U.S. markets. Nice look here in the pre-market this morning as well as we get another downtick in not only the 10-year but the 2-year, both back to the downside, and the U.S. dollar extending its pullback back to the downside as well. Giving investors a little bit more of a positive feel, putting some money back to work where we currently stand. Tesla shares back in positive territory after a pullback Monday again over the weekend. If you missed it, we got delivery numbers right across the board from the EV space. The latest out this morning is Rivian higher after they reiterated their full year production and delivery forecast. We'll have a look at Tesla. We'll have a look at some of the Chinese names and Rivian as well. Overall, the market trying to hold pretty impressive gains here once again in the pre-market. Crude oil also trying to hold pretty impressive gains here in the pre-market. It's Tuesday, October 4th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. There we go. Look at the big board to kick things off this morning. It's a NASDAQ leading right now, 1.9%. Remember, it was the Dow that was showing a little bit more relative strength throughout the day yesterday. We ended up all three, though, with solid gains. 1.9 right now for the NASDAQ. Good look. 1.5 for the S&P. 1.3 down there for crude oil. As I mentioned, another gain on top of what we saw yesterday. Bitcoin, 1.8%. Ethereum, 2%. I read this morning that another huge increase to gas prices coming to the GTA for us here in Toronto. So oil back to the upside. That means gas has to follow suit. Biggest day yesterday, guys, for U.S. stocks right across the board since June. So a good way to kick off a brand new month and a brand new quarter. Yeah, and look, the market, the ES is up 1.6. You see the NASDAQ pushing that 2% to the upside. The Blue Jays have clinched a home playoff game that Sean and I get to go to on Friday. Everything is right. No, the Bills won this weekend, so everything coming up roses. But I am in a salty mood, and I'm going to get this one out of the way. To all the people who are ever walking through intersections and when you're just being a general pedestrian, always stay attentive. It's important. I know sometimes you're listening to your headphones and whatnot, because thankfully I was today because some tool almost ran me down in the street. Thankfully I'm here anyway, so that's me getting that rant out there because I'm worked up about it, quite frankly, because I was pissed off and I wanted to punch the guy's car. But we're here, the market is up, and as Sean pointed out, I didn't get hit. So I should be happy that I didn't get smoked by this idiot.
That's you throwing me, but there you go.
Yeah.
No, we're all glad that
it was a pickup truck, but
oh, pickup truck.
It was a pickup.
That might have hurt. Well, we're all glad that you are alive. Well, not that you would be passed away, but you could be wounded.
Yeah, I would probably be like on the pavement or something.
So, no, that's a good safety tip there. I mean,
but like you said, look,
always pay attention.
Pay attention. Yeah. Well, the driver should pay attention.
Oh, well,
but I mean.
Thing is, you don't have to get, like to pass a driver's test. I don't think it's also required to have an IQ test as well.
You know what's jokes though? We were having the discussion with Lucas this morning about like driving tests and the things you had to do, like for young drivers, like the different courses that we had to go through, and we just have to narrate and whatnot.
I like those.
My instructor used to say, always assume that the person you're observing is an idiot.
Yeah, that's
the best way to.
My kids already think that everyone else is an idiot because as I'm driving, I'm like, look at that idiot, and stuff like that, right? So, no, I always say that to my kids too. It's not about you driving; it's about worrying about what the next person's going to do.
Yeah.
Defensive driving, ladies and gentlemen, very key. I'm already short Tesla here, so we've already got Tesla. I put it on the sticky note here. We're already short. I was like, you know what, man? If we're gonna go near that 250 area, and I said it out here. It's too bad because it went to 250 and I could have got more in on that level, but unfortunately I was waiting for 251 again. So, anyways, we're almost $1 in the money here on this Tesla short. Nice try, Tesla. Yesterday, you were an absolute destruction all the way to the downside there. It kept going until eventually tried to rally there at the close and then faded out almost to day's low right when we did close the days there. So I just felt like, you know what, today we get another shot at that 250 level. Execution's up and rock. talking, knock on wood. So we're going to go short on this one. My first target is right here, like around, I mean, I was looking at this 246 area. That's 247 actually, but I'm going to drop that down a little bit and see if we can get a 245 flat, something like that. But now that I see this, actually, I'm going to probably sit around 246 for the first piece. I mean, look, I don't know what's going to happen with this day. The Nasdaq's already up that 1.8%. This is definitely, you know, like a trap. I feel like it's a trap. It's a nice little bear market rally here. You know, we just hit the bottoms of June, bounced off there yesterday, bouncing off again here today. We'll see. There are some key levels. The sticky note's out. The watch list is out. We've already paid for shorts on Rivian as well today, as I'm looking short on that name. But it's gonna be another really fun day, man. I mean, yesterday was a good day. Today hopefully will be even better. And yeah, this market, Brendo, I mean, it's off the bottom. But I said to Brendan again, this doesn't mean that the bottom's not in yet, right? So what are people saying? What do you?
No, I was gonna say you said we're off the bottom. I'm like, okay, we're off the bottom, and now we're here.
Oh yeah. Now, what is that from?
Drizzy started from the bottom.
Started from the bottom. Now we're here. Yeah. That's. Well, we did start from the bottom. Now we're here, and we're about to cross 350,000 subscribers as well, if we haven't done that yet. So make sure you hit the like button, make sure you hit the subscribe button, and I'll try to catch that Drake reference next time.
And actually, too, there's someone in the chat just mentioned this, so I'll answer you directly. We trade stock, like the actual stock, the equity directly. So we don't trade options. If you're wondering how we can execute in the pre-market, that's because we're just trading the equities.
I think it's around 200 to go, guys. Yeah, if you haven't done so already, make sure you hit subscribe and like as well on this file as well. We'll get another one this afternoon. But 200 to 350,000, that's huge for us. Here's a few things you need to know this morning as we head towards the open. First segment of the show is always brought to you by True Trading Group, guys, as well. We shout out to them every day. Thanks for coming on board. Once again, use the QR code on screen. Check out True Trading Group. This was the note this morning. Yeah, pointing to this, the Treasury yields, all of them essentially to the downside here in a decent way. This is a daily chart, so you can see, started last week, we topped out about 4% on the 10-year on the left side of your screen. We're all the way back to 3.6. We got down here to 3.5 and change early on this morning. It's trying to hold this 3.6 where we broke out of going back a week or so ago. 2-year on this side then, all the way back to 4.05 and change. So a nice pullback here for yields means the dollar also back to the downside. It's been straight southbound since we topped out above 114.5, back to 111, guys. So all three of these things lending to a little bit of support to equities here.
Yeah, to be sure. And well, the other factor is we talk about, like, you know, have you made an actual bottom? Well, the bottom from June already got held. Like there's almost like a theme last week in the last couple of days where we've talked about these wick bottoms and what every single time frame they come into. So you've been seeing, like you saw a pretty significant pullback off of highs and significant levels on the dollar too. Like you remember the dollar pound reached a historic level as well. We crossed historic levels in versus the yen and the euro quite some time ago, but you held some pretty historic levels in that front. And then you get this, you know, we had to break the June lows briefly and then bounce higher. And you know, realistically, when you see that, a lot of times you get a little bit of follow through. If you look at the last time we were sort of bouncing off previous lows, there was a pretty decent dip. It would have been all the way, you have to go all the way back into May. When I'm looking at the SPY, by the way, where we broke a recent support level off a lower high, and there was a little bit of a relief rally. It wasn't a big one. Like you ended up only going a small number before we get down, but this was a much more significant low that got hit, the June low. So to hold that, there's going to be a lot of stocks which are above support levels. It's like, okay, they're not support levels, but breaking the top ends of some channels here because you had this little consolidation in the SPY. So you're breaking out. If you hold the breakout range or like some of these previous tops here, there's still going to be some bounces to be had. Do I think we're out of the water in the long term yet? Not really. But, you know, you can't really deny the fact that we just rejected the June low break.
No, I was going to call up the Fed rate tool here because just to see what we're talking about one more time. So it still looks like it's 65% here to 75 basis points, but look what's creeping up, man, 50 basis points right now. So, you know, there is a little bit of a creep situation happening right now. I feel like as this comes down and this starts to go back up, this is the 50 points, this is the 75 points, that, you know, you are going to get a little bit more relief in the market. The ISM yesterday was absolutely horrendous. So it wouldn't surprise me if, you know, bad numbers are good here for the market, because as the Fed continues to look at data points and some inflationary numbers start to come back in, we did have oil just spike up right now the last couple of days back to 85, but that had come in a little bit as well, right? So we got to look at core CPI and things like that starting to come back. You also mentioned the 10-year, and the 10-year is a funny thing here, because if you look at it, sure, we are off of that 4, right? But just like we were just at 2 back in March, you know what I mean? So this sort of the rate at which these rates just climbed here in the last 2 months, or 3 months, it's well documented, and I don't need to tell everybody about it. You get it enough from us and from everywhere else. But yeah, there needs to be some relief here, because that whole adage of there is no alternative, there was one here when you're at 4 or 5%, especially after taxes and things like that, when you can get into, different. You guys know, I don't know the U.S. tax laws as well as here in Canada, but you can get a good yield just sitting in this thing. Might be worth it at 4.5%, right? As this comes back down, it makes stocks a little more attractive, right? So I know I'm sort of dumbing this down for everybody, but that's sort of the way it is, and that's the way I like to look at it, because if it makes sense to me, then maybe it makes sense to everybody else. So yeah, but that's sort of what happens now. So we'll watch out for this. It's a nice move back down to 3.6. I still think we can get to 3. And that would be a little bit of a move down for sure, but it's not too far, man. You're just off in 5 days. You're down, 36 basis points on this. So, 60 more and we're back down to 3. And then I think it's a little bit of a sigh of relief. And then that's something that could rally the equity markets. That's where I am on all this. Plus I've got the red and black lumberjack, but I don't have the hat to match here today.
All right, I wanted to point this out as well, guys. If you go back to a daily time frame on both of these charts, if you remember the rally that we had through the summer in equities, this is what the yields did as well. So straight to the downside for the 10-year. If I zoom out on this side as well, you can see the same thing happen. So maybe that June to August rally that we had, that was pretty impressive off the lows at that time. Maybe we are at least at the start of a bounce. As we said, we can't really get too excited about a bear market rally, but we'll see what it brings as far as going forward. Here we go. This is the latest EV headline that comes out this morning. We get Tesla, we get the Chinese names over the weekend, then Rivian comes out late yesterday after the close on Monday and says it produced 7,363 vehicles going back to the end of September in the 3 months. It also reiterated their full year forecast, which is 25,000, is still on the table, guys. So a great look here for Rivian this morning.
We're both debating where the hell that heater is that we used to have a little heater around. And then Neil brought up a point that I think last time it was plugged in, it blew a fuse somewhere.
We did.
If we plug it in right here, then we might wipe out everything, Neil. So.
After yesterday, that's the last thing we want.
But I felt like feeling your hands is a good thing when you're trading. So we'll have to heat up a little bit.
Hold on to your coffee mug. The problem is then you always need a warm coffee. But we had some hot numbers from Rivian, 67% quarter-over-quarter growth. Now, they reiterated the 25,000 for the full year in terms of deliveries, but they're actually, the reason why that number is big, that they had the big growth 67, because they're going to need to do that again in order to get to that 25,000. So they're going to have consecutive delivery growth of 67%. 2/3, which is pretty impressive to get to that range. The way I look at some of these is, yeah, fantastic if we were actually breaking out at 36. The real bottom end of the channel, it would be taking out this 36 level and getting a little bit higher. But I can go back and look at Friday's high at 34 and say if we can hold this, then that's not a bad jump off point to maybe get to that 36 break. So there's a window to be played in this. To me, between the 34 and that 36 range, the second you're below 34, it's like, okay, well, now we're just sort of selling that delivery number, unfortunately, and you're sort of back into this bottom end malaise that you've been in since Friday, where it just died at 35. So, it needs to hold 34 at the open for me to be pretty excited about this long. And if that happens, I think you have a bit of a base to work off of. 36 feels like it can be shorted. 37 feels like it's a better one. But for now, I'm just really looking at that 34 level for Rivian. And I think based on the fact that it's already starting to come off a little bit, it would suggest to me that as great as those numbers are, you're not completely out of the woods yet. It is going to require some pretty significant growth in the fourth quarter to be able to get to those numbers. And they're not going to be graded the same way Tesla is. you're not going to be impressed by the raw numbers that Rivian's delivering, but they're a lot earlier on in the game, and I think that's why you'll get some optimism here, and that's why they're gapping up that 7%. Relatively speaking, they're so much earlier on that you don't have to worry about. They're getting into those scaling problems, but they're nowhere near Tesla, so they're not going to end up getting judged, apparently, the way Tesla is going to. Long ways away, I think, from actually, making real money, but that's not what they're being judged upon here. This is that level at 34. That's all that matters to me. And at the open at 930, you're above that number. I think you have some longs. You break it down, and I got to be looking for short opportunities. I don't think we see any of those lows from yesterday, but certainly if you want this rally to continue, there's the line in the sand right here.
You kept saying judge, so I was thinking that there's only, 2 more games left?
How hasn't he done it?
I feel like.
How
wow.
hasn't he done it?
Maybe if you're a Yankees fan, I think there's only 2 Jays games left. That's why I said 2 games. Hopefully there's more, man. I mean, I'm hoping that guy can hit like 65 or something, but
I thought he
okay, I mean, if he sets the record in Toronto or tied, that's the game you're at, so that's pretty cool. And then no one catches that ball? Oh, yeah. That's too bad that no one caught that ball.
What was something?
Oh, well, or did Tony catch the ball
in the
bullpen? No, he didn't catch the ball.
Oh, finger's going to stop me out.
I was really hoping you would have caught the ball. Yeah, okay, so Rivian here. I mean, for me, it's a short, but I've been short Rivian before, and it's absolutely blown up. So I know there's a lot of excitement as Tesla comes right back. There's a lot of excitement in Rivian for sure. So you're going to have to look at that name today. I think there is a chance for it to get to 35.50, and I'm just noticing that that's the top back here on the 29th. So I want to be short this name. Again, the rates are still high. Rivian's still not making any money. It's great that they are able to hit some of their targets. Now, will they hit the 25,000 like that's their target? They're saying they will. Probably what it was at 7,000 for the quarter or something. So they're getting close to be on track, if not right on track. So good for them. But I feel like a lot of that's already sort of been in that stock. It's already come down from 41. It just bounced yesterday from 31 is where we were yesterday, 31.50, right? It didn't have even a super great day yesterday, obviously, with Tesla being hit down and the whole EV space getting cracked. So it makes sense that we're back up here today, obviously on good news. But to me, it's not good enough news. So I want to be short Rivian. And if we can get that, this is just a 20-minute chart. The 1 minute, there's the bump up. It's already faded off 35. I mean, realistically, you could put the offer at 35. I think that's, now that I'm seeing this right now, I mean, how many shares do I have sitting there? I have a good order sitting there at 35.30 to protect that 35.50. But now that I'm seeing like this movement to the downside right now, the market pulling back here a little bit, I'm pretty comfortable starting it now, honestly, right at the top. Like, I still think it could rip, especially when people come in today and then they start buying calls and things like that, right? I mean, that's the whole point about what can get a stock going, that sort of that squeeze. So, and I don't think that Rivian has, we will check it out right now because I'm talking about it. I don't think it's an unbelievable short squeeze amount or anything like that, but we'll have a quick check now. It's not 5, 6, 10. So going here, this is just a pretty good website if you're, into looking at this. It's only good because it cross-references 5 sites. So you can get it there 11, 5, 6, 11, and 8. And of course, it's just floatchecker.com. We are not affiliated at all with these guys, so I'm just going to assume that everything they put up here is right because it's just scraped from sites. So yeah, anyways, Rivian, the story's not going to be the short float. It's going to be the deliveries. It's a very, very positive story. Up 7%, I already think is too much, but let's start to play off some of these levels. 35, and then as we just discussed there, this 35.50 right there would be where I'm getting out. So it's actually 35.70. So I said that I'd start the trade at 35.50, but we're really going to start it in here, 35.30, 35.40. If it gets up to there, then we're going to get out if we take out that wick, which I would think that would be 10+% today. Too much on that. There's 35 where we're going to put an order right now. So I like Rivian. I like it to the short side. But who knows, man, this market, if it gets juice behind it again, Rivian was down, the same amount that it's up today. So let's see if it can make that back and more Rivian. I like the short at 35.
Quick look at energy here. Oil overall up nicely, as we mentioned there, to kick things off 2 days in a row back to the upside. 1.76 here for crude. There was no headline or anything or a catalyst that I could see anyways that caused the spike that happened going back to about 720, 725 this morning, or 820, I guess it was, just before we came on there. This is Chicago time. Goes all the way up to 85 here, guys, and then makes another new high. So 2 days in a row, big move for oil back higher.
So hopefully we'll get this one today. Like you guys know yesterday, it was, at the open, it was hit or miss whether you could get some fills in before we had some issues.
No, it was a miss.
Okay, well,
before we had the issues.
Yeah, like right before, like there were, if you were sitting like right on the bid, like you could have got a couple of fills, and then, or if you could have been like immediately short, and then maybe like I don't know, 30 seconds in or whatever the time was, you couldn't catch it. But there was a dip buy in Oxy we were looking for. We weren't able to catch it because the timing of it just was unfortunate. It got into 65. I'm looking for the same thing. This time, we're actually above the 50 period, so we've moved above. We're breaking out in a little bit of a bigger way here. The 50 period is going to be at 64.5. So I want to dip by in front of 65 in these pre-market lows here. Take it, give it to that 50 period on the daily, and then continue this move to the upside here with Oxy. You got oil working in its favor. So Oxy, day 2 here for the dip and rip. Hopefully we'll actually get the trade. There's no question it worked out. I don't know that it was a gigantic trade because really you're getting 63, 75, something along those lines into 65, and then it couldn't break out 65. It just feels like there's a little bit more room to run. If it breaks out from here, I think you have at least a chance to get up to 68. That gives you a couple bucks to get to significant resistance. So I'll be working on Oxy again here today, hopefully with a little bit better luck at catching fill at the open.
I was seeing some talk on, it's good because last week I had no idea what day it was, and now today it's Tuesday, so people talking Taco Tuesday right now today. Yeah. My favorite taco, fish taco.
I like, yeah.
That's my favorite. Had some great ones, obviously, in Miami, so can't go wrong with a fish taco. Look, we've been talking about XLE and just buying the ETF instead of the other names. But again, buying an oil equity, there's nothing wrong with that either because of the great dividend that they have. But you've seen XLE really take off over the last couple of days, man. I mean, we've been buying the dips. So we've talked about that. I'm pretty sure I've talked about this, every single day here in this move down. And we just got right back to this 66 level, just the same level that we had back in July. Again, now you're bumping back up. So it's just a matter of time before we see oil kind of settle down a little bit. Like, that high of 94 back on June 6th sort of coincided with some of that bottom there in the NASDAQ. So let's just see, as the market can get back up to the upside, we'll see if a lot of different equities or, commodity in this situation can also rally off the bottom. You are seeing, I was going to say Bitcoin's back. I know we're doing oil, but Bitcoin's back here right to 20 again. So 1997. 19,970 there for Bitcoin. So I feel like oil obviously got hit there a little bit as we go down to 68, 69 bucks. Now you're nicely back up on XLE. But and again, I keep saying this, but just because a couple days ago someone said they made tons of bank on buying a CVX option or something, and that's great, right? I mean, I was talking about it down here at 140, 142, and again, the reason why I liked it was more for a longer term play, not just to get in and get out. But I'm glad that your name is, leaving me right now. But thanks for the kind words there on Twitter. But I was buying it, more for the longer term duration there. I really like the dividend. I really like the share buyback here. But I'm really glad that you made that kind of cash, man, because you went all the way from 140 all the way back to 154.50, which for CVX, like a $15 move, I mean, that's 10% in such a great name. So that's a nice little move back up to the upside. Wondering if we're getting a little extended just on the move. Do I think we can get to 165? Of course, I think we can get there. I think we can go back up here to 180 again. It's just a matter of, getting that going, and then possibly a little too far, too fast. Like I said, we were just at 140 a week ago, so to be all the way up here to 156 right now, 155, seems to be a little bit of a dramatic move. That's 10% in a week, which is a lot for this kind of a name, but I still like it, and I still think Chevron, XOM, Oxy, even some of the juniors. We talked about Valero, which is not a junior, that's a refiner, but some of those names continue to work as well. And then if you don't want to pick a name, like I said, you could just pick OIH for oil. I believe Raider Trader was talking about XOP was another name, and they're all the same. This is oil and gas. I think it's Amex. Yeah. So generally speaking, all of these are the same, right? So they're not going to look exactly like that, but they all bottomed and then rallied off some of those July bottoms as well. They all have the same tops up here back in June. So, this is just another name that, again, there it is. There's the rally again there. A nice little 15, maybe 20% on this one. No, it's still 15%. So XOP was a name that we've been talking about, and XLE. So there's lots of levered here ETFs. These ones aren't, but you can get 2 to 3 times exposure as well. I don't think I would do that, mess around with those kind of ETFs, but I like oil here, and I think it goes higher.
All right, a few analyst moves here for you this morning. Nothing overly exciting on this board so far. It's been a pretty quiet day as far as upgrades and downgrades, but worth noting. DPZ, Domino's, top of the list here from UBS. Gilead was a big mover yesterday. JP Morgan with an upgrade on GILD. There's that F45. We were talking about it at the end of the last week and a little bit yesterday morning, that Mark Wahlberg gym that apparently has some buyout interest surrounding it, but JP Morgan not buying F45, guys.
Apparently not. And I was going to look at it. We looked at that one up the other day, but you know what's weird? Like Domino's, that we talk about stocks that broke the June lows, and well, the market breaking the June lows and then sort of coming right back up. But you sort of forget some of these other names out there that maybe aren't as exciting that have done so as well. And yeah, Domino's made a bit of a wick bottom as well. So you know, it's not usually a pretty decent trading vehicle. But hey, there's actually some room to the upside. I just watched it. It bounced exactly off 300 yesterday. Like every now and then, you look at where when you get those liquidity vacuums at the open and those big moves down like we saw in yesterday's trade, and it's just not that surprising sometimes where you rest these moves or where you slow down, especially the names that people aren't looking at as much because it just bounces off an obvious level there. Yeah, this could be an interesting one off of that 300, or at least off of this like 320 level, I should say. If we can hold out some of those previous resistance levels, continue a breakout, maybe like a 330, but there's just no volume to Domino's. Like it always looks good price action wise, and then it'll open up and I'll see the spread and be like, oh, you can't really trade that anyways. As I look at it, the spread is $3. So yeah, it looked pretty interesting on the chart, but you can't really execute much off of that. Like you contrast that with Tesla, which is probably, I don't know, what's the volume on Tesla right now? At least close to a million at least?
1.7.
500,000. Sorry, 5,000 shares in Domino's Pizza.
I was going to say 500,000.
No, it's
really nice.
No, 5,000 shares in Domino's. So the setup can look fantastic, and it does look pretty solid if it can hold this consolidation, market goes for a breakout. But you could probably never scale up or even get good executions on it. So I shouldn't even be talking about it. Move on.
Yeah, so I know Domino's is a little different
5,000.
name than McDonald's. Domino's has crazy growth there, but McDonald's has really pulled back. And I was looking at this the other day because this is another name that I hold in the portfolio. And look, it's been a strong name, and it's not like it's in any trouble from what I can see. It's kind of like a real estate play. They do own, obviously, a lot of real estate. You guys know the McDonald's story, I hope anyways. And there it is right there. Nice little move back down to 230. I'm loving it at these levels. I mean, I think this is a good one down here to 230. We've already touched down 3 times the charm. And even if it fails down here, I mean, look, back in March, right? They didn't have great earnings. You brought it back all the way down here to 220 before a nice rally back to. Again, I don't know if this is all-time highs, but that's pretty close, I think, near that 270 mark. So we were just there a couple weeks ago. So, I mean, how are they failing at whatever they're doing now? But just a few weeks ago, they were all the way up here. So I don't know. I think this name doesn't deserve this much volatility. Maybe I'm missing something with MCD here, but I just feel like this could be a buy back into here. You're getting a lot of support back down near 220, 230, back into last year, May, June, July, all the summer months took off, into Christmas, which I think, like I said, I'm going to have to double check that 270 as possibly being all-time high, and then a nice little move back down to 220, then a retracement rate back up there, a pullback again. So I would say the next leg up. I mean, you get some nice patterns going on here. The W right there back up to the upside. The thing about it is normally when you go down, up, down, then back up right there, that's where you want to hit the long, which worked, but then it wasn't held right there. So that's why now we're going to have to level down a little bit. I think this is a good play. Again, it's a sleeper play. It's not like you're going to sit there and watch McDonald's just rip back up to the upside. But I think that, as the world gets open back up again, which we should be, as China comes back on, let's see if McDonald's can make it work here. Obviously, they have a great app, and they have that awards or reward system there. So I like it here to the upside. I know they're making a few changes to their menu, but what's strange, because my daughter is now vegetarian, and McDonald's doesn't have any vegetarian options here, which is crazy.
It's weird.
She just has to buy fries, fries or fries.
Yeah, that's not
or ice cream.
Well, they have the apple slices.
Or yeah, they have some sides. I should say that they don't have any entrees that are vegetarian, which is kind of funny because I know they were trying something with Beyond Meat, and I know Burger King has, I think, deals with Impossible Burger there. So yeah, it is strange that McDonald's doesn't have that. I wonder if they have that in your area, guys.
Good question.
It's very strange. I wouldn't have thought that, but yeah, interesting. Let's talk Europe here quickly as we head towards 9 o'clock. We'll get Arun in here for a check of the overall market, but that is how the European landscape is looking so far today. Pretty positive right across the entire board. Playing a little catch-up, possibly. If you remember yesterday, yes, Europe got back to positive territory, but really didn't have the participation that we saw throughout North America. So big 2+% kind of day for North America. Nice day for European markets. Quick look at the social sentiment board here to kick things off on a Tuesday. The market, yeah, standing out here very, very strong. Once again today, SPY and the Qs on here as well. There's Apple right above it, holding up this one possibly. AMC, ABCT back in the red. Notice the size of ABCT a lot smaller on here. So mentioned starting to fall off a little bit as far as people are talking about. There's Tesla back in the red once again. FNGR, possible first red day coming for FNGR, although it's trying back to the upside right now. Ape, worth noting as well, still in positive territory. So a quick look there at what people are discussing on social media. Let's bring in Arun, as I mentioned, to get a check of the overall market. To kick things off here, Arun trying to make it 2 days in a row.
2 days in a row. I mean, first 2 days of the quarter, and this market has decided that the buy button is on, right? So if we're going to be up about 1.5% on the S&P, almost 2% on the NASDAQ, clear strength to the upside, we're going to have to respect the strength. Same situation as yesterday. Respect the strength. If there's a potential for a top out fade, then you're going to get enough information for the short when it comes there. But for the time being, the strength is to the buy side. And right now, the only level I'm looking at, maybe if it's still there, 37.75. Let's just see what happens above 37.60. And this is where we're looking for that potential fade. Is there going to be an option to short this? Is there going to be, weakness once we get above that overnight high? And if we start to taper off a little bit, then yeah, you would consider the potential short. But the easier trade is obviously to the buy side because of the strength overnight. The way it's moving, though, it really doesn't give you too many levels to work with as potential support just because of how fast it's moved. So I'd be careful on how you decide to go for the buy or where you decide to go for the buy. I mean, levels between 37.20 and 10, that could be potential buy-side support as well. In terms of solid stop levels, I don't really have any until we get down below 36.50. So it's going to be wide through the bottom, but clearly the strength is there. This market's going to show you how much strength is left after 2 days and about 150 points or more from the bottom. At some point, this market's going to have to run out of steam. Doesn't mean it's going to be today. It's going to be at some point. But for the time being, respect the strength. If this market gets going north of 37.60, I think 37.60 is going to be the point where you decide if the market's going to get going or if we're going to lose a little bit of traction at that point, potential fades. But that's all I've got, 37.75. And if you lose 37.75, 3,800's next up, right? That's a quick 200 points if we get there today in 2 days.
Great stuff. Yeah, thanks, Arun. What a move it's been back over the past couple of days here. Let's get into what else you need to know here as we head towards the open. Under 30 minutes to go. Make sure you grab that every day, guys, before you come and join us at 8:30. Check your inbox where that will be found because you're going to hit the QR code. Enter your email address, and we'll send it to you for free every single day. It's that easy. Top of the list, once again, 2 days in a row here. Tesla back on watch as we get a nice bounce this morning coming off of what happened yesterday. Big move down. We end the day basically at session lows on monster volume. You can see as well, worth noting there at the close. But a nice bounce here, 3% back higher for Tesla to start.
That was like a 2.4 million share print or something there at the close. Yeah. So, but the thing about it is, it still closes, like Brendan just mentioned, there near the bottom there yesterday. So a nice little rally back to that 247. We might be in trouble here. I mean, maybe it does rally today as you're right at 250 again here for Tesla. So that was the trade of the day yesterday when it broke through that 250. It just, bang, like really fast there off the open. It's like one huge candle all the way down, and then we double ticked. I don't think we double ticked there. I don't think that's right, but that is real right there, down to 242 flat, right? So I'm looking at this Tesla chart again here today and just seeing that we're still in the same area that we were yesterday. So is all sort of fixed now at Tesla? I mean, we do get a nice little number there from Rivian coming out, but again, they're a completely different beast, right? So now you have Tesla back up here to 250, 252. That looks like a decent area. We had 252 bottom yesterday, so that's 251.50 to be honest with you. So, you know, looking at that and then a possible flush back in for Tesla. But that high right there, 253, 254 could be interesting as well. I don't think there's enough about it that we get back up to the upside like this, up to 258 today. But, you know, that would be a for sure short if we can get that. Like, sort of like what Arun said there, we're going to have to let this market settle itself out. Whether or not we take down that 3760 level that he was mentioning, or we continue just to sort of, you know, muddle around and muck around here up 2%. For me, the NASDAQ is in between, right? That bottom is 11,000. That top that I'm always looking at is 12,000. And now you're at 11.5. So we're literally in the middle now of everything here. So let's see what the NASDAQ wants to do. I feel like it's another long day. I said this last week that there was a 5% move coming one way or the other. Looks like yesterday we've got crazy volatility since last week, right? Every day seems to be a monster move. So today you're up 2% to start the day. Generally that's been like, okay, time to fade, right? So we'll see here. I like it when we sort of start around flat and then we can get going, because right now some of these prices are already pretty elevated in the pre-market. So, you know, you're going to have to pick your poison here. I'm going to stick with Tesla, thinking that, hey, you know what? This is a name that was weak yesterday. I feel like it has a chance to get weak again here today. So I want to be short this name, but definitely respecting some of those high levels there. 251, like I might just want to get out at 251 and then see what happens, but we could easily tick that off the open. So I'd rather we be down near 248, not just because I'm short, but because I think there's going to be some violence here off the open for Tesla. So let's just watch out, be safe, keep your orders, keep your stop orders in there. There's a lot of liquidity today, man, 1.9 million shares, so nothing to blink at. So, you know, just be safe with Tesla. I like the levels, and I think as long as you respect it, you won't necessarily get burned. But, you know, the market's going to have to come back in a little bit to get the moves that I'm looking for. And my first bid is down here at 245. So, you know, let's see if we can get down there, hopefully sooner rather than later.
Yeah, on my daily chart, which my daily chart is not split adjusted, but you can sort of see here on the daily, go all the way back into July. Like when you bounced off the June lows, you had resistance at it's about 765 to 768. And then you had that support as it broke out. So when I come back and look at where we topped out in the pre-market on that little run up before we dumped at the close, that was at that 256, which is the equivalent of that level on the daily. That's sort of, it's not a line in the sand per se, but you know, that's where I would like to be shorting in this move, because I think you need to break out from there to really start get going in Tesla. Like through that price, it's like, okay, fine. They trapped the shorts and they're squeezing everybody out. And I'm more certain of that above that 256 level, or maybe, you know, catching something off of those lows. So I am looking to fade a pop here in Tesla, but it's a little bit higher up in that 56. I mean, the 50, that's a great level psychologically. Yesterday, obviously is going to stand out. And at the open, I think if you fail that level at the open, I probably like it a little bit better. That's generally what I've been finding in Tesla. If you have a pivot point, see where it usually gives you an indication in that first couple of minutes, okay, we above or below that price, and you can work in after you failed that. So I want to give it a chance to get to the price I really want, which is 56, and then go for the fade up there.
On to Rivian. I was just double checking. ATXI, very expensive to get locates today. It's 31 cents a share for us. For ATXI, it's breaking downside. So is Rivian breaking downside right now. I was trying to hold 34 up here, but that has failed. So still 5.5%. But nice note from Rivian after the close yesterday. They're still on track to produce 25,000 vehicles this year. However, going to be a big task, to say the least, but Rivian reiterating their full year production targets once again.
Yeah, and so when you mentioned it before, it was they have to do the same thing, the same explosive growth. It was like 67% quarter to quarter. They're going to have to do that again to get to that 25,000 number. So the fact that they did it once, I suppose, gives them some cover. They could do it a second time. I kind of went to the loo just there. And remember that 34? Well, 34 didn't hold, and you can see I didn't get a breakdown at 34. In the pre-market, I wouldn't leave a stop to get into a position and get up, even if it was just for a few seconds. You'd rather miss a trade, because in the pre-market you could get in, it could be a wick, a dark pool could trigger you, and then next thing you know, you're trading 34.5 because there's not a lot of liquidity. But we're now south of that support level, and south of that support level, I'm either looking for a huge bottom made somewhere around like 32. If it wants to try to give it all back, that seems a little bit unlikely. 32, 32 and a half. That would be reasonable for a bit of a consolidation dip. Or if it tries to pop and take 34, just sort of work off of that level at the open in Rivian. If you go to the daily chart, the other thing that you're rejecting here is you've rejected the 50 period at $35. That's another reason it needed to hold that level and break back out, so you can use it for support to get out of this little bit of a malaise. It's been pretty strong. Like, this stock is up almost, if you go to the actual lows from May when it got crushed, it's almost a double up. I mean, it was a double up at one point last week, so it's already well off of those lows. So I'm not saying it doesn't have as much room to run, but you have a lot of names that people are like rushing to get money into if they believe they missed a bit of a bottom. With Rivian, you kind of missed the bottom a while ago on this name. So below that 34 now at the open, I'll have to look for that to turn into resistance. If we get a pop, I'll fade into it. If it breaks out from that level, then I think you can reestablish some places for the long. But that support's already gone.
Pretty decent looking chart here as well. This is production versus deliveries for quarter over quarter anyway. So definitely trending in the right direction. Black is production for Rivian. Green here is deliveries. So nice numbers continuing for RIVN. Let's talk some of these chip makers today. Back on watch again on a, I guess, cautionary note here from the EU this morning, talking about some strength coming into all of the European-based names. So ASML, STM, BESI, I should say, is a smaller one in the group, but all of them nicely higher after the EU says they're going to introduce a single charging port. So any kind of mobile device over in Europe is going to have a USB-C charging port going forward, kind of putting Apple in a bad spot. But I mean, easy fix for Apple. But otherwise, though, positive day over in Europe for chip makers.
Yeah, some big moves there. ASML, I think it was close to 7% when I looked at it. Good company. Like, ASML is more in the you want to compare them to AMAT or Lam. They have some specialized equipment that's very specific. That really they wouldn't be as direct a competitor because of that. But just think of them more as like an AMAT or a Lam than like an NVIDIA or an AMD. But I'm looking at NVIDIA as usual, and it's my 15-minute chart in a few stocks. It's like the 28th didn't even happen. So the good thing about it is I can still see that top from the 28th, which is good because that's 128, I should say, and that's the level yesterday. I was saying if we got to that price, NVIDIA was going to be a fade. We didn't get there yesterday, but we're there now, and we're above it actually. So we're gapped above the breakout level, which for me, when that sets up, it has to hold somewhere in here, whether it's holding 128 or it's holding the 127, and then give you a breakout through that high. That's what would be bullish to me. Sort of diddling inside of this range, pre-market high into that 128, you're sort of diddling in the middle, and you can pick a direction with a stop in either way, and I suppose risk to reward, that's not that bad. But I'd rather see us hold this channel, break out of that channel to the upside, or reject this breakout, get back beneath the 128, and then you're shorting into a 125 where I think you can maybe pick something up. Like where we closed, 125 even, that's going to stand out for me for a dip buy, probably regardless when you're making this breakout. But we have to hold this 128 at the open for me to want that long, and it would be more of a breakout style long than anything else on NVIDIA through the pre-market highs. If we do dip, I'm looking 125, and if it ends up more of like a short day overall, I mean Intel coming back beneath this 27, 25 level, maybe even 27 even, if things start getting crazy to the downside, it just looks more appealing. Like if we break down from here, Intel kind of really blew to the upside after being so weak. I'd be looking for some shorts if it ends up not holding that 128 NVIDIA, if the market ends up not holding these gains. I do have some levels I like on Intel.
Yeah, and I was actually just having this conversation with someone yesterday about picking up like higher quality names at the bottom, and I think one of those names would be an NVIDIA or a Intel or even an AMD. Like it was just at $63, right? You wake up today and you're at 68, looking at that 69 level, trying to break here, right? So you're gonna have to watch out for that one on AMD. It's the same kind of trade as what Neil was just explaining. You'll have to take out the top, right? And so yesterday I really liked 63 long on AMD. I mean, that was I mean, obvious for a long or for a short, it doesn't matter, but there was support down here. So that's why we liked it. Obviously, we did have execution issues, so I would love to have had that long. I would have, I mean, look, I definitely would have got out, like, you know, in and around here, 64, 65-ish. That's a good little run up. But now that we've sort of bumped up higher, you can use this as a bottom, 66 now, I would think, sort of as some support. So if this market does pull back here for AMD, I think you can buy, I mean, it's going to be the same talk as what Neil just had. I think there's a bottom down here of 66. We'll look at that when it comes through. But then if this market really starts to get going again to the upside, which right now it's not doing anything, but if it does get going, then I do think that you could take out this 69. It's right there. I think we can blast through it. We were going short, like when the market and all the rhetoric and the, you know, we came in and the market was down or flat, or we really thought, you know, we wanted to short this thing. You know, that's when we use 69 as support, right? Or as resistance. Now I'm using it as a resistance to break higher. So I don't want to short in front of this, but that could be the play. So let's wait to see. The thing about it is, if you blast through 69 and you don't get above the 69.50, we have bottoms right there, 69.50. That's the top 69.50. Then we can get out of it, right? So I think it's a defined trade. It's pretty easy for me here on AMD. I don't have the order in yet. I want to see it trade. If it continues to make these moves throughout the day, then we'll definitely be over here on AMD. So I'm going to watch out for a 69er break on this name, Brendo.
The number is now officially 90 subs, guys, to 350,000. If you haven't done so yet, we don't ask for much around here, but if you haven't, hit subscribe, guys. Let's get to 350,000 before the market even opens. How about that? Thanks so much, guys, if you have today. It's been a great ride. We're approaching very quickly here this big milestone for us once again. Apple, is it a problem? What a difference a week makes. Here's the report this morning from Bloomberg. Remember last week we were talking about how India was a problem and production not where it should be, and they were not going to increase production of the iPhone 14 because of some, because of some slowing demand. But now, exports out of India topping 1 billion in the last 5 months. That's a decent number.
If it is a problem, then I'll solve it. Get on the bid and let the bulls resolve it. Yes. That's all I got. I mean, what one.
I mean, Fahad turned over to me when I came in today and goes, how is this even legal? And the thing is like, look, there are going to be different reports, but, you know, Bloomberg did come out last week and said that there was a report that Apple was, you know, going to be short and a little bit light on some of their shipments, and that demand wasn't there for the iPhone 14. And that, you know, that sent the stock reeling a little bit, right? Down to the downside. That's what sort of created all of this action. I was right here on the show saying that was bullshit. And I don't know whether or not it is going to be or not, but then they come out today and say India's ramping up and kicking at full cover, right? So, you know, again, I know they're not the same story, and one doesn't necessarily refute the other one, okay? Because they could both be true. But it's just funny that the market gets ramped up yesterday, and then now today there's a report that things are sort of, you know, hunky-dory back at Apple land, right? So we'll wait to see what happens. Yesterday, that 140 was a screamer long, man. I really, really liked that trade there yesterday. Today, I actually don't even have Apple on the sticky note. You can find it at Trader TV, Sean. I'm thinking I want to let this name settle down a little bit. I have a better name in mind, Microsoft, to trade today. But, you know, maybe back down here into 142 could be something. You know, if this market really wants to start to go back up to the upside, Apple will just go with it, right? And if that's the case, then I don't see any levels that I like. I really liked 140 just because of the fact that it was 140, really nothing else. We did have a stop and go spot there at 140 where we bounced around a little bit, ticked down to 138, came back to 140, then opened up below. So to me, that was the go spot. So if you're gonna look today at where we wanna go with Apple, I mean, here's the daily, the minute from yesterday. There's the 140 break. It came back to we still couldn't even trade at this point, but it came back to 140 and then finishes the day at 142.50 with a high of 143. So I would think if you're gonna dip buy here today, that you kind of want to use some of these levels right here. Unless you're really thinking this is gonna be a pretty dramatic day to the downside, then you wanna leave Apple alone and probably go short once we break 143. But for me, as long as the market is up today, which it is, it's up 2% and now starting to tick, now starting to tick higher, but not really. I like Apple for the long, back at 143. I don't really have any breakout levels that I like on that name, so we're going to have to watch out for it. But hey, that's the stock market, y'all. Up and down and around, it seems like, for Apple.
Round and round we go. Where it stops, I mean, no one's going to know. The thing about Apple is, and we, as traders, you have to respect the levels, because when we got that report happened, in 2 days it tested 145, and the second day it just absolutely flushed. So if you weren't really just looking at the overall movement in the stock, you had to just sort of go with the flow. But now you're right back above, and I wish we were holding above 145 a little more solidly. I think that would be a good sign. Like if we just consolidate above 145 long enough at the open, I'll get more bullish on Apple. And if we break that, I think there's obvious room to 150 on a strong up day. It's just you're sitting right in the middle between that 43 and then the close going back into Friday. The open going back into Friday at that 47. So really, it's almost like this pivot point at 145. And there's so much. I mean, Google's at 100. Amazon's at some pretty good levels. Apple, I don't know, man. Like I feel like when I look at Alphabet here, and you are essentially on the verge of breaking, holding a 100 level, and then you can break out this top or reject the 100, pull right back into 98. It's just a little bit more clear when you look at something like this than Apple, which could be dilly-dallying in that $3 or $4 range, just sort of sit there all day long. I could really see that happening.
Just before we go back to Brendan, there's a lot of talk on here about, yeah, don't worry, Saba. I don't know. I will be shorting something at some point, maybe Rivian. But there's a lot of talk about the trader bottom today. Like, he just said that basically, I guess I don't know if it's after the close today. Like, I don't know what.
Oh, he didn't say specifically.
No, he was just saying that today would be the bottom, but you're up 2%. So I don't know.
Well, technically.
Exactly. What was that?
3 a.m. I don't know. I'm just
10:03. Oh, he just threw. Okay. Whenever Brendan says something, I just take it for to be a fact, but he's just joking around.
Let me write that down for a second.
10:03 a.m. Yeah. So look, man. I mean, we like the kid. There's everything's cool with that. There's nothing wrong with it. But to throw out Tuesday's going to be the bottom, I just whether or not it is or not. I mean, there's going to be issues with whatever price you guys get, whatever stock you're looking at, and things like that. So I love bold commentary like that. He gave no reasons, no nothing. Just trust me on that one. So, if that's what we're going to go with, that's fine. But we will, I think, have him back on at some point this week. I'm not sure. But tomorrow, is it tomorrow? Yeah, okay. So he'll come back on tomorrow, and then we'll see. I mean, I'd hate for tomorrow to be a red day when we have him back on, because then that would be not the bottom today, right? But just accordingly, size up yourself accordingly, and don't trade someone else's book. But if his idea was bottom, we'll ask him more about that tomorrow, and what he was thinking. I think it was probably just a playoff, maybe earnings starting to get started off here, and then we did have a couple flush downs last week. So, we could get a rally off the bottom, which I think we saw yesterday, and we're seeing again here today. But for me, I still think there is some lower pressures coming pretty soon, especially if the Fed does stick with that 75 basis points twice, or maybe it goes 75 then 50. But we still have that uncertainty there in the Fed fund rate, and then you do have obviously the 10-year. We've talked about that coming through as well. So let's wait to see if all this sort of settles down, especially if we get dollar weakness, which there was yesterday. I could see a little bit of a 2 or 3% rally from this point moving forward, but we already got 2 right now. So let's see what this day brings, Brendo.
All right, quick note on Boeing here before we get into the open, but back to the upside anyways, regardless of this note. But the they're saying the FAA may not approve this MAX 10 before the summer next year. So some improvements and upgrades that they did, including some of the flight systems for pilots, apparently now not going to be approved, according to the company. This is in a letter sent out aftermarket on Monday. But does this matter? Because here's Boeing, 2.5% back to the upside.
Well, everything's up right now, so I think that matters more than anything else. But Boeing is well away. Look, we talk about things in the bottom end of the channel here. Boeing's like $4. Check that, $5 away from the high that we saw last week. Like, it got up to this 134 level, so $5 away from last week's high. That simply means, okay, if we have a really impressive rally, I absolutely know where I want to be selling something. I don't know. Look, I'm not really thinking we get to 134. If I was that convicted that we get to 134, I'd probably be long the stock. Thank you, Randy. Much appreciated there. A little re-up on the coffee.
Beauty.
Notice how I use terms like
I just re-upped.
Re-up. Like, not refresh, it's the re-up, because I watched The Wire is the greatest show of all time. It's a reference on certain things that we shouldn't talk about here, but let's cheers.
Okay, good.
Get your hands on it. But
I was trying to warm my hands.
what's crazy is I've actually I put my hoodie on, and now I'm getting warm as if someone turned the heat on, so I might have to take the hoodie on
People are going to think like funding not secured. Like we're sitting here like we are in like, Russia or something.
There's an explanation for
people
it.
from Russia in here.
So it was like a renovated, like it was the bottom of a condo building, a renovated
Yes.
loft.
Oh, I know.
And I feel like the heating of the place is it's not that efficient, right?
Tesla ripping.
It's not that efficient. Anyways, if it gets to 134, I'm fading Boeing. And if I was really confident that it was getting to that price, I'd be going long breakout 130, but I'm not. So I probably won't do much with Boeing unless we get a big green day, in which case you'll see me in front of 134.
We just got funding not secured on Tesla. Tesla just ripped all the way up there as it getting ready. Oh, it's because the imbalances just came out. Okay, silly me, man. I shouldn't have. So I put the target to get out at 151, but it was so stupid. I should have realized that the imbalances. Oh, man, stupid. Well, anyways, I got back into it, but we did take the hit. So we did take the hit there on Tesla for sure. I would have canceled that. I didn't forget about it. Well, I did forget about it, but there's the imbalance right there. Wow. I don't remember even the last time I even saw Tesla on here, to be honest with you. I mean, you guys
CCL, that's...
Yeah, I mean, these are the usual suspects, most of them, but I don't remember ever seeing Tesla on here, to be honest with you. I mean, you guys watch the show every single day. So there's Tesla. So I got back short, but we did get out at 251. So, hey, man, we're going to talk about our winners and our losers. And right now, the bear comes out. I guess it was a bull coming out there on Tesla, taking that through that 251. So I'm going to put that next stop at, it should have been at 252 to begin with. I just didn't want to get too many shares here in the pre-market and then get out if there was a problem. But yeah, there is a problem right now with Tesla. So we're back in it. The hit isn't that bad. It's a pre-market trade, but let's see if we can go to 252. What's up, Brendo?
Just quickly, Ford, guys, out with September sales numbers here. The EV number, a huge one, up 197%. Overall, though, vehicle sales down about 9% for the month of September, but Ford ripping on that.
Ford, I like Ford at 11, obviously. We talked about that one before, but it's like that 12 is going to get challenged. I want to quickly, because we only have 3 minutes to go, I don't know if Brennan's going to bring up Finger. I think we already talked about this one at least a couple of times yesterday. But aftermarket, remember it was halted and then opened aftermarket, ran up to $9. It already did a double top at 9, so I've been thinking short since then. I did have a short off 8. It looked like it was curling off 820. I was able to add some more on what looked like a curl, and then it immediately stopped out that channel. So I got out of it. Actually had a quick little scalp long, but I didn't really want the longs in this stock. I think I'm going to give it a couple of shots. As long as it doesn't break this 9 top, and it's actually 9.25, the price, not the time. It's 9.25. As long as it doesn't break that high, I am going to be looking for shorts off of that. But I'm going to give it a chance to pop and give me a pop and fade here at the open. So I am looking at that Finger. Have gone 0 for 1 on that name as the market tries to come back in here. Rivian did pop back up, so it's now back above this 34. It's like, give me a break. It's just, I want this thing beneath 34 for some shorting opportunities. Otherwise, it's going to be really tricky, but it looks like it wants to head back down there with just 2 minutes to go.
Holy shit, this Tesla. I don't know if you're watching it.
The Tesla went crazy on but then it was like
I just made it all
Ford
back.
numbers. That's insane.
And then it ripped. Yeah, no, the Ford numbers. I don't know if the Ford numbers have anything to do with it, to be honest with you. It's more that imbalance so we almost made it like this is Tesla right here. It just went to 249.50 and my net rang up there. We were back to, I was actually positive on the day there on Tesla. If we got out at 249.50, as you see, we got nothing out at 249.50. So the saga continues. Wu-tang right now. But look at the market starting to bust up right here. So yeah, this might not work at all right now for Tesla as the market continues to make a move to the upside. We are going to watch out. We do have the AMD trade ready to go. The only trade that we didn't really, that's breaking through 69. I'll take it, but again, I'm watching out for that 69.50 level, so I only want to give it about 50 cents worth of room. A level that I really liked, I'm talking real fast because we're getting ready to open up, 242. If Microsoft falls back down in, I really like Softy here today. Again, a name that's generally been weaker than the market, but if we can get along on this name that, I really like, I think that we'll go back and trade some Softy again. We've been sort of away from that name for a bit. Let's get back onto that. So Microsoft, a nice little trade for me as well. If if it does come in. And I am waiting at that 249.50 area now Like, I was just sitting there like, okay, and then it tanked all the way down and then came all the way back up. So with only 20 seconds left, you know who's on the bell. It's the man, the myth, the legend. And it's Tuesdays with Tony. I'll see if we can organize that one. With only 15 seconds to go here, let's go.
Let's go. And one quickly, 720 was the top on CCL yesterday. Watch out, it's got a double top just beneath that. Could be interesting for a break. Tony in 3, 2, and ring it.
All right, let's do this stuff. All right, so Starbucks, Apple, Microsoft, Tesla, all going to be watched out for here again, as there we go, right back down to 250. We're just bouncing off that 250 area right now on Tesla. So I don't know, man. Okay, here we go to the downside. I was going to say I was about to get out something there at 250. Let's see if we can respect that 249.50 area. That's where I'm sitting right now to take it. There it is. Yes, sir. So we grab a nice little bid out there. So make everything back on Tesla. We just should have waited. We got screwed by that bump up, but hey, that's the market, baby. Look what we're doing now. It's starting to take out some new highs on this market, up 2.2%. And Tesla still not going downside, but not also going up either. So let's wait to see what Tesla does, dancing at 250. There goes this market, guys.
Yeah, I got the break on NVIDIA here. It immediately went up to 129.75, so close to that 130. But now it's trying to put a bit of a pullback in there. I also got Occidental at the open. That just came right in and then immediately stopped the bottom. So I did have a stop in place in that pre-market low. If it breaks down, the issue is if it breaks down from here, I want to be buying closer to that 50 period at 60.40. And then Alphabet, I should say, that just took out its high. So we are having... the market is trying to march higher. That 101 now gone in Alphabet. Was looking for dip buys in some of these, but the tops just came out first. And coming into Rivian, don't want to ignore Rivian, it is above that 34 level. So at least for now, Rivian seems like it wants to hold on to that bid. If you're tracking Finger, I'll look over that in a second, but the big tech is moving as we speak.
Yeah, man, that really sucks about that imbalance. Should have been a little smarter than that and upped my stop. Now Tesla, now $2 in the money in going down. And so we're in the money now on this trade, so it's all good. Let's just see where we go. Another name right now that is just Rip City is our friend Amazon right now, starting to go up to the upside. Look at this name, man. Up 4% today goes Amazon. So this is testing 120, not testing it, breaking it and saying no problem. Look at this market. This market is ripping here today. Taking out, we're already near that level that Arun was talking about, 37.60. We're at 37.55 as the NASDAQ up to 15.40 right now. And guess what, man? There goes, good thing we took a piece out there as, yeah, Tesla ripped all the way back up as well.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a lot ripping right now. You have Meta, which just tested its pre-market highs, but it's not through that 142. That's been a pretty solid level. You remember Apple? Apple, we're talking about, it was diddling in the middle. It's still in said middle as we speak. I think this one has to resolve itself. I don't want this off this 145 unless we hold an opening range there. FNGR, I mean, whatever, man. I had the short. You have to have a stop somewhere. It is now $1 lower, so it is falling as anticipated, but I'll be a little bit sour because I didn't end up getting the price I want. I'm just in NVIDIA and Alphabet right now as this market starts to go or continues to go to the upside. I haven't taken anything out of Google just yet, and I know I keep jumping back and forth. That's because it's still only about 20 cents in the money. Brennan?
Saw it on the upgrade side of the board today. Gilead, guys from JP Morgan, having quite the day. It was gapping higher, but also now running back towards this pre-market high on decent volume for GILD.
Yeah, this looks like this is going to be a huge day here. It's fine for us. We're going to get out on Tesla when it just breaks a little bit higher. This is fine. We're short right here at 251.20. So, you know, it looks like there it is. It's going to go. 251.50 is our out. Just watching it. Once it hits, and we're out of Tesla there. We hit the short. Obviously, it's not going to be right there. We should be out at 251.20. Why didn't that go? Oh, sorry. No, it's 252. We've already danced around these levels. Sorry, it's my bad. It's 252 is what we're looking at now for Tesla. 252.50 was going to be the break here for TSLA. So let's take another. That's my fault. Sorry, I thought it was 251. It's 252 there. We'll take another shot. You know, if it does come back up to that upside for Tesla. That's what I was going to say. It's like I'm not my P&L is fine. And then it's because, yeah, it was $1 more until we are out of this name. So damn it, should have shorted that 252 again. But we did get one piece there at 80. So now let's wait to see what happens. We've got an averaged in price here on Tesla. If this market keeps on booming, then we are DOA on that one. AMD rejected 69, so it looks like we were right about that price. But again, I still want to go long if we do take it out. Looking to pick up something here on the downside if this market continues to make a push to the downside. But for right now, I'm looking at a short in Tesla as the only position I have. 250, 250 is where we're going to get out. It's going to be $1 hit, which for Tesla's fine. Well to take that, but never want to do it. So let's wait to see what happens here with Tesla, trying to look at that top.
Yeah, and so far to the upside goes Alphabet. It just got to that 101.50, so halfway on the break of 101. I was able to get a little bit of a dip to play the range in NVIDIA off of these pre-market highs. It's failed at 130 a couple of times now, so taking some profit in front of that number is going to make a heck of a lot of sense. Rivian, I'm like, okay, well, let's see it make a decision off of 34. I mean, we're like, what, 5 minutes in and it's still at $34. So I'm not entirely convinced that it doesn't want to find support off of that 34 level just yet. But the two longs we got are going to have to hang on to them. I'm looking for something else. I saw that Meta starting to go, but it cannot take out that 142. You got a wick top there at that 142, which isn't exactly much of a long setup. So I'm going to stay away from that one, at least temporarily. Just sort of rock and roll with what is continuing to go here. Yeah, we reject this 130 again, and I'm going to take another leg out on NVIDIA here, because if we can't break that, obviously we could be heading back to the downside. Do not forget CCL was talking about that 725 level. Look at the high. No, it was 720. There's the tie. There's the wick top through 720. So this is the key price. Now it needs to be able to follow through there. It looks like it wants to do a relief rally, but this is where it has to chew through. If you can now break out the top after testing that, I'll get my stop order on a 25 break.
Oh, man, Tesla was looking pretty good there. It almost went back to 250, which was where my next out was, but we only went to 250.50 there, and then fell and then ripped back up another $1. So I feel like Tesla could fade out from here, but again, it just resisted. Like, it just had a chance to come back to the 50 period. It didn't. So that's a very dangerous spot, I feel like, right now. You know, whenever you fail at those kind of levels, you know, never really something that, you know, you're looking forward to now. There it is. Okay, I was just going to say, so that's fine. Obviously, it's not fine. We don't ever want to lose on these kind of plays, but Tesla right there to the upside. I sort of felt like we were in a little bit of trouble there, especially that we didn't get down to that 250 level. Now you watch. Now it'll probably go back down to the downside, but we'll go 0 for 1 here as we try to catch Tesla. It just doesn't look like we're able to do that here. So negative on Tesla today, and watch it now fade out from that 251, 250, 250. But the market's still at these highs, right? So I don't want to like think that we're, you know, miss the top here on Tesla. We still could keep going upside here. So let's watch out for that. But it looks like that 252, that was a nice little 253. Here it comes right back down in. So we take the $1 hit. It doesn't look like we needed to, but let's just wait to see where we go from here.
And speaking of going, Coinbase is moving just a little bit. I mean, not a heck of a lot. Just up 8.5% as it screams through $70. The first thing that pops into my mind when I see coin going up is, where is it shortable? And I'm looking at the 50 period, 73 bucks potentially. So if it gets to this high here, 72.5 to 73, that's where I'd look for the first curl. CCL is approaching breakout point, and I'm watching Rivian. It's still looking like it wants to fail off of that high. So this is like kind of put up or shut up time. I'm going to go with it. If we can actually get into the short here, maybe give it to like 34.50. Rivian
super strong for some of the airlines. Here's the note: 10 hours minimum rest required now between duties for flight attendants going forward. UAL, an absolute monster so far today, 34 straight through to 35 to the upside.
Oh, man, like as if, like now Tesla tanks, it goes to 249.50 there. Like we would have basically made our day on that one, but we got out at 253. I want to test it again up to that 253 level just to see what does happen there. So let's wait to see what happens. As if, man. I hope some of you guys still have that, but that was just, got out of that, thought there was, could have been a run there in Tesla. There was. And now, shoot, man, we were short at 252. That's okay. It's $2 in the money. Hopefully you guys still have it. We don't. So no crying over spilled milk, but that sucks right there as that's starting to go back to the downside right now. But whether or not it goes down or not from here, who knows? I'm going to try another 251. Microsoft, I mean, the whole market's ripping. So right now, Microsoft trying to take out that high. Let's just check out what Apple's doing. Now, Apple only up that 2%. It's trying to take out some of those highs. I'm wondering about this 145.50 now on Apple. That could be something to look at. So, that Tesla, though, is going to haunt me a little bit here. Yeah, 145.50 on Microsoft's pretty good. We have a nice little bottom there of 144.60, which have just bounced off of pretty easily. So, that could be a level to support if we come back down, 144.60 or so on Apple. But you're really starting to get going here on this market, man. Now you're up 2.5%. Wow, that sucks that I'm not long anything. That really sucks.
Yeah, it's NVIDIA just took out that 130 finally, so it's finally through 130. I was actually just trying to, here we go. I'm just going to add to this one on the 130 break as we're continuing to run higher here. I like the relative strength NVIDIA's putting in. I look at over what's happening in Alphabet. It's starting to give you a little bit of a pullback, which is interesting because the market's still trying to press some of these highs. So if we can actually bounce off 150, then I'll try to get back into this one. I still like it for strength above 100 until we get beneath that. I am going to be looking for longs. Rivian, it just, look, when the market kept breaking higher, right, like Rivian just couldn't take out those tops. And instead of give it some time to settle itself out, it looks like it wants to settle to the downside. It's into a screaming market, so I have to at least be cautious with it, but I am into a short here, at least one. It is going to be into Rivian. I haven't really checked back in on Apple too much. It was Meta that seemed a little bit more interesting, but there's that wick. I mean, that's a short setup. I know I didn't take the short. That's frustrating. It's a classic wick top through a key level at 142, and now Meta is just absolutely tanking into the opening price or the pre-market lows here. I didn't like it, but at least it got me away from buying the top, I suppose.
Man, I'm going to throw up. Yeah, it's pretty nasty here. The fact that now Tesla is all the way breaking through 249 really sucks. But we did re-engage in the short a little bit, so we are short at 250 now, and looking to get more. I mean, this is not a level that I really like here. I just wanted to get into the short because feeling like that market might have ticked high there. We'll try to get some more around this 251 area for Tesla. And I'm not gonna lose my, I've only traded one stock here today, but I'm not planning on going too crazy with this name. It's just that 253 really pissed me off. We just got out at 250 break, the high 253, and then the tank almost right after we got into it. At least we're looking short, but now it's right back up to the upside. So yeah, there's lots of names to trade today. I just got to find the right setups, right? Amazon did make that move all the way through 120 and topped out at 121.30 right there. Like, wow. I kind of just chuckle because some of these moves are absolutely monstrous. What's up, Brandon?
One we haven't discussed in quite some time, guys. Clover popping up. Nice move for Clover today. Chamath disclosing down to 4.99% in the company left over. I believe that's down from 10 prior. So 7% move so far to the upside on that note, guys.
I just want to go to Roblox and did that thing that I always do where I forget what market Roblox trades on. So now I remember what market it trades on, and we'll have to work off of this one. Look, Roblox is strong, and this was a huge miss by me because we talked about this, I think, several times the last couple of days, how strong Roblox has been relatively at times. It's breaking out off this, at least attempting to break 38.50 on the daily. It's already sort of failed it once, but now we're holding that price. I got to look 39 clean break on Roblox here. If it does, I'm going to go for the long trade. I know we're buying highs, but this is, if we've made some kind of a temporary bottom, then there's going to be trades to be had where the breakouts are going to come back into play. So I do like a Roblox at that particular price. We'll see if we can't work into it on a break at 39. If it holds 38.50, we have to think about that as well. Alphabet's starting to come back in on us here a little bit. That's still NASDAQ. Starting to come back in here, but we're still above that 100 level. So on the higher time frame, still pretty valid for a breakout trade here in Alphabet. So I want to hold on. I'm not really buying the dips yet because I think I want closer to 100. I have scalped some out, so we did get paid out on a little bit of this, but we're starting to pull back in on a few names, yet Rivian doesn't want to go down. Part of that could be Lucid's ripping. So I have to respect the fact that Lucid, there's no news on Lucid. It was Rivian that got the deliveries last I checked, but Lucid looking very strong, so I have to keep an eye on that one. Could be a bit of a sympathy play going on there why Rivian won't fall, because if it couldn't go up with the market like this, I got to feel like if it's not taking out the high, this has got to be a solid short. And then coming back into CCL, which I understand how bad the quarter looked, but it made a pretty convincing bottom. It is now breaking out of yesterday's high, where I said I would be taking that short trade. So it was a long trade. So I am into the long on CCL here at 725. As long as we're above this bottom here is about 705. We're above that, then I want to hang on to this. There's just so much room for it to recover.
All right, obviously the first time we didn't pay ourselves out on Tesla, but we are averaging back in, and we just took a piece out there at 250.50 when it came back there. So a couple averages in. Like we said, we were actually waiting for that 252. It came through. We took more shares there. So a good out for us on Tesla. It's not really moving that much, so these hits are very muted and these wins are very muted right now. So let's see if we do. I mean, I still do want to bid down here at 250 in case we do get another test down here. That is where the 50 period is. So I feel like another test at 250 is probably en route. I mean, it could happen right now. And then if we do get that break, we did break as low as 249.20 the first time. So I don't know, man. This name doesn't have the juice behind it that maybe I thought it would today. But you know, we'll try it one more time. See if we can make back a little bit of what we lost. See, it just goes to 250.50 and stops again. Tesla, man, you're frustrating me. What's up, Brendan?
A note on Micron quickly, guys. MU back to the downside here, but they just said they're going to invest up to $100 billion to build a semiconductor fabrication plant in New York. So a nice look for MU, but still trying to get back lower here for Micron.
So look, Micron. Oh my goodness, you're just giving me I see another chart that makes me cautious with this Nvidia long. To be honest with you. Like you have a short setup. You get a short setup on Facebook, wick top. Micron, you have a wick top through the high and now breaking back below that 53 level. Like Micron is supposed to be on the midst of a breakout. That's why I kind of like these longs. But I'm seeing Nvidia. This is the one I'm in, so this is the one I'm going to try to churn through. I added to it on the break and then just missed that dip at 129 as I was getting shares of CCL. But now you're back toward those highs, so this is starting to work again. CCL, I just talked about that one. It's all about the bottom setup and then breaking out the top. It just got to 735, $7 stock. I'm going to take some out on the way up. Every 5 pennies on this stock, I'm going to be on that offer. You can pretty much guarantee it, so should be out there in the 40 range. If it gets to 750, fantastic. The big number is going to be 760, and it's not random. This is 765 on the big down day after the earnings. 765 was that recent high. I think that would be a fantastic target. Love to be able to get it. The one short that I'm still going to be in, I just added to Rivian. So now it just got back below 34. So as it got more to the downside, I'm just going to add to this position. It does have a wick off top, but I'm more short off of this lower high than the high of the day here. Finally starting to participate to the downside is Rivian, but then some of my other longs coming in as well.
All right, I almost went long. I mean, I gave you guys that Apple trade. I didn't do it because I'm sitting here in Tesla. But that Apple went right back to that level again, the 200 period of this 144.60, and then ripped up right from there. So I feel like there is, levels of support here in this market, and then, it just takes it right back up to the upside again there. So, oh, come on. Right now, I'm actually bidding 250.30 right now on Tesla because you know what? That's right where that 50 period is. You know where it went down to right there? 250.38. So there, we miss another $1 there on Tesla as it continues to make a march to the upside there. So that kind of sucks as well. Let's see if we can get it one more time. Just one more test down there, man. Maybe now we'll put it, whatever, man. I'll put it to 250. Let's just put it to 250.50, okay? And then maybe now we'll be able to get out. Like we just missed that by $1 and then it rips up. So that really sucks. But now we're at 250.50 to see if we can't take advantage of that if it does come back down. And again, I'm only trying to get out at 20% of what I have here. I still feel like that I want to be short on Tesla. Yesterday, Tesla obviously had a bad day there on the deliveries number that was released over the weekend. And right now, there's that 253. We're kind of right in the middle here. I think we would put on a much bigger short, obviously, if it came up to this 258 area and we still thought that the short was valid, especially if this market wants to pull back a little bit. Now, normally I'm chanting the longs, but for today, I'm only short Tesla because nothing else is really hitting right now for me. This went up to 69 there, AMD, and now it's kind of just dancing around around. The short maybe should have been on Amazon up there, but I still feel like Amazon's really strong. So yeah, I don't think I'm missing anything here today. I mean, there's lots of stuff happening. I mean, people
I
said
missed something.
Oxy ripped. I mean,
Oxy,
you're already on Oxy. Yeah.
Oxy,
so.
look, you're going to get into position on a dip buy. When you dip buy, you got to have an out. And you guys know I'll get stopped out at the bottom all the time. I get stopped out at the top all the time too. But I got stopped out on Oxy. It then wick bottoms through the low. And the thing about a wick bottom is when you get out, you've got to still be on the stock to jump in and get back into that trade, right? So that's the consequence, an opportunity cost to trading multiple names, and that's going to be, you get a stop out, you move to something that's working, which I believe is usually right, but then you miss out on an opportunity. So if you manage to get this into the long on the wick top, wick bottom, I should say, then congratulations to you. The longs that we ended up going with and holding on to, why am I not? I thought I was on 40 here. I'm just going to go to 39 on CCL. That one continues to the upside, so we'll do a little bit of a disco dance there. NVIDIA continues to churn. I just added to Alphabet as well as the market. Like we just got to 11.6, almost 3%, and I'm looking over at the ES. We're still breaking highs. And we bounced off of 1050, so I took the chance to grab some more 101s here on Alphabet to see if I can continue this into 102. It just feels like if we're going to get an update, I don't understand why we shouldn't be at least churning on Alphabet, which looked like a fantastic setup. NVIDIA, which is the other long that we're sitting in, it's still trying to break from this 130 level. That's what's going to be important. Can we get through that 130? So 3 longs, 1 short. That short is in Rivian. I got 34.01 short. It's at 34.01. So, I mean, I don't know what the heck Rivian's doing, but it's, for whatever reason, on delivery day when it's up 7% and moved all over in the pre-market, it's going nowhere. Possibly it can't fall because this is what Lucid's doing. Lucid catching up in a big way, now up 7% on its own. Was there something on Lucid?
Lucid? I don't know if there's actually news on Lucid specifically or not. I mean, it would make sense. I mean, Tesla, Rivian. I mean, on the Rivian, if they're seeing the bump that Rivian's getting, maybe Lucid is producing at a little bit of a higher rate than we think. So, all right, the high of the day here for Apple is 146. Oh, that must be, that's that wick there. I'm going to just play off 50. I mean, what is that exactly? That's 50, so that's 46. So we're going to be short here. We are short right now. It's 10 cents in the money. I did want to get more short, but I wanted it to rip up a little bit. That didn't happen. It might still happen, but I'm going to put the stop out right now at that high of the day of 145.60 or so to get out of this. I do have a lot more shares ready to go if this does come back up to the upside right now. I'm going to take a piece out, though, at 0607 here. So we'll do that. We'll ring a little bit of a register on that one because maybe the short does want to come in finally for us. But there's a little bit of an out there on Apple as it just comes right back down for us. So it's this is a quick 20 cent scalp because we got out at 06 there. So not bad for that. I'm going to put another bid down here in that sub area. We are short both of these names, both Tesla and Apple. So, I mean, I can't turn this bear around because it is a bullish day. But let's see if we do get some action off the top here. I mean, that's really all that I'm thinking about. We did re-up our Tesla short rate there. It's just, I'm waiting for it to collapse. Like, this is to me what trading's about. You put on the trade, you have some key levels. I could scalp this, and I mean, we are waiting for 250.50. You could see that's moved up now to 60s, but we do have a better price. So, I mean, I can get a piece out here. I just want to try to respect some of these levels because, we've taken profit on Tesla and then missed it. Like, we just missed a $1 win on Tesla, and then it ripped back up, forced us to do this. So let's see if Tesla can come back down here into the 70s. Yes, sir, there it is. Thank you, Tesla. Come again. Look at Apple right now. That's breaking lower as well. So we're only out at 20% of Apple. So let's stick something on the bid here. See if we can get a 90 or so on Apple. But so far, there it is. Yes, yes, yes. And there goes Tesla as well to the downside. So hallelujah. Let's see where we go, Brenda. What you got?
9 now is the number, guys. 8. Let's get to 350, guys. If you haven't done so, there you go. Hit the subscribe button. Let's get through that big round number for us coming up here. 8 subs left. Quickly, FedEx. Nice move for FedEx here. Back through the highs. An accelerated repurchase program announced this morning for FedEx. So trying to break highs as we speak, guys.
FedEx strong.
I want that counter.
The subscribe count. I can see the counter.
It's on here too.
Oh, it's on there
yeah,
too. But like
it's right
in front of my face. That gives us some serious motivation.
Oh,
95, for you guys
95.
Here. There we're getting
Forget
close
about
to
my
it.
trades. Tesla
350's
tank
coming in, guys.
Let's go. Here we go. 4 more. Let's go. Let's get that going. And you know what? Right on target, because look at what the hell's happening right now with Tesla. Only 2 left. Bang, Apple. Bang, 350,000 subscribers. Let's go. Only 2 more. Uh-oh. Who gonna get it? Who that?
Who's the lucky 350,000?
Who day? Who's gonna get it right now? Oh, someone unsubscribes. Someone unsubscribes again.
That's cold.
All right, get that off the screen. People are gaming this right now. Let's go. There it is. Let's go. We'll hit the bag for that one. Congratulations to everybody, as now we're starting to ramp it up. Let's go. 350,000 subscribers. So you have found the best station in the nation. So thank you so much to everybody. Thanks for the super chats flying in. There it goes. Well played. That's right. Thank you to Lucas, Fahad, Brendo, all that. Thanks for the 20 bucks for Chef Henry. Thanks to Dominic. Thanks to everybody, as this market is just flying in. And we are Bank City right now. Down 4 Tesla. Down to 249. I have to take something out. The last time I saw this happen, it ripped right back up. So let's sit on the bid. Okay, there it is. We get out. Yes, sir. So now Tesla's all good. Apple's all good. And thanks for the 350, man. We could even keep that counter up. But there's Tesla.
Yeah, see where it gets.
Get that revenge on this name here today. All shorts all the time. That's Tesla. And then Apple, absolutely taken to the shed as well. Let's see if we get some more downside moves. Yes. Got to 350. I'm back in the black.
I know what these guys did too. I know what happened, because what happened, some people were just like unsubscribing so that they could be the 350,000.
Yeah.
Look, everyone wants to be that number, to be sure. Finally, my one short is starting to come in, Rivian, but it does mean the last long that we had I just went from Rivian to NVIDIA. I don't want to show you that one. I want to show you this one.
What is Rivian
I wanted to show you the last entry that we had in NVIDIA. You're starting to pull back in. You're still holding 129, and I think there's a chance you could bounce out the pre-market low, but I'm not giving it all the way to the pre-market low. If we break and hold below like an 80, I'll get out and try to get back in on a bit of a dip. Finally, the shorts come in. I didn't get Coinbase, but there might be another chance here. Like with the market bouncing down, this wasn't much of a flush at all in Coinbase. It actually gets into VWAP and might still press that 72 into, I go to the 15 here, it's 73 and change right in here that I wanted to short Coinbase. I still think we have an opportunity to be able to get that trade, but I want to be patient. When that starts to squeeze on you, it can really go. Affirm was another one that's trying to break out. Here's $21 on Affirm. This is the rejection of 21 on Affirm. So if we're not going to get through that price and fade there, I think it's a sell. I don't want to say for the rest of the day, but I want to be shorting pretty much any pop into that 21 high on Affirm. Pretty interesting wick top there on Affirm. I should be into this party already. Google, CCL still holding up to the long side. I don't know if I want to add to any of those on the way back in, but those feel safe to hold on to.
So first of all, like I said, we're back in the black. We also got another trade idea right now. Netflix breaking through 239.50 to the downside. There we go. So now we are short Netflix on this. And I know we're really late to the party, but look at this thing collapse, right? So Netflix is only now going, well, hopefully it goes red. Now put this trade a little bit better. Let's see where Netflix goes now to the downside. I would say looking pretty good on this one. So we'll wait to see there. It just bounced off 239. I'm going to put that, where was that? I hate seeing these wicks when I'm in it. That's 239 flat. Ugh, that sucks. Okay, let's put a bid. Where are we short here? We're short exactly at 50? Okay, let's put a bid here, like at the flat, in case that does happen one more time. I hate seeing that wick bottom when we're in it, because like we tanked down. I think a lot of people must have got short or got flattened out on that level. And again, why did we like it? Just coming into where we were yesterday, breaking through 239.50, negative trade here today for Netflix. We might be a little bit late on it. That's fine. And again, look what Tesla wound up doing as well. Bouncing right off that 200 period, man. That's 249.20. That sucks, because that should have been a short. Maybe well, we're already in the short, but we could have covered some right there as well. Apple's starting to bounce back a little bit. Let's put something else on the bid right now to get something else out at 02 in case this rally does continue up to the upside. There it is. One more time. Spit it for Apple. Apple, a lot of this coming in right now. But our new position, and then I'll throw it back just quickly here on Netflix. Like there's 242, right? So, we do have enough Obviously, we have enough arrows in the quiver here to keep firing at this, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to do one at 241 around here, and then if we do get stopped out, I feel like back up here to 242 is what's going to happen. Why is Netflix relatively weak today? I'm not 100% sure, but it's been nicely cooked to the upside. And then even yesterday, right, it's still a nice move up for Netflix yesterday, 235 to 240, but then there's the fade out right back into where we are right now. So let's see if Netflix wants to continue to go down. Look, we're about to bank on it right now. I'm sitting right there at 02. Hopefully we can get that filled. Did we get it? Yes, we did. Okay, so we get that filled there on Netflix. So that's why sometimes sitting down there matters. I don't know. I'm not going to find it in here, but a lot of dark pool prints coming through for Netflix. There it is anyway. So here's the break. There it is. Okay. Yes, sir. Let's go, man, right now. We are getting, a little bit excited here. As there goes Netflix down 65 cents in the money. Tesla's $2 in the money, but that rallied back. So you can go to hell hopefully soon, Tesla. And then right now, Apple as well, trying to, get back up to the upside. So it looks like Netflix, for some reason, is the one that just wants to tank here. So let's hold on to this and see if we get some more short if it does rip back to 241.
It's not the only one that's relatively weak. And Meta's up 1.4%, but it has now gone 1, 2, 3 times through $1.40, through 140 and made these wick bottoms. If it makes a fresh low, I think this one's gonzo and it can start to maybe pull back in and give you a bit of a retracement into yesterday's close. But for now, 140 does look like support. I don't want to fight it. The longs for me, right? CCL and Google, those two managed to hold up, and we're going to hang on to those. I do think we have a chance at that Roblox. We're going to go to Brennan in a quick second. At that Roblox, maybe we're not going to get it. It doesn't look like it wants to come back to the upside. Coinbase still giving us a chance off that 73. But market's still bouncing. I'm going to get more Alphabet out in front of 102 and then try to hold on for the duration. Brendan.
Hey guys, happening now, brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance zones, pivot points, and so much more. Check them out right now. Click on the QR code when you have a sec. Check out Chart Prime. We thank them for coming on board once again. Nice green board once again to show you here today. 2+% right across instead of what we saw in the pre-market here. 3% even now for the NASDAQ. 3.09, 3.05 for the composite and the 100. Leading the way, the Dow up 2.5, the S&P 2.75. Few things of note we were talking about if you joined us in the pre-market this morning. Rivian on watch after they reiterated their full year production forecast. Another 25,000 units coming from Rivian before we get to the end of the year. Yeah, chips were strong over in Europe after the EU Parliament approved that USB-C rule going forward. So only USB-C power charging cables to be used going forward. And yeah, oil day 2, another big rally here. XOM back to the upside. Here's a few interesting notes. Rivian trying to hold 34 still after a bit of a dip below to start things off. Want to mention this as well. Boeing, guys, taking out the highs here, even with that cautionary FAA note on the 737 MAX. Back over to you.
Apple just broke the high,
so what the hell,
I'm
Apple?
adding that one to the list. I mean, the market just got to 3,800 on the ES, and you finally picked a direction at that 45. Like, this is a stock that didn't want to pick a direction at 145. Usually 5-10 minutes, you know which way you're going. Now I feel like more confident off this 45 level, so I jumped into that one long. But now Apple, CCL, Google, we'll hesitate to maybe add another big tech name. Still only in the Rivian short. Like, come on, Rivian. For the love of, how is it only moving 30 cents? I don't even it's ridiculous. Like, it doesn't, this stock gaps up like $3 and then wants to move 30 cents in the first half an hour here. It's a bit weird, but the short's still valid, so I guess I got to be in it. If you're watching, you're seeing Tesla testing 252 all the way back into the bottom. I see Lucid actually holding up at 15 bucks, and the name that gave you the delivery numbers is really not doing a heck of a lot. CCL still going to continue to work upside here, although it's bouncing back in. I think it can be added in front of VWAP. We go sideways. Get a good consolidation off that 25 where we got the breakout. I'd add back into this, working up to that 750, and only because I haven't, and we'll probably talk about some other small caps here. But this is Finger. I thought Finger was a short today, but there's two parts to making a trade. One is having an idea, the other is executing it. I stopped it out and then did not get back in at the open because I was looking for a pop to short into. Finger all the way at $6. I'm not chasing a short 25% down. I'm not going to short it that low. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, we have a little bit of a new trade alert here coming through because we take AMD. We did have that wick top there breaking through 69. We canceled we got short Apple and then got out almost immediately on that trade. So all is well on the Apple trade. But once that so we just got short right there, right? So we got out, we took some out, then we got, out for flat right there once it broke higher. Then we shorted in front of 250 and then 250 broke and then we got out. So that we actually, because we got part out there for about 15 cents, and then once it broke higher, that's when we executed out the rest. So it does look like, obviously, right there that, we did get out of some of that Apple, so we punched long. So that's why we have that execution right now on the long side for Apple. But all right, let's go. Now we are short here into AMD. Let's see if we can make that happen for us. The AMD short rate now against that 69.10. We are short. You already know about my Netflix trade. It's been a good trade here. It's just a matter of how good, right? Let's see if it can come back down a little bit. That's what I'm looking for now for Netflix, a pull back through. We missed that 241 short. That was that next level short for us, was going to be that 241, but we did miss that. So now we'll just have to let this thing fly down. We're in the money now, 50 cents or so if we take down 239, and then we did average into our Tesla trade as well as that came right back up to the upside. So far so good on the averaged in shorts, but there's not a hell of a lot happening right now for the shorts, man. The NASDAQ is really starting to blow up. You could see oil right now pulling back a little bit. So oil was up to 86, now 85.50. It's still up that 2.5%. So a name like an Oxy or something like that can also be looked at for trade. But for right now, I'm in this Tesla short. I'm in the Netflix short. They're both flat here. And then the AMD, I mean, that, it went down. I'm still looking for AMD to come back in. If this market takes it out, fine. If not, we do have some upside targets here for AMD as well. So lots of capabilities here. There's another. So we've averaged into our Tesla. That's getting close to getting taken out right there at 253. So let's watch out for this one. This is the most slippery slope for me right now.
Well, I think there's a few slippery slopes. I mean, Apple looked like it was turning to 146. Now it's going to do a little bit of a pullback. Still pretty much at the money and holding the breakout. Well, I mean, CCL, I just had to take another leg out. No, I didn't have to. I just did take another leg out there. As it goes up to that 740 level, sees a bit of size there at that 740, and then makes a little bit of a lower high. So we're going to ring the register because you got to pay yourself on some of these trades. But we're starting to slow down here to the upside on some of these. Brendo.
Little one moving here, guys. INBX just popping back up on a volume scanner. You can see huge spike there just in the last couple of minutes. Positive data released and the pathway to possible FDA approval is talked about anyways from INBX on one of their treatments making a move.
All right, it looks like the short on Tesla is not going to work out here as it continues to make that move back up to the upside here. So watching out for that 254 level, but it's getting squashed right now. So Tesla, a nice little move to the upside. We'll see if it can hold that momentum. The NASDAQ is holding these highs, right? And so, now that Tesla is way more aggressive than the NASDAQ and we can identify that, now I think it's time that we wait until that 253.50 starts to come in a little bit right now. So that's, 258 is going to have to be a level that we wait for, as this is going to get us taken out here at 254 flat. We kept trying these shorts, man, into it. We took some profit. So, all was not completely lost on this trade. Sure, it's going to be a hit and that sucks. But right now we went short on Tesla into this market. And to be quite honest with you guys, I'm normally a bull, as you guys know, but I was not expecting after a 3% day yesterday. I know we didn't finish at 3%, but to add another 3 on that today really is surprising me. So take that for what it's worth. Congratulations to all the bulls, man. Anybody that's holding shorts, this could be a time to re-up, or you've gotten blown out. So I don't know, man. We'll just wait to see what happens here, as now Tesla's pulling back a little bit. It takes some of this pressure off and put something on the bid, maybe around 252-ish, but we still need a ways to go before we get down to there.
So I'll still short Affirm if it gets on the way to that $21 level. But Tesla, I'm looking at still that 256. I haven't really changed my mind on that one. So I'm waiting for that price. But the one short I had in there was Rivian. Rivian finally decides to break out of that little range. And I could have scalped that several times for a smaller move. But I was looking for much bigger when the stock is gapped up that much. It just ended up not happening here. As I said, the aforementioned Affirm, you might reject VWAP, and if this rolls over from here and I haven't gotten myself a piece of it, I don't think I'd be able to live with myself, because like this touch 21, the big level on the daily, the 15-minute chart, I'm rejected there. That was a great wick top, and if it puts in a lower high, this was my chance to get in. It just bounced 50 pennies on a $20 name. So I'll take a first shot here in Affirm to that short side. Alphabet's back at the money. So Google, it should have been Amazon maybe, I don't know, but I did miss a dip buy in Google when I was waiting at 100 and it got to 150. Still holding VWAP and still holding the top end of the range, but not really breaking out any further from there. CCL still trending pretty solidly. I like that from the breakout it made. Now it's holding a nice little consolidation, little flag. If it takes out the top on the flag, I'll just be holding this, taking some out in front of $7.50. And then the ultimate target there still remains at $7.65. That was a big level on the earnings day when it did flush. Going back over to some of the small caps that we're going over, I know that finger is absolutely dying. That's one that it could catch a bid. I don't want to write it off completely. It's now getting close to that $5 level. This is where it was holding in the afternoon show. It was about $5.20 or so. If it's going to catch a bid, I suppose that's where it would be. Brennan?
Another one that we haven't heard from for a few weeks. Anyways, AeroClean, guys, getting taken out this morning. Molecule, this Molecule company taking out AERC. All stock deal here for AERC, but just saw it up on decent volume here on that announcement. So no more AeroClean getting bought.
All right. I'm too distracted here watching watching Tesla and just missing out on what is a real nice trade right now. This AMD one right now failed at that 69 level and then made that move down. So there's the out rate there at 50. We're short right here at 85 or so, right? So again, we're definitely shorting Tesla, which is completely wrong. Tesla, by the way, so just for those of you watching here, that just went right back to 50s again, putting us, look at the price we have 35. We basically could have got out for flat there again. That's how you know you're wrong. It's the best you can do is flat. It's not, come on, Tesla, now it's going to break through 254 and we're going to have to get out. But what I was also saying there was, good thing we noticed that AMD, but look what also cracked lower. Netflix went to 238.50, giving us that $1 win there on Netflix. But again, we weren't even looking at that. We do have way more shares on Tesla than we do on Netflix. So Tesla looking like it's going to take out the top. So I did put a bid down here on Netflix this time to capture that if it does go back down, as my eye's always looking over here at the level 2 for Tesla, because we're getting really close, man. All the dips are bought in Tesla. So, I feel like, today, I don't know if it's Aunt Kathy or who's in here.
She bought yesterday.
Yeah, she bought yesterday. So she should sell today, maybe. And then let's see. But yeah, no, she ain't selling. Looks like she's probably buying more, or there's more people buying this name up. Deliveries were bad, but again, it got so clocked yesterday. I just thought that maybe today there was another chance. But look at the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ is right now taking out day's high as we speak. So you can't, yesterday was a completely an anomaly for Tesla. Normally, as the market goes, so does Tesla. So, that theory today, definitely not holding fort. So there it goes. It's going to take out this 230, this 254, which is my stop. So here, watch out for Tesla as the NASDAQ hits the high. I'm just really glad that we were able to get out of some AMD on that flush. There it is right there. So Tesla does, I guess, yeah, there it is. Take out that 254. So now we can just wait, man. If it continues to go up, then we'll have to wait on Tesla. But it's a nice aggressive move to the upside. So we were able to get out of everything except for this last round. That was, this was the last one that just kept on bumping to that upside. But there it is, man. So it looks like 253 might be some kind of a bottom. Who knows there. We do get short in Rivian now as well, as that finally goes back up to the upside. So let's see what Rivian does now. Oh, man, these electric vehicles today, man, give me a nightmare.
So a couple of things. I'm going to start off with the bad news first. Affirm is headed back into the upside. It just broke VWAP. It did get into that curl when it did that wick top at VWAP and was able to get some out 10 and 20 pennies, but it looks like it wants to take out that 20 cents to the upside. And if it does, then I'm going to get the rest out for that lower high. If I make it and it falls, fair enough, but I really wanted that 21 level. But if the market's going up, then the longs that we're sitting on, Apple finally taking out that 146, so It's been I've been in it for like 15 minutes, and it finally takes out that high. Looking for 146 half, the next leg to the upside. CCL is going to continue to churn. So really the longs have been going up. It's crazy to me that like 8 million-year-old Albert Pujols can continue to hit home runs and Aaron Judge can't get one more. But credit to Albert Pujols. No one talks about that guy enough, what he's doing. It's ridiculous. But CCL, not necessarily a strong quote-unquote stock on the daily chart, but relief rally ongoing. I'm still waiting for 750s for the next out to the upside. And Google or Alphabet is still trying to get off this 101. I've been able to get some shares out in front of the high of the day and then a one reload, but no real breakthrough. This market is going, so I want to give it a chance. Apple, Alphabet, CCL to the long side, and I had to get a firm to the short. I mean, I need some exposure to the shorts. Coinbase never really gave me the entry price I was looking for. Getting pretty close, but not quite. No cigar. Wasn't at 73, but it's getting pretty close. Brendo?
It's a buy everything kind of day. Just going through a relative volume list here, guys. This one popped up. Shopify, 2 days in a row here. It's worth mentioning. Volume much higher than usual. You can see right out of the gate this morning, just broke back above 30.50. We started the day at 28.50. Nice look for Shop, too.
Yeah, breaking through that $30 level. I feel like, first of all, hopefully Rivian can come back down here. Rivian just did print us again. Yeah, I'm not like for some reason I'm not taking profit when the profit is there, like every single time. But again, I don't believe in this move. I believe in the move because it's here. But it's just a matter of like, will we continue to go to the upside? I keep trying to think no, but that doesn't seem to be right. We've averaged into our AMD trade now as it just came right back to the upside here. Again, like shorting a 4% up name, that's not something that I normally do, right? But again, I just feel like the market's a little bit extended here to the upside. Of course, we took a bath on Tesla, and now it's back down. But again, we're unable to get sort of that relief in Tesla. So I'm going to switch over to a stock that I've already seen fail at these highs, which is AMD. So we still have that 69.12 area right there. Obviously a level that will get out if it does breach that. So we still have some go room here on all of these trades. Rivian is now 20 cents in the money. So really happy with the way that one's performing. But we're going to let that go a little bit. Let's put a bid down here at 50 where we just went down to last time. So I think that would be something smart to do. So let's put one in the 60s and then even a little bit lower here. Starting to feel my hands again, which is a good sign as that's come in. So we'll wait for that. 56, we'll also take a 60. We are short at 80 right now on Rivian, but my attention just goes to always the stock that I have the most shares in, and right now that's going to be AMD. So we'll watch Rivian, man. If Rivian continues to go up, I don't have a lot of, well, now I even have less shares as it just came down, hit that 60. Now let's see if it wants to continue to make a lower move here for Rivian. There it is. Yes, sir. We're getting lighter and lighter on that one. Oh, man, if it just wasn't for Tesla, but that's always the story, right? You always have one name that seems to screw you up. But there goes Rivian, a nice move back down to the downside. We will wait for that 35.50 area, though. So for me, Rivian's a hold until this gets a lot nastier, back up to the upside, and then we'll reshort. Other than that, let's see if we can get a 34 print or so on Rivian.
Yeah, and I just took another leg out on CCL here, and I'm going to show you why. Like, the breakout's been fantastic, and I do like that 765, but there's room to go on it, and we just got a wick top through the high of the day. Keeps on trying to get to that 750, and then it put in a break of 740, finally took out that top, and then you had a harsh rejection. So I was on the other side of it, getting 42s, and then took another leg out when you got that wick top. I think we can pull back into 25s and then try to buy the dip. Pure relief rally happening in the markets, but also in CCL after those terrible earnings the other day. But it's bouncing now, looking like it wants to go. It just got to be able to pay yourself on the way up.
It's close.
Brendan, was that Brent?
Krispy Kreme, guys, wanted to mention quickly here. D-Nut having a nice day. Not a lot of volume behind this, but they're going to enter France, apparently, coming up in 2023. So just took out the highs there for D-Nut, up 3.5.
Yeah, talk to Mario at Justin. Yeah, okay. All right, so let's just continue to go to the down. Oh, okay, good. Yeah, well, whatever. As long, did you do it? Okay, good. All right. Yeah. So, all right. Just talking with Pratt here. All right. Let's keep this party going here. Clover. Wow. I know you talked about that with Chamath earlier there, Brendo. And it's funny. It's because he disclosed a stake now of 5%. Like, honestly, this Joker, I can't say enough about it. And it's more because, like, I'm not jealous that, you know, he has the ability to swindle everybody. That's just great. But, like, you know, where did this guy actually get out of Clover in the first place, right? And now, you know, now he's disclosing a 5% stake. You know, like, give me a break. You know, I wouldn't be surprised. And we talk about this market being rigged, at least I do all the time. And then, okay, there goes Netflix, by the way, it's $1 in the money. But it's not that it's rigged. It's just that's the way, the function of the market, right? Like, it comes all the way back down. He can announce that he has a stake after probably picking it up yesterday or the day before. And again, I don't know his trade list. I mean, I didn't even read the report. So maybe he's been buying all the way down. Yeah, right. And then now announces it. So now he gets that pop up. So let me guess what tomorrow's story is going to read. You know, you guys can guess that for yourself. But anyways, Clover, a nice little move to the upside here today. I don't trust it, needless to say. So I would say a short around this $2 mark, probably something half decent to take here in Clover. So watch out for that short because, you know, if you got long yesterday and you have a 10% pop today and you own 5% of the company, just saying, wonder if that dude is out. All right, there we go, right there. Now a nice little move for Netflix. It's funny because we shorted Tesla and just kept on averaging in, while Netflix never got to our averaged in price. So we should have been shorting 240 because then we could have made back everything on this trade that we lost on Tesla. Quick check back in on Tesla, 253, okay. Look what AMD's doing, back down into the mid 60s. Let's take a piece out on that one as well. We just got a piece out at 60 or 70 actually, and it just went to 65. So we'll put another bid here, 65, see if we get that out. But Rivian, Netflix, and AMD getting some of that money back. What's up, Brendan?
All right, I'll give you a quick breakdown here, guys, of small cap stocks that are moving around so far this morning. FNGR, we talked about a few times in the pre-market. This was 850 from aftermarket yesterday. This thing made a huge move all the way to 9 after the close yesterday. If you remember, it halted going into it. And then 9 was the high aftermarket. Tagged that a couple times pre-market. So 850 and then 9 at the top. So it just worked into a short versus those two levels. Ran out of bullets to fire on the way down to 650. An absolute monster fade for FNGR. ATXI was another absolute monster fade. This was support pre-market, 1580, and then 1675 was that high that it tagged twice in the pre-market, tagged it again right out of the gate and then fell. $3 as well for ATXI. Still watching this one, SNTI on a move here back to 350. Still very strong though. Volume, guys, still coming into SNTI as well.
Yeah, as I'm still holding some longs, I am paying myself on the way up because of this. This is the ES 3800 on the ES. We just touched it and reversed. We always say as a day trader, well, I mean, as a trader in general, you want to pay yourself, but as a day trader, you got to watch out for those. But as we rejected that level, we just were able to hold on and not get stopped out on a firm. So I just jumped back in as we rejected 3,800. I just jumped back in to firm the shares that I was getting out. So I'm back in on this. I want to give it to that higher low, see if we can't get this one to fall down. If the market pulls in from here, or firm's up 9%, if we never break that 3,800, there's only one direction the market can go from there. That would tend to be to the downside. But we did pay out again. Apple tried taking 146. For like an umpteenth time. It then rejected that, so I trailed out a little bit here. I just don't want to get caught with the old britches down on some of these breakout trades. They've been okay, but not a huge follow-through just yet. So I want to be in a position to buy some dips here and have some exposure to some of those shorts. Alphabet, I'm not going to be reloading it at this point. Not if we dip off that 3,800. And we break VWAP here, we could be headed down toward closer to 100. You cannot get through that top. We've been paying ourselves through that high. And then the same thing with CCL. It's really just the three longs. We got that wick off top there. We're able to get some more shares out. This one looks the strongest of the bunch, probably because CCL might not care if the market, well, I mean, it's going to care if the market comes down a lot, but it's more of a relief rally than anything else than some of these other names. A huge gap to be filled after the last couple of days. So I do think CCL has a better chance to hold up here on these dips. But Affirm is the one short I'm into. So I got to make sure that I can add back into it. If I can't find something new, then add to the one that you already like. Brennan?
I'll take here in Meta, guys. CNBC reporting that Meta on Instagram and WhatsApp going to start selling new types of ads. They don't actually go into the format of said ads, but Meta on a downtick there.
Is there a problem here? Okay, we'll look at Meta for sure. You know, just noticing right now, I mean, we are definitely cashing in on AMD. Rivian did make a move down to 40 there. We'll put something on the bid. We were waiting a little bit lower, but now we'll go on that bid. The name that I'm looking at right here, I mean, look at this trade, guys. Like Netflix is a one-hit PDT tanker right now as that continues to make a move to the downside. Now $3 in the money on this one Netflix trade, as there it is, man. It is see you later, alligator. If you have kids, you probably heard that way too much, so I'll stop. But right now, big move to the downside right now for Netflix. I don't, honestly, man, I just want to hold this. We are coming into some kind of support down here around 234, so I think like 234 would be a jam. That's a $5.50 winner, so $5-6 here on Netflix. Pretty good trade there for me, for sure. There goes AMD as well. Good, we did get that tick, all right. I was going to say we were at 35 right into here, so we actually got it 36, I think it was there, for that fill. So far, so good here as the market is pulling back. Just I don't want to really look at Tesla, but it's really stayed up here. So I'm never glad we got out at 254. Went to 254.60 right there. But again, you know, we'll see what that does. Pretty happy with the positions that we have on right now. Rivian, again, we'll wait here in the 40s. Maybe we get that fill. I'm at 41. Ooh, that's literally that price, so maybe we'll up that a little bit more there. And then Netflix, like I said, man, 234.50 or something might be what I want to look at there for Netflix. We just got a fill. Oh, that was Rivian. So there it is right now. As the market doesn't turn red, but Rivian getting those red feels as there's the short 34.80. There's the print 34.40. So far, so good here on the Rivian move down. The only name that we've been struggling on today, of course, was Tesla. It's the only red name that we're going to have. Rivian, Netflix, AMD with a monster win as well. That just touched back down to 30. So let's put something again. There we go. We just got a 41 fill. Let's go a little bit lower. Put something. Yeah, there it goes. Okay, 68.32 we're bidding right now. Just, you know, again, that's third, that's 20. We'll see if it can make a move down, but relatively weak today. AMD in this move downside, so good for that. The relatively weak name, of course, is Netflix.
Yeah, and look, if I can't call a firm relatively weak. It's up 8%, so it's crushing the market, which it tends to do on an update because it's such a beat-up name, with heavily shorted as well. But it rolled over off VWAP. I couldn't find anything else that I loved, so I just added to the short there. It's right back into 2050. If the market pulls back from here and doesn't take out the highs, the firm's coming back to $20. So I'm going to hang on to this one. I might not reload a third time because a third time in trading at the same level is not always a charm. I know people talk about that for luck. But I don't know that it is a charm. I still am a hold on to Apple like that long. I wish I had it at the bottom on Apple, but I needed to see it decide above that 145. And when you got that candle, broke out the high, then I liked the long, so I engaged into it. It still seems like it wants to churn to that upside, so we'll hold on to this. Alphabet's kind of the same thing here. It's still holding the top end of the range. It breaks. I'm looking at a 103, so I'm kind of on the offer if it gets all the way up, so to speak. And then CCL, this is the one I'm about to get a reload in, as that's now coming into VWAP. So another bounce off of this 730 area, which is where we're taking our first outs on the 25 break. Then I'll start getting back into this one on Rivian. And a lot of people are saying, watch out for some of the Chinese ADRs, or I see people talking about Alibaba, very strong as well. I mean, they're slowing down, but 4% to the upside, however, still churning. This is the thing with BABA. A lot of names have done this. You are breaking out of the bottom end of the channel. There is, and I remember the last time I was short this stock, it was essentially off of this 83 level, and that day you had the gap fill beneath 84.85. So 84 has a nice little breakout potential here in Alibaba into 85. I haven't looked at NEO today. I'm going to assume that it's following with Alibaba. That's set up pretty nicely for an 84 break, but you want the market taking out the highs. That would certainly help as well. For now, everything's kind of running in the money, the four that I'm in, and I'll get this out of the way as well because you're going to see that I am in Poshmark. And Poshmark's getting bought by some South Korean company whose name I don't even know for $17.90. It's gapped up. There is no upside for most people trading it. I am going to be doing a lot of this on the side, which is literally just getting in and taking spreads. So I'm in and out on the side doing this. You're going to see those trades, but unless you have direct market access, it's not really something that's going to be profitable for most people because I'm taking 1 or 2 cents at a time on the stock. It's just a pretty stable trade that I can do here on the side while I'm working with some of these. And I'm on the bid here one more time before we get to this recent low on firm. If it breaks that, I'm looking for 20 even. I think it bounces off 20. A, because it's psychological, and because that was the breakout price from this morning. I wish I had the 20 break, but we had other fish to fry we were looking at the open. And plus, a firm breaks, I don't know. They can be sketchy. Usually I'm looking to short a firm when it breaks out as opposed to take the break.
Yeah, we like it. We like that affirm trade for sure. What trade that I'm really loving right now is going to be this one, and it's AMD, as that is collapsing right here. We just getting some fills here at 30s, as it seems like it doesn't really want to break. But we're 50 cents in the money on this one. And then honestly, man, look at Netflix, absolutely falling. I mean, Brendan, we must have missed a downgrade or something on Netflix today. I feel like, I don't know, down 1.5% and still getting down to these levels here on Netflix. So I feel like we there has to be something here on Netflix today, down to $2.35. This is now a $4 winner here, and I'm looking to get it out though, to be honest with you, like $234.50, something like that, into yesterday's bottom. I feel like that could be something. So that's what I'm looking at right now, $234.50, maybe $235. We're just bouncing off a little bit. Maybe we get out if it takes $236 again or something, which it's going to do right now. So maybe that's not the right key. But yeah, right now, big move downside here for NFLX. $4 in the money. All right, let's go over to Brendan. It's crypto update time. Let's see how crypto's doing.
Nice bounce for equities, nice bounce for cryptocurrencies, guys. Bit of a more risk-on appetite coming through, as we said. Treasuries back to the downside today. Both the 10-year and the 2-year coming under pressure, and the U.S. dollar back to the downside. So we're back to 20,000 once again, and above even for Bitcoin right now, as some money being put back to work, possibly not only in equities, but yeah, I just pulled up Netflix to see what was going on there, but I'll show you. There's Bitcoin. This is 20,000 right about here. So we are flirting back above 20,000 once again after being well below it for the past 3 or 4 days. Shout out to Binance for the big board once again. Here we go, 3.5% now for Bitcoin, holding 20,100 currently. Ethereum 1,351, 2.3% back to the upside as well. On down the list, Ripple with a big move today, 5%, 6% down here for Matic back to the upside, 2% for Polkadot, and Shiba even back in positive territory. Guys, back over to you.
Back over to us, and the market continues to, battle at the highs, but the relatively weak names continue to flush down. Finally, Meta breaks that 140 for good. We'll see. But beneath that 139.80, that's where I was waiting for the short. It did make a couple of wick bottoms, so it had to make a fresh low, which it just did. So I grabbed the short just underneath that at 67s. I think it's headed down toward yesterday's close. That's 138, about 50 or so, if it can continue to the downside. It's been weak this entire time, and all I had was affirm shorts. So I wanted to add something. We were waiting for Meta to actually break to the downside. Somehow, Apple, CCL, and Google are still holding up for the long trades, but the market is rejecting 3,800. And that's the thing as a day trader, right? Like, if you're just holding this consolidation, entering long trades up here before you break out, I don't know. Like, most things aren't setting up for that, but entering into some shorts is giving you decent risk reward if you can spot relative weakness. So holding on to the longs that are working and looking for some shorts when the market's at a level like that, that's going to be my preferred go-to here. So I did just jump into that while holding on to the rest of the longs, which we've had all morning.
Oh, man. Yeah, so right now, Netflix is now $5.50 in the money and still going to the downside. We just wick bottom there. I'm going to get out if we take down $235. Like I said, it's just a big move to the downside. We just got that little wick. Oh, now it's filled the wick. So I don't know, maybe that's not the wick bottom. I was looking at this $235. Like, not that enough is enough. We could still continue to go to the downside here, but you are into a little bit of support, at least at $234 right now. So, if the market does continue to make the move to the upside, I'd hate to be holding the bag on this. So we're going to get out at $235 if it does break right now back up. So that'll be good for that. I'm going to cross up a little bit of pennies here, maybe 15 or so pennies, just to make sure we get that fill. But look what's happening now. Now you're down to 233 and change here. I don't know, man. I don't even know if I want to put this order in. It is still going to the downside. And just to give you an update, Brennan's still looking, man. I mean, there's nothing obvious about this play. That's the thing that I want to get at. Like, Netflix is absolutely collapsing right now. And hells to the yeah, man. This is a smoking trade. Down to 2. Okay, Netflix. I mean, something's happened here for sure. Coming back in, big movement here for Netflix. Down to the downside. It could just be that it was so strong the last couple days, but here it is, right back into the 20-minute period of this bottom right there, 233. So let's see what happens there. But Netflix right now throwing up all over itself. Yeah, down 2.2%, while the NASDAQ is still up 3%. So let's wait to see what happens here. We might have just touched that bottom, and now a quick little reversal for Netflix. So 233 and change. That's a big trade, man. $6 in the money. I'm going to sit there on the bid and just take this out. Like, I feel like this is just a strange one to me. What's up, Brandon?
Actually, at the end of last week, from the European Union, saying that they're going to favor local network and internet providers going forward, and having major tech from the U.S. to pay network charges to the government. Again, that was at the end of last week, but nothing significant here today, guys, as far as anything for Netflix specifically. There was more network news coming out of Europe as well, but I mean, it was deal making, nothing that would directly affect Netflix, more competition than anything, but I will keep looking, guys.
Right. Yeah, like I think I saw something very similar to what you're talking about with that potential deal thing, but either way, there is also the chance that when Netflix was relatively strong as the market was coming down, sometimes you have that reverse action, because that happened the other day, not to this extent. Like, it's a bit much to think that there isn't something a little bit more solid there. But Tesla, I've been very patient with Tesla because I want 256, but it just keeps on getting to this 254 and a half, like 255. Time and time again, like, it's now gone up there 3 or 4 times, and I'm waiting for $1 higher to try $1 to $1.50 higher to work into a short off of this, and as the market tries to get to this top. So if we don't break out here 3,800, I might try to jump into Tesla at these prices instead of waiting for the next dollar up. I feel like I've been pretty patient with it, but if you're too patient, you don't get the trade at all. I'm trying to get back into, whoops, I don't need 2 orders there on Meta, I just need 1. I'm trying to get back into Meta. It got right down into this low here. Testing that 139.25, and then right back up into this 140. So I'll get one reload. If the market takes I don't really want to have my stop on Meta is almost like it's that 3,800 on the ES more than anything else. Like, sure, it could get to like 140.25. I'd say to myself, okay, well, a breakdown, I should just get it out there. But if we're below 3,800, I'm probably just going to end up working back into this as well. A firm's kind of at those levels where it either takes out the low or it doesn't. And then some of the longs, we're just going to give them a chance to work. We've never even gotten VWAP on a dip in Apple. It just continues to hold a high. So that feels like it's going to be a relatively strong one. Alphabet as well. But CCL has finally given what I think is that it just won't consolidate. It just keeps on like bouncing off this 730. Next time I'm just going to sit down there and try to take the fill, because, you know, it's a $7 stock that has, you know, thick level 2s. I'm always expecting it to sit and go sideways a bit, and instead it just kind of wicks down, prints a few people on the bid, and then starts taking off without me. But I'm going to get on the bid just so I'm one of those people that pick it up on the next dip. About to get that 3,800 test. We'll see what happens here. But Meta short, at least we took some out. This one could turn into a short at the bottom, so I have to be careful. Whereas I'm a little more confident in the Affirm short, which is a series of lower highs, and that one's working down. 3,800, the big test. I'm going to hold on to my longs through that level instead of taking out in front of it, but it's Meta I have to be concerned about is the ES test 38.
Yeah, I like that Meta. I mean, I like whatever. Meta's down up 1%, but yeah, bouncing off that 139. All right, so we told you about it. We actually even tweeted it out, and there it is right now. We'll go WTF because, you know, no story on Netflix. It just went down $6. We'll wind up taking it out at that 235 break right there. So it flushed out, got down to 233.50 or so. We could have got out at 234. That might have been a little bit better, but we'll still take that out. 235 off of a 239.50. So $4.50 right there for Netflix on what, for me, was a decent trade right there. So I'm pretty happy with that one on Netflix. Another name that Like we had it written down on here, but I mean the levels were a lot lower. Look at Microsoft. At least we identified the right name there. I mean Microsoft from 244. Like you want to talk about an opportunity to have bought an amazing name, and we'll see it, if and when that bottom is there. But you could have bought Microsoft last week at 233. It's at 250 right now. So I mean that was probably a missed opportunity for many of us out there as it keeps on going. The name that I am very, very impressed with is Amazon today. Amazon's just ripped like uncontrollably here today. So if there is any sort of a level to look at, man, Amazon, I'm gonna have to find one, but that 120 just like came and went like crazy there this morning, and now you're testing highs again on Amazon. And honestly, in a 20 period, you're back in. Okay, so slow down. You're back into this level right here again of 123. So I feel like this could be something that is shorted, but just with the way this market's going, like Amazon up 6%, do you know how much market cap that is they just gained here today?
Massive.
It's massive.
Yeah.
So
massive.
Massive,
Gotta say it that
big
way.
one there today for Amazon. So I would like to get a little short if it comes back up into 123, but it's like, wow, I don't know if the market can hold this. This is a monster move. And look at that out on Netflix. That seems to have been a good one as you're right back up to 237. So we'll stay away from Netflix here. I got to cancel some of my offers up there. All is well, man. AMD is retracing back up. So again, we talked about that shelf being formed down there. That's why we have 1, 2, 3, 4, like 5 or 6 outs down there. We still are in a piece. It's just like, what do we want to short here? This is going to be a pick your poison type of thing. Rivian almost all the way back up as well. Yeah, this is a crazy one. Tesla back to 254.
Quadruple top.
All these names are right here, man. Wow, 255 maybe as a top for Tesla. I don't know, man. This name is super strong.
Well, the thing about it is, though, like if the market gets to a level like this, it's like, okay, well, we're making a bull flag. Rather break out from here and you take the top breaks, hold on to longs, or find some opportunities for some shorts. That's why, I mean, I'm looking to add a firm if we roll over again. I'm looking to see if we can. We're at VWAP on Meta, so it's going to put me to the test right here. And then Tesla's 4 times it's tested this high and won't get through it. So it might just give me that opportunity that I got to take. The risk to reward might be pretty tight here at 255. But sometimes that can be a good thing. It is already time for Sector Watch. This morning has absolutely flown through. Thank you guys for getting us to that 350,000 subs. But let's get it to Brendan for Sector Watch. No?
Yeah, I wanted to show you a very one-sided breakdown here as far as what is moving so far today. So this is the S&P 500. The sectors down here, all of them way into the green. We usually see this split about 50-50 or even less than that, but all the sectors today way into the green. There's 2 standing out here to the downside. Teleflex Incorporated, which is a telehealth company, I just found out. And then this one down here is Netflix, in fact. So 1, 2 in the red. Every single other stock on this board in positive territory. It is tech that's leading right now to the upside. Software names, in fact, within the tech sector among the strongest so far. Semiconductors, hardware equipment makers also to the upside. These are the airlines here. I wanted to mention transportation stocks, very strong. Showed you UAL out of the gate there. Wasn't a red candle to be found. 6% right now for UAL. 8.5% for Delta to the upside. So transportation stocks having a huge day. These are the cruise lines up here. So NCLH up almost 10%. RCL up 8% so far today. All the hotels, casinos here as well. So consumer discretionary names big time into the green. Banks as well. Every single stock in the financial sector in positive territory right now. We're pushing almost 3% for the S&P, guys. Back over to you.
We are, and we're at major resistance, which, I mean, I don't know how many times we're going to say it, but we're at major resistance. I can show you the NASDAQ at the highs, ES at that 38, and you're getting a consolidation up there. So, look, I just want exposure that if we break that high, your longs are going to continue to work. So hang on to some of them, maybe get some further breakouts if they can go. But it looks like I can't hold on to, and we just actually forget about it. I just actually got stopped out on one. That was going to be Meta. And then the consolidation, there's Tesla. Tesla's now breaking out at 255. So Tesla just broke 55. The only short that's going to still be on here is going to be a firm, which, I mean, it's a firm, but still. So Tesla 255 just got broken. I want to scalp it to 56 because I think 56 is a pretty big level. But obviously, some of those tops, they're just getting respected and then now taken out. I still have Alphabet. That's in the money. I still have Apple, still have CCL. But Tesla, wow. It just broke that 55. It might have just done a wick top in there. I'll zoom in. It's hard to see because I have some dark pool wicks here, so I know the scaling's pretty tight in there. But it just did a bit of a wick top through that 255 level. You want to give it a couple of shots here, a couple of beats, I should say, to see if it can hold these highs. If it does, I think it has room to that 56. Even Affirm just now. That was the last short that I had in. So we got 3 times into Affirm, and the third time was not a charm. That just broke out. I now have no more shorts as the market is trying to take out these highs. Strong day, obviously, in this market. At some point, like I've been sitting in these longs and looking for short opportunities off the top. But when you take out the top, there's only one thing left to do, and that's to try to find places to add to said long. I have scalped some of the Tesla trade out because it is an even dollar break, and 56 is resistance in my books.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So let's hold on. No. I'll talk. Call you after. What's the matter?
You got to do it, man. You got to do it.
He's right there. Okay. I just want to give obviously the market is blasting to the upside right now. So AMD is giving us another area here to short. I'm already short this name. I actually want to give it a go on Amazon, though, because Amazon's coming up to this 120. What did I say it was? 123. So, sorry, there's so many names today. Amazon, Tesla, AMD. Normally I'm hella long all this, but today, for some reason, I flipped over to the short. The only name that's burned us on the short, of course, Netflix was a monster. The only name that has burned us on the short has been Tesla. And yesterday, that short was cash money. All right, so we'll go short right here. We don't have a great price, but I'm trying to wait for 90s. We offered 90s, and the thing went down 10 cents. So we'll see if we can get, all right, there goes Amazon. Let's capture a little bit of profit down there. That's a good one. We'll just go fail because there goes Amazon. We just shorted that at 80, and now it's all the way back down to 60. So I'm going to take another piece out at 60 if we're able to. Take the 20 cents quickly, trying to scalp. Man, the shorts have not been right, but there it is, bang on that one. So we're pretty happy with that. We did short Tesla as well. Let's see if this one has some juice back to the downside. I am going to scalp some out. I'm sitting there. Yes, we just got a 93, so we will make a little bit of money back on the Tesla short. We talked about that 256 a couple times. Neil mentioned it as well. So let's play off that and see where we go. And by the way, Amazon just ripped. Like, this is why you get out, man. Like, we just got out at 65 and 60, and then it shorted us more. Man, this market is wild, boy, right now. Is that Brendo?
One that could be benefiting from this Poshmark deal that Neil was talking about, guys. Look at Coupang today. Just a monster straight to the upside in the same realm as Poshmark is CPNG. Nothing else on that, but big time breakout here for Coupang.
So we just had, look, we didn't break 3,800, by the way, on the ES. We never broke it, so we're not through the highs. I got out of all of that Tesla breakout, most of it in front of 56, but the rest at break even. I'm back. I said wait for a firm. The second leg would be at 21. That just touched 21s, so I'm back into that short off of the highs, however, and I'm going to. This is where I guess the rubber hits the road. Is that the word? Whatever you want to call it. But that was, as far as I'm concerned, a failed break into that 56 level. So this is where I want to dig into some Tesla. I'm even looking at Apple starting to pull back. This is Apple pulling back in here. I don't even want the reload in Apple. I'm going to get the break-even stop. That long has worked, but it has not been able to take out the top. I'm going to go break-even stop on Apple as I'm now looking at the shorts at these highs and going back over it, even like a CCL, which I'm sitting in. That's holding these highs. I took another leg out in front of 750. If it reverses too hard here, I'll just get it all out and not reload it. This has been working, but if we don't take the top right now and something's sitting at the high of the day, best to pay yourself on said long because this feels pretty top heavy up here. So I had to do a firm. Hopefully we can hold on to this. Jump back into Tesla. It was a wick top. And I talked about the wick bottom on Oxy. I didn't get back into it. This time, you're going to make a wick top. I want to hold on to this. We can get back to VWAP, I think. As long as we don't get above 3,800. We never took out that top on the futures, by the way.
Yeah, I'm going to put a bid at 253.50 for Tesla. We already $1 in the money, but I mean, we've been trying to trade this name all freaking day. And so let's now take advantage of it, that it is coming back down into the downside right now. $1 now in the money on Tesla. That's all good. Our Amazon trade is really banking as well, as it's not banking as much as the rest though. I mean, I feel like, you know what, now that I see this trade, so I just took another piece out at 74. We're only short here on Amazon at 89. So, you know, we'll take 15 cents. See how this is not falling right now? It seems like it wants to hang out a little bit on the upside right now for Amazon. So we are watching out for that 23 level. And I never even thought about that. I mean, that's true. If Poshmark and some of these other names are starting to catch bids now, you know, that should be good. I mean, if people are buying retail companies, there is something called Amazon here that is the biggest of them all. So that would make sense that they're up here, but we are at a key level. So we're just trying to watch out for that one. We did capture some profits, like I said here. Take it, boom, right there. So some nice outs here for Tesla. Let's see if we've now made the top. I mean, Tesla's super strong. Like, I just want to hold in case we come back in and test. We did make a new high there at 254.50 and then came back to the 50 period. So let's see if we can get at least a 254. If we can't do that, then yeah, the bounce is in right now on the market a little bit, right? So let's just respect the fact that the NASDAQ's up 3.5% today and just try to scalp out of some of these winners on the short side. Because look at that, man. Amazon right back. We're out of more than half of Amazon, but still right back upside again. Watching out for that 123 area, man. That's a slippery slope there. Amazon is real spicy today.
Yeah, that was one heck of it. The snapback on Apple just now, like it bounced off of 145.50, gets up to 146, so it's right back at that 46 level, and then slamming back down. That is a heck of a reversal just there. So it was a quick bounce up, and then they sold it off pretty heavily. That's not necessarily the strongest sign in the world there. So I'm already going to be getting out of this when we crack that 50 level. I think I got to think about the same thing on Google, which is not spelt with a C. As that starts to get this wick here, that's annoying. As it starts to get back into VWAP, I don't want to give this one all the way past that 101 mark. I'm going to throw my stop in, my trail there. I have added to, like I said, I got back into a couple of shorts on Tesla and on Affirm, which is trying to take out the highs. But hey, to those points, I mean, buy now, pay later is kind of in that retail space a little bit. This is squeezing to the upside. So I did wait for the highs, but then it took out a fresh high, which means I'm out of Affirm. I'm not going to fight this one. It is breaking out the top. Now 12% on Affirm. I didn't think it would get there, but here it is, Brendo.
Before we get to that, quickly, guys, a monster spike here in crude oil on huge volume after OPEC apparently is now to consider a 2 million barrel per day production cut. So huge spike right now for crude oil back to 87. Again, OPEC right now coming out saying they're considering a 2 million per day production cut to oil. So heads up on some of those oil stocks. Let's get into what's happening in currency land here. Big move down for the US dollar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll discount that one, but 4 out of 5 straight to the downside here for the DXY. That's helping all of these get back to the upside, including the equity markets as well, back to the upside. There's the euro flirting with parity once again, up 1.2% right now, back to 99.5 for the euro, 73.5 for the Canadian dollar, up 0.25%. The British pound as well, 114. This is a crazy looking chart as well. If you remember the flush down to all-time lows going back to a week ago, we're straight back to the upside ever since then. Japanese yen, Swiss franc back into the green. Australia standing out as relatively weak today, 0.2 to the downside. But on and on we go, guys, top to bottom. Strength outside of the US dollar, back downside, 4 out of 5 for the DXY. Back to you.
Yeah, dollar ripping up here, oil ripping up here, markets ripping up. I mean, all of this is great news for the bulls. So, yeah, by the way, Amazon, we just got another fill. There's not that much liquidity in this market, man. I mean, some of these levels are evaporating. So just be very, very careful with everything that you're doing out here right now as Tesla gets ready to take out the high again. So this will be, we won't wind up even losing on, well, we will wind up losing on the position, but it's not by a lot here as Tesla, well, here now it's coming back down. Let's take another scalp, man. If we could take, there we go.
It's not.
We'll just take 50
It won't
cents.
break 56. That's the thing. Well, It hasn't broken.
Yeah.
It hasn't broken 56. I shouldn't say it won't. You should never speak in certainties. I say that all the time, so I should probably be listening to myself there. But look, if it doesn't break, and this is the other side of the coin too. Like, let's remember, we are still in the same 15-point channel on the ES as we were like this entire time. The market is just jockeying for position in this 20-point range. The reason why you gotta have, I shouldn't say you gotta, the reason why you wanna have some exposure in either direction is because if we break down, we could drop 30 points. If we break out, we're gonna break the backs of some shorts and we're gonna go on a big run. But that was the level we waited all morning for, that 256, and we're here now on Tesla, so I gotta have the shorts. It does mean the longs that have worked all morning long are gonna have to come out. But I'm still sniffing VWAP on this name. Firm I had to give up on because that was just too strong. I didn't see a firm going 12% today without the market taking a fresh high. But yeah, this is where the rubber hits the road.
Yeah, I mean, Shopify's up, still ripping. Affirm. This is a Kathy Wood kind of day, I guess. Here, let me guess. Square is probably up like 45%.
PayPal. Oh my God.
Yeah, what's PayPal. Square up right now? Only 5%? There it is, 12%. Only. Yeah, so look at this name. I mean, some of these beatdown names, man, continue to go. This is a good time for me to check out my portfolio.
12%?
Today, 12% for Square, and still rocking to the upside with no stop in sight, to be honest with you. We're so light on this Rivian trade, but we are getting up to a point that I was thinking, 35, 50 or so was going to be a high here for Rivian, man. We're in the money $1 on the Tesla short. I think it might be time to put on some more Rivian right now as well. Amazon, we just were lucky enough to get a 50 print there, in the 55, sorry, which is right here. I like this name, but again, very, very extended today, up 6%. So I like it for the short is what I'm saying, but it's just ripping today. So we'll have to watch out for some of these names. Look, this is a huge day, man. This is a 5% move, right? Yesterday's 2.5 plus today's 3.5. Check that, 6% move there in 2 days on the NASDAQ. Like 6% on the NASDAQ, historically speaking, the S&P 500 has averaged 7% a year over the last 38 years. So, I mean, the fact that we're getting some of these moves, quite incredible. All right, AMD just ticked out to 69. So watch out here as this is really ripping now. AMD getting some heat behind it right now. We're short, but watch out, man. We will stop out if this name keeps going upside. That's 69.10 right there. Wow. AMD catching El Fuego right now, AMD.
There's so much at these highs, man. Coinbase is at that 73. It is hard. Like, this is the level I was waiting for, but I'm sitting in Tesla off the top. I just added to some Apple on the dip buy, if that makes any sense, because we're in this range. We're going to break one way or the other. So I want to make sure we're positioned for it. And this normally would just be an ad, but it's like if Tesla takes the high, do we just want to get stopped out? It took a firm. That stopped out in the short as well. I almost want to just allow this. If it sells off from here, comes down, try to join the party on Coinbase instead of trying to catch it on the way to the upside. Because I can't remember the last time we were sitting 5 minutes from sending you guys to the midday show, and the market is at a huge, huge decision point. Like, not a small one. Like, we're going to go one way or the other, probably like 1.5 points over lunchtime. At least that's what it feels like to me. Got to be poised with some things. At least Google's working in the money. I can hang on to that long. It's a ways away from stopping me out. Tesla, we certainly have the decision point here. No question about that 56 level. And I just showed you Coinbase, but you could pull up Square, like Sean just mentioned, PayPal, Roblox as well. I mean, Roblox is right back up at that 39 high. This is setting up for a short off the high of the day as well. It's just, you know what, this one I almost got to take. Like, that 39 is a good level on Roblox. I like this one actually more than Coinbase. Now that I look at it, it's about 30 cents worth of risk. You're supposed to take your good setups. Whether they win or not is secondary. If it sets up, you're supposed to be in it. And I want this 39 on Roblox.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the same way. That's why I keep doing what I'm doing right now. I mean, everything are at key levels, but like, honestly, 3.4% now up for the NASDAQ. So yeah, I am sweating a little bit here. Now, my hand's still cold, I want to say thanks to Sharif.
It warmed up a little bit. I took the sweater off.
Yeah, for throwing down the tea again. Thanks for that. Nice and warm, but I mean, what the hell am I going to do now with this market? So AMD, again, like, look at this aggressive move. Like, the futures, they're near the top of the day, but that was like a rocket right up there for AMD. So it's a good thing we were able to get some out. But now, of course, we're stuck in this last short, which is a short of 69. So, we're out of the money, honestly, here, 10 cents. not the end of the world. We can afford to get hit. If it takes out the high, which it's doing as we speak, we will get out of this name. But yeah, wow, AMD really aggressive top side now. Tesla as well, trying to come back in. We did get some out here on Tesla against that 256. So we're still holding it. Again, like Neil said, there's a big move coming, and it's not rocket science to say that.
No,
the big move is already here, first of all. But when you get moves like this, like even just a pullback of 0.5% could send a lot of these stocks reeling. So there we go. We pick out some more on AMD. Oh, no, we didn't. I canceled that bid. What am I doing? I meant to get some out there if it came back in a little bit to sort of relieve some pressure. I thought we did. We didn't. So that's a mistake there on AMD. Getting some out around 69 seems like the right call here. There it is. We'll get some 05s. Tesla too, man. Like back down to 254. I'm going to stick an order right there in case we do get a swoosh moment here for Tesla.
Yeah, and with 2 minutes to go here, guys, I'm on the bid right here at 1-to-1 for Roblox to get the first leg out as it tries to pull back into VWAP. So sometimes it's more about going back. And it's just like I say, it's at 10 o'clock. You're supposed to go back and look at your levels. But hey, man, sometimes at 11 o'clock you can go back, see the prices you missed out on, and then you get a second swing at it. So I am in Roblox. I didn't get the short off that 39 high the first time through. I got it now. A few things that we haven't had to worry about. And I keep trying to clean up this wick on Alphabet, but it's still maintaining its breakout. It just can't get through 102. So it's never really gone more than like 70 cents in the money or so, which is okay. But if the market breaks higher, which it's about to challenge 3,800, the market breaks out here, I like this to continue going. I like Apple, which we just reloaded along and took some out on. I like this to continue to run, which we're long. I like CCL to be able to continue to go to that upside, even though I've taken some out in front of 750. CCL is now north of 750 and aiming for that 765 level, which has been our out for all of it the entire time. I'm going to get my offer in front of 65s on CCL. But some of the longs have been like, get in and just hold it. But this market, we're at 37.99. This is pretty much it at 10:59.
Yeah, we'll get out of AMD then on that high break. So yeah, no good for AMD the last little bit. It did pull back, like you saw me getting out a little bit there on that. As the futures are right now at that 37. Well, actually, hold on a second. Didn't we just break it? Hold on a second. ES. We'll just check it right there. 30.
We're here.
Yeah. I mean, Neil just said we're right here, so yeah, we are. I thought we sort of broke it there, but we didn't. All right. So AMD falling back in a little bit there. What a surprise on that one. Oh, shoot, AMD, really? Now you fall back in after we get out. That's okay. It's really in the same spot that we were in this whole time. I'm going to give this up to that 69.30 level. So we'll get a piece now, but we're going to get more just because maybe we do bounce quite nicely off of that level. So let's wait to see if that does happen. We're going to take down 69. I mean, it's going to go back up right now. 69.26 or so. There's really no point in fighting some of this move, but we still continue to do it for some reason. So let's wait to see here if it does continue its move back up to the upside. There's the average in on Amazon. Amazon's rate at 123. We'll give this a little bit of runway through 123 now on Amazon, but there's the average price, man. I can't get any better, right? This is 120.
There it is.
Yeah, there it is. Now we're taking it out. The price here for Amazon, of course, is 123. So I'm not going to complain. This is a decent price that we have right now for Amazon.
Yeah, and we're now starting to roll back over a little bit here. I mean, the CCL just took out 750 to the downside. Tesla's starting to come back in. We just got to 37.99, and I didn't see how many ticks because it's like the old quarters on the futures. I didn't see which tick it went to, but we pulled back a couple of handles. And some of these names, this is why you wanted exposure to the short off the top, because some of these names, when the futures hit that level and pull back one handle, these just all had big red candles, as you have the big boys, well, not the big boys, but you have a lot of people taking profit from these early longs. It's like, I don't want to come all the way to VWAP. I just got a leg out on Tesla there. I still think we can see 53, maybe even 52 at VWAP. So I want to keep a couple of arrows in the quiver there. Roblox was the other short that we worked as well. That's starting to come back into VWAP. I got another bid in front of 38. And, of course, it does mean some of the longs are going to pull back inevitably. The only one that's really – it's Apple that's closest to my entry price, but Google's solidly in the money, so CCL, so I can hang on to those. But this is why you wanted those shorts at that 3,800 level. It is 11 o'clock. I know we're in overtime, but we wanted to make sure we showed you some of this. Let's go right on over to Trader Prad and Sharif. Nice sweater. Is that a sweater? Yeah.
What is up, guys? What a day on the market. Super bizarre. I'm kind of annoyed. I don't want the market to go up. I want a dollar cost average down and everything. So anytime, I was just talking to Pratt about this, anytime the market goes up, I'm a little grumpy. But hey, that's good for the market and good for the longs. A lot of traders today are positive on the floor. Awesome day, Pratt.
And you guys call me a bear trader. Look, I'm actually having fun with the market going up. As long as I'm making money, I'm having fun no matter what. So that's my point coming back to it. There's nothing called a bear trader or a bullish trader.
Hey.
It's the point of looking for opportunities, which this market has many of it on the day. And yeah, someone in the chat said Prad's grooving. That's because my boy Sharif over here got me hyped up, singing all I do is win, 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 no matter what. So I'm hyped up, baby. Markets are giving us beautiful opportunities. We're going to cover most of them for you. And if there's any opportunity that we missed out and you want us to take a look at, feel free to throw it in the chat. I'm going to start off with a couple of my losing positions, which were not actually, supposed to be a loser, but this is the way I managed it. Sharif had a good point. It's a long on Shopify. I took the long on Shopify just under $30. We were at VWAP. Shopify was in a good range after the split, so I figured, hey, you know what? Let's get into the trade and see where this one goes. I got a good 30-40 cent scalp out of it, got stopped out at break even. Sucks to be me because I think I should have had the stop a little bit better. Like Sharif was talking to me about it earlier. Didn't get the full move on Shopify. It is down, but literally what I'm down on Shopify doesn't even matter. You can see what I'm down on Shopify. It doesn't even matter. Another trade that worked out the same way almost is going to be DocuSign. So DocuSign, I got long over here on the high day breakout. Didn't work. I added on the low of the range, and then my stop was at the bottom of that range. Never came into play. Scalp the exits. Add back into my position. Sadly, I do get stopped out on the second round go over here. We miss out on the move again on DocuSign, but thankfully we did not miss out the move on Rivian, baby. I want to talk about Rivian for a quick second, though. I feel like Rivian gamed the market.
Yeah.
Every single EV stock out there announced their deliveries yesterday, but one company did it. It's going to be Rivian. The markets were doing good, but all EV stocks, because of Tesla, were getting damaged a little bit onto them. So I think Rivian held back on announcing their numbers, and they announced their numbers today once the market came out Metro booming to the north side. So look at Rivian to the upside today, 10%. What were you showing me, sir?
430.
Yesterday, 4:30 is when the numbers came out. Yeah, so last night, numbers came out, and they just waited. They waited patiently in order to do that. Just recently, I got stopped out on my Netflix short, which was a 70-cent winner. It popped back to VWAP, stopped me out again, but I'll be looking to try to get back in here as we are around the same areas.
Yeah, I just want to add what Pratt was saying on Netflix. I really like this potential short here. A big move down. Do we have information on the move down yet or no?
Apparently, there's some sort of a merger that was allowed for competitors on Netflix or something.
I don't really know about that.
Yeah, I don't really know about the story too much, but that's something like those words.
In any event, what I do like about this, you had aggressive move down here to 233, bounced back up to 238, but it is bouncing off VWAP. So unless we get a decisive break and a move back up, maybe breaking through that 240, 75 level. I think this might be a nice little short going into the slower part of the day where volume drops off a bit, especially if we can get some correspondence with the overall market. If the ES can start trending down, yeah, you might see a more aggressive move back down on Netflix. So I'm looking to monitor that. I don't really have a level at which I'm ready to punch in short here. Like theoretically, I could punch in right now because we are basically like a couple of pennies off VWAP. VWAP on my chart is at 238.69. We're 238.22, so not that far away. And then basically have anything, maybe a stop above anything above 239 if you get a decisive break of VWAP. That could be something that you may be interested in doing. The other side of that coin is that it's already made its move. The move was quite aggressive, 245.80 we have at the top here, and then 233.25 to the low side. So has it made its move? Is this a good idea? Am I taking like the A+ setup here? It's kind of hard to know. I don't have enough experience trading these big caps in order to make that decision, to be honest with you. But what I do have experience trading are the small cap crappers that I love, and I've got a couple to tell you about. SNTI showing up as the #1 stock on my scanner anyway. Up 47, almost 48% on the day. I sat down here beside Pratt. He was feeling himself. He was good. So I'm like, yo, let me punch in, man. This guy's, he's flying high. Why can't I fly high? Got in at that 374 area, scalped a little bit out at that 380, scalped another piece out at that 385. So positive on SNTI. Also sat down, saw AERC was moving. It was making a bit of a move here. It was a bit extended, so I was quick to punch out of this one. Got long at 464, got out here at 473, and then it moved back down, so I got out the rest here for a 2-penny winner at 466. So a couple of winners, not big by any means, on the small cappers. I also see in small cap world a couple of other ones I haven't traded quite yet. And that other one is IMVT. IMVT making an interesting move up almost 24% on the day, 23.5%. A big boy move off the bell. Hasn't really looked back. Consolidating now, but consolidating above VWAP. That's what we're looking for. We want it to hold VWAP so we can continue to make new highs. 844 is a high of day on IMVT. I'm looking for maybe perhaps a dip trade off VWAP at that $7.98 level, Brad.
Yeah, I got stopped out trying to half that Netflix short a couple times here, so I'm most likely just gonna leave it alone and see what happens. Obviously, you guys know what's going on with Poshmark today. Poshmark getting bought out for $17 and I believe 90 cents by some South Korean company. I can't remember the name exactly. It starts with an N. Either way, Poshmark is just gonna be a buyout trade for me, just trying to get in and out as many times as I can, and pretty much flat on the day on that position. So not much really happening, even though I'm taking a bunch of fills across the board on this stock. But Netflix, man, stop me out and starts to nosedive again to the south side, which is not going to be something I'm going to be happy watching. Hopefully, I don't FOMO or break my rules over here. I have an order where I want to be short. I think I'm going to wait for that order. If it doesn't fill me, that's fine. I don't want to chase the stock and lose more on the stock. Netflix now turning negative for me on the day, which was actually the number 3 or 4 best stock for me. I want to show you Apple trades today. Apple trades were one of my best trades on the day too. I had that long on the break of 145.50, covered around 146. Then I flipped short around 146.20s, and I covered around 144.50. But here's Apple now pushing to the south side, just slightly under VWAP. Let's see if Apple can hold up around these levels, or maybe even pull back to 145. As Sharif was saying, though, yeah, I wanted to dollar cost average into Apple into my long-term account, but it sucks that we can't right now. But I still do believe that this market is gearing up for a move to 4K. I mean, I talked about it a couple of days ago. Watch this market bounce from 3,600 and start having some green days. I'm expecting all of this week to be straight up green all the way up to 4K. We're already at 3,800 from 3,600. So monster move on the S&P 500 futures. Once we get to 4K, I think we're going to see some more rejection. Sharif also had a good point in the while he was getting ready to talk about the show, which is, how did the market variables change? Nothing really changed in the market, yet here we are up 3% on the NASDAQ, up 3% on the S&P 500. So what is warranting this move in the market? How is everything so bullish all of a sudden? And my opinion is it's just the market moves, you know, the way the market moves, up and down and up and down. It's never one straight direction. Yeah. We hit a good little support area of 3,600, which was the high of September 2000s. So bouncing off the 2000 high in September is what the market's doing. I think we're going to reject that, then pull back to a little bit lower, and then reject again and pull back a little bit lower, and then eventually sideways trade around 3K, and then start the ascension towards the all-time highs sometime in 2 years.
I like it, Bradley. I'm short. Sorry, Netflix. 238.12, already scalped out a piece here at 237.89. So good short so far on Netflix. And my out on this one, guys, is going to be 239.01. The reason I'm not keeping it right at VWAP at that 238.69, 238.70. What? Oh, that was a D print. Oh my God. Did you see that?
No, no.
Okay. Sorry, kind of took me off guard there. A D print went all the way down to 223, so I thought that was an actual move. Yeah, no, I'm looking here to scalp like little by little on this one. The reason I didn't take out everything or have my stop right above VWAP is because this one's a little volatile. I want to give it some room. We are close to that whole dollar level, so I figured, you know, I'll just give it to 239 rather than 238.60, 238.70, what have you. So I'm holding that one. Let's see how this one does. Already positive on it and scalped some out already. SNTI made an aggressive move down here off the high of day. Now recall, these ones typically do this. Now they're going to make high of days and then they're going to sell right back off. I'm going to keep mentioning that. I'm going to keep saying it every time because it helps me and it'll help the people in the chat, because this is something I'm constantly observing on these small cappers. High of day breaks, makes new high, then whoop, right back down again. Now, usually we can catch them on some levels. On SNTI, I'm seeing the 20 period here on the EMA is being respected quite nicely. Have a look. Like, you know, there are periods here where it dipped a little slightly bit below it, but for the most part, like, look at these areas here around 1030. All of these touches right off the 20 period moving average. Again, at 1050 here, going to the 11 o'clock hour, touches off the 20 period, then move back up. So if you're looking for a dip trade off this one to the long side, the 20 period, to me, seems like the right spot, to be honest. But as I say that, Netflix makes a move back up. Now approaching VWAP, is this the time to add to my position,
Yes.
or is time to get out? I'm looking here, I'm not seeing a whole lot of volume coming in. There's still a declining amount of volume on Netflix. If you look at it from you know, the 1030 period, we're still in declining volume. So to me, that signal, stay in the short. I'm not going to get out of the short. I'm not going to add to it either, because that's just going to add to my risk. I'm going to keep it the way it is and trade it down, to be honest with you. As I'm saying, Sharif, check ATXI drop. Yes, I will in 1 sec, but I just want to address a super chat that we just got from Dominic Famularo. Sorry, I hope I didn't butcher your name there. He says BTB is a beast. 122 million traded up 240%. What's BTB? Is that a stock?
Probably
BTB.
another, it's Bit Brother.
Oh, Bit Brothers,
I think
I
it's
see that.
Bitcoin stock.
Okay,
because
so it's like a
Coinbase
penny
is up.
stock. It's a 36-cent stock. So shout out, Dominic, thank you for the $5 super chat. I don't trade stocks less than $1. That's just a personal decision, to be honest with you, so I won't be able to analyze this. And the reason I don't like it is because of the 4 decimal points. It moves up incrementally at smaller levels, so you got to size up super heavy in order to make any realistic money on this one. So I don't have anything to add to BTB because that's not my strength at Pred.
Right on, yeah, same here. Same kind of logic when it comes to BTB or any penny stock. So yeah, good luck on that trade. Maybe I can show you quick little charts and what the levels look like. It's 200% up today. Absolutely launching, holding VWAP a little bit for the most part, and not really getting under VWAP. Even in pre-market, it would dip under VWAP slightly, but jump right back above VWAP. So it looks like not a real scare. If you're long on this trade, and if you're short, you might want to time your shorts perfectly. There's a little bit of a resistance over here on the daily chart that you can see. The stock is already playing out as a barrier for it. So right around here, around 42 pennies or so, and we popped up to 44 pennies today. Wow, Netflix is really going against me at the moment, and I have to go manage this trade.
Yeah, likewise. I just got stopped out of Netflix. So a piece was profitable, but I would say about 80% of this trade is not profitable. Now am I completely out? What's going on here? 1 second, let me just see what the situation is. Oh, great. Okay, so it looks like I added to my position rather than getting out.
Yeah.
So that was a fat finger mistake for me. So I'm looking for a move down here in order to get out. It is going against me, to be honest with you, as the market, I think, is trending up. So I'm going to give this one a second. I'm going to see if it can come back right back into that 238.60 area. Where did I get long here? It's hard to, or get short, 239.20. So I'm going to look for a quick dip down to get out of this one. Otherwise, I'm going to give it to around 40. If 40 breaks, I'm going to be out of this one, Prad. That was a mistake on my part. I put the stop as a sell rather than as a buy. So I got to get out of this one as it makes its move up. So big loss for me there on Netflix, and that's why I don't like to trade these ones, to be honest with you. I'm not really good at it. And let's stick to what we're good at. ATXI made a really aggressive move down. Look at that, from 14.67 now all the way down to 13.36. That's a really big rejection on ATXI. I'm not trading ATXI today because it is below VWAP at the moment, despite the fact that it's up over 16% on the day. It's got to be above VWAP for me to want to engage in this one. But let's see what else is going on. I had another one, AERC. Yes, AERC not doing much. IMVT is the one that I want to look at the moment. There we go. So IMVT curling back up here. I think we have a high of day at $8.44, currently trading at $8.38. Let's bring in this chart here to have a look at the daily levels on IMVT. Okay, so looks like we have, basically we're at recent highs here on IMVT. The only level that I can glean of importance is this level here, which was on, wow, going back to November 21st. That is time. No, what is that? Hold on, what is this weirdness?
What are you looking at?
So this is February, and then this is November. Did this stock get like delisted or something, or did it get stopped trading? Like, look at this, 4/22/02, and then when I move over here, 11/1/21.
Yeah, it could be.
Okay,
it
so I'm
could
not
have gone
really too
private
sure.
and then came back, maybe.
I have no idea, but the level on this the high on this November level here is $8.45. Looks like we've broken that. So the next more important level, let's zoom out here. Looks like we got a high of 954. So that's what I'm going to be looking at here. That's I'll say the 950 level. 950 level on IMVT, so that's where I'll see as a possible area of resistance. But so far, so good. I think that we're holding VWAP on IMVT. Let me just zoom out. Yeah, there we go. Curling back up here. There comes the volume on IMVT. I missed that when I was doing my analysis. Sucks for me. Let's see if we can. I don't even want to punch in here. This is too high of day. Oh boy. Are we gonna break? Are we gonna test that $9 level? What I'll do is I'll take a small amount of shares. That way, if it goes against me, I'm not too much out of the money. Let's see if I'm going to get filled. Yes, I got filled. Let's see what happens with this one. Trading, what's the spread? Oh, it's a penny. It's a couple of pennies. It's not too bad. I'm long 888. That's good for all my Asian friends who love number 8, right? 3 8s. That's going to be good. I know Asians love 8. 8 is a lucky number for Asians. 4 is bad luck.
Bruce Wayne says yes, so I agree.
Yeah. His name is Wayne the Brain, bro.
That's Bruce Wayne.
All right, so I'm going to try scalping out some here near 9. I'm going to put my profit taker at $8.91, Brad.
Yes, sir.
99 cents.
I'm looking at RCL, and Netflix is at 240 at the moment. If you want to get back in that trade by any chance, it's exactly at 240 and trying to get above 240 for anyone who is watching that trade. I'm just going to throw a stop out real quick because I don't want to hold this stock much higher than 240. All right, RCL, baby. RCL, if you guys remember a couple days ago at that $40 level when CCL destroyed itself to the downside, RCL would struggle at the $40 level. But today we're way past that $40 area. We're actually going towards 42, which is the high from 2 days ago, from the Friday's high on RCL, which was right here, bang. You see that 41.94 area, so we're pushing pretty close to it. I'm already short. I'm 25 cents out of the money on this position. Gonna give it that risk up to 42 and above 42 to see what happens on this trade. Would maybe even add on this position if I can see 42 break and show me some weakness on the backside of 42. But at the moment, heading back to Netflix, Netflix really struggling to even print 240. Looks like we have an iceberg over there. Lots of 100-share prints on 240, but the book on 240 is always at 2, 3, or 4 lots. So that looks like an iceberg seller to me. So if that iceberg seller is big enough and prominent enough, then we could maybe expect Netflix to start nosediving back to the south side. It did have a big nosedive to start off the day, but then it got right back up to the 100-period EMA on the 5-minute chart. There we go, 240 finally breaking, stopping me out on that trade. I think I'm just going to stop bothering with Netflix. Now Netflix is my worst stock of the day and turned my day into negative. So sometimes, you try these shots. I tried them a little bit too early, and now I'm paying the price for it. But thankfully, we have other positions on board. Hopefully, we can use those to turn this day around again.
Yeah, Netflix, definitely a tough one. IMVT, I got long there at the 88s, like I said, got out at 99. So profitable trade on IMVT. But I'm being told Aunt Kathy is now live on CNBS. So that gives me an opportunity to speak about something that I want to speak about, which was that ARK Funds yesterday picked up 130,000 shares of Tesla when it dipped. So Aunt Kathy dipped into the pocketbook and went shopping yesterday, and went shopping aggressively on Tesla. We all know she's an Elon Musk and she's a Tesla bull. So if you're following Aunt Kathy, and Kathy went shopping yesterday, and Tesla was what she picked up. So interesting point on that.
Nice.
IMVT now still flirting with that $9 level. Rejected off 9. Not surprised there. This one, you know, it's going to reject off the whole dollar levels, especially if it's a whole dollar and a new high, to be honest. So IMVT doing its thing. Let's flip back to Netflix. No, I don't want to look at Netflix. Netflix is in my you-know-what category right now. AERC just made a major pullback there near VWAP at that $4.44. This might be an area to initiate a long, and where I'll keep my out will be below VWAP. So we're going to take a baby long on this one. Let's go ahead and punch in at 46s, so we're long there. And then we're going to set up our stop on this one below $4.35. I'll probably do it at 4.33 or so. Let's send it up to Brendo with the big desk for social sentiment.
A nice green board to show you once again this morning, guys. There are a few in the red, however, as far as social sentiment is concerned. Strange pattern on this board as well for some reason. That's kind of diagonal here. But there's that FNGR jumping off the board, an absolute collapse for that one this morning. If you're with us in the pre-market, I mentioned kind of setting up for the first red day type of idea. And sure enough, what a trade that was for FNGR. APRN as well downside. This GTII, little pink sheet stock popping up. Tesla's here, AVCT back green once again. If you remember in the pre-market, I pointed out that not only was it red, but it was very small, so popping back up to the upside for AVCT. The market, the big story though, obviously 3% kind of a day here so far, 4 stocks right across the board. Ton of little ones on this side as well. AMD, NIO, SOFI, been a while since we've seen that there. NVIDIA and Ford on the deliveries numbers this morning. NVIDIA, it's been a while since I've seen that on here. Hey, there's Alibaba, bottom corner as well, also green. So strength across the board, guys, being mentioned on social media. Back to you.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Yeah, got into AERC, like I said, long at 446, put my stop at that 434. I'm looking for a bounce near, you know, that $4.60 area. If we can break this declining red candle here that shot down, looking for that. Otherwise, I'm going to play this one super tight. This one's held VWAP since basically 9:30 in the morning. So it's been above VWAP for the better part of 2 hours. If it breaks VWAP, I want nothing to do with it for the moment until reclaims it. You know, you don't really get these opportunities too much. A stock that's up almost 40% on the day and was decidedly above VWAP, like, you know, 40, 50 pennies on a $4 stock above VWAP, and then you get the retracement into VWAP. So take that chance when you have it, and then give yourself the right risk management, you know, by having your stop, like whatever. It depends on how much shares and what your risk tolerance is, but I'm going to give it 10 pennies, a little bit more than 10 pennies, 12 pennies, in order to make maybe about 30. So, you know, good R&R there, risk reward ratio, but geez, I'm still annoyed by this Netflix trade.
Wow, RCL did it picture perfect. Went up to 41.94 and then started rejecting, which was the exact same high I was talking about on the 30th of September. So the Friday high coming into play for RCL, and now we're getting ready to most likely push back to the south side. Not even most likely. I mean, it did already push to the downside off of that 41.94 area. Sorry, there we go. But now we're absolutely flat on our position on RCL. I also took a small position on the futures here, a short off of 3,800. If 3,800 breaks and runs past that, then obviously we don't want to be involved in it. Just want to see if you know, the futures have been struggling to really rip past 3,800 all day. I want to see if we can get a quick little short scalp off of it, maybe a drop to VWAP. The market's already up 3% on the day. How much more can we really expect from the market, especially from the market that's in a bear territories, right? The market has been getting destroyed for quite a while now. I think the statistics are that we have 3 red quarters in a row. This is the first time it's happened since 2009, I believe. Damn. That's also a statistic. If I'm wrong, please correct me in the chat. But 3 red quarters in a row, and Sharif keeps on saying the market has no business being here, and I agree with him. I do agree with him. The market has no business. So let's see if we can get into a little short over here off of those 3,800 areas.
Yeah. Look at this, guys. IMVT now starting to create a little bit of a pennant, looks like, below that $9 area. I wonder if this is going to be like a flat top breakout through that 9, or we're going to get an aggressive retracement, maybe back into that 840, 850 area. There's a definite level of support here that you can glean off the chart at that 845. So you can say 850 or so. Give it a few pennies below. And then there's a second support area here at that the low 830s. So a couple of support areas to look for if this one dips down and you're looking for a dip trade. Otherwise, maybe look for a quick flat top breakout on this through 9, and it has to hold and reclaim 9. It can't just be like a quick pop up above 9 and then right back down. And make sure to be fast on the gun on this one, right? Because this one breaks above 9, it may go to 920 real quick and then retrace back down to 909. So make sure you're ready. You've got your orders in, or you've got your hotkey set up on this one, because I have a feeling this one's going to be a fast mover. Look at the volume that came in on IMVT here. What was it? Fahad, can you just maximize my screen on this one so they can see the volume on the bottom, because I think the thing is blocking it here. There we go. So look at this, guys, here. Look at the amount of volume that came in on that move up. Even the red candles are pretty high on this one. Look at how much we had here at the open, and then you had the dead period from around 10 to around 11:15, and then the 11:15 area, you had a shooting up of volume. That's where I got in. That's where I scalped. So IMVT definitely on my radar right now, guys, but AERC doing diddly.
Yeah, markets trying to stay above or trying to break above 3,800. Someone mentioned the tick filter. So yeah, I actually do use the tick filter, and I'm watching it. It's pretty surprising, the fact that we have not been close to zero on the tick filter for almost 10, 20 minutes now. So this was the last time we were below zero. Below zero means the stocks in the market are ticking to the downside, and above zero means the stocks in the market are ticking to the upside. And look at where we are. We're at 309, almost 800 on the tick filter. Tickers are trying to continuously tick higher to the north side, and the market's screaming the same direction. The S&P 500 absolutely glued to 3,800, and the NASDAQ market still at the high day ranges, not really doing anything, but stay glued to these high day ranges on the NASDAQ too, up 3.27%. UVXY down 5% on the day. Always good to look at the market variables in order to see if you are in the right direction or the wrong direction of the market. At the moment, even though I'm short, which is on the wrong direction of the market, we're trying to see if we're short in the right areas, which is the tie of the day. The markets are up quite big, and we're just got to be patient to see what happens. RCL trying to go back towards the north side. Now we're once again 24 cents out of the money, but as long as the 42 area doesn't break, I think I'm going to try and hold this trade a little bit longer. And Poshmark, I don't think I can really tell you what's even going on, because you guys won't be able to take advantage of this trade. Just get in and out every penny. That's pretty much all I'm doing.
Nice, good trade there.
Yeah.
Yeah, super interesting. Guys, by the way, I mean, sometimes I don't see when you tag me in the chat. So please, if you want me to analyze this stock, actually tag me. So it's at Sharif, CHERIF, and that way it'll show up red on my chat. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to like really know that you guys are talking to me unless I read the chat line by line, which is hard to do when you're also trading at the same time. So if you want me to analyze something, make sure to tag me properly so it shows up red. IMVT moving back into that area of support that we talked about. So a possible dip trade here would be that 844, 850 level. Looks like we're getting pretty close. We're at 860, 859. We're trading in between that range. So I'm looking for a possible dip trade here on IMVT. I almost FOMO'd right on this candle here about 3 minutes ago when we actually touched 9. Yeah, we touched 9. We didn't break it, but it looked tempting to me, like perhaps it was going to be a pennant and then we were going to get a continuation up through 9. But I'm not surprised to see this one kind of reject off 9. 9 is a major level on this one. Let's see what we're going to do here. We're now in the mid 50s. We've got support in the mid 40s. Do we wait or do we punch in long here? I'm going to take it off 51 and I'm going to give it to 39 because that way, I can get a better entry. I'm going to take it with smaller size though because this is a bit of a risky trade for me. Let's go ahead and punch in. Did we get a fill? No, not yet. Let's see what happens if we get a fill here. Yeah, now we're long. We're long at IMVT. We're long at 58. So break even for now. My out on this one is going to be the break of 33. And the reason I use that level is because there's a clear area of support right here. Just dipped down, then got right back up to my No, I'm a couple of pennies out of the money. So this one being a little tricky, but I'm not going to change my plan. My plan is to hold this one into 9, and my out is definitely going to be at $8.33. Let's go ahead and put that now. $8.33. $8.30. We'll give this one 3 pennies of room. No, we'll give it 4 because this one's a bit of a fast mover. So my stop's in, and let's see what happens with this one. I've got a good feeling that we may see some upward momentum back on this one, Prad. Before I send it back to Prad, just someone asked me something. Trader Max says day trade at Day Trade Hub. At Sharif Global, what's Day Trade Hub? Do you know what that is?
Sorry, no. What is that?
Trader Mac, he added me, and he's like, at Day Trade Hub?
Probably another day trader in the chat.
Hub? What is
Probably
this?
another day trader
Okay,
in
well,
the chat.
not really sure what that means, Mac, but yeah, go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, we're looking at XLF up 3.5% on the day. People in the chat were talking about how the financial sectors have just been nonstop making a new high a day. So I wanted to take a look at the XLF, which is the ETF directly holding the financial ETFs, the financial stocks such as your JP Morgans, your Goldman Sachs, and Wells Fargo, and so on. So XLF, here we are, 3.5% up with 17 million shares traded. I would love to go take a look at what GS.NY is doing today, as the S&P 500 market just now slightly got above 3,800, but then instantly got back under 3,800. 3,800 is a real barrier for the S&P 500 futures today. But coming back to Goldman Sachs, yeah, look at how it's trying to constantly keep on making a high a day and not really go to the downside. I'm expecting your other banks are trying to do the same, Wells Fargo and so on. Finally, the idea of using banks as inflation maybe coming into play, and even people on the Twitter spheres and everywhere across the places that I look for information. Oh, there goes futures launching to the upside, and my stop didn't go off. Awesome, my stop didn't
And right
even
back
trigger.
down.
Right
What was
back
that?
down. Wow.
Yeah, that's some.
I think that's the short now.
You think so? Yeah, that's a topping
That's the
tilt
short now.
candle.
That's
that
a
looks
top tilt candle.
ugly. Hey, whatever. I'm good with the short. Bring on the short. I guess Brendo's waiting at the big desk with the euro close.
Hey guys, yeah, let's wrap up a huge day for European markets here. We mentioned yesterday we didn't really see the participation that we saw in North America at the end of the European session, but not the case today. Wow, what a move back to the upside here ahead of the next reading on inflation over in the European landscape coming up later today. But monster session here as we get the final prints coming through currently. But 2.5% right now for England, Germany up 3.5%. A full 4% there for the market in France. 3.2 for Italy, 3% goes on and on and on. 2.5 for Swiss, Turkey up 1.8 only. But big day for North America, big day for European markets as well, guys. Back to you.
Oh my.
That scared me, I'm not going to lie. I was not expecting that, Bradley. What's up?
You see the market. The market just
I
narrowly
love
nosedive.
it. Bring on the red.
Oh, wow, man, that was scary for a second. I wasn't even paying attention to it, and it's now in the money, and now I don't know what to do with it. Let's go, market, come back down. So whatever I lost on the futures there, I'm about to make it back and some. So I want to cover here. That's the right thing to do. We're going to hold the rest of the few shares that we have left to see how much bigger of a move can we get on the futures here. I've been trying to short that 3,800 for like the past 10 minutes in front of you, and that pop took me out. But as Sharif and I noticed, if that pop happened and we didn't continue off that pop and we instantly come back below 3,800, that's going to make me want to jump right back into the trade. Because as Sharif said it, and also I heard Luca mention it from the back, that's a high day clear out. Clear out the stops from the high day and then pull back.
Gotta love these
Break
guys,
those stops
man.
on the high day, then pull back, and that's exactly what the market makers looks like they did. But it's still holding up in the ranges, though. Don't ignore the market variables, and don't start honing in on the variables that you want to listen into, right? That's called selective listening, selective reading and whatnot. So don't be that person. Still look at the variables that the market's giving you. We didn't really drop too much, man. We're still above 37.90, and I think we're still going to be above 37.85. This is the same setup we're watching from yesterday. So let's see the yesterday's chart where the market just starts consolidating around these ranges and then breaks out for a new high. So be very careful. Just because that drop came in doesn't mean that we're going to go all the way to the south side.
We just got a beautiful bounce here on AERC off VWAP. Now I'm break even on this one. I was actually down. My entry on this bad boy is 446. We're trading at 448. You know, kind of makes me wish that I had been a bit more patient and waited to actual VWAP here. But now we're making a move back up, so I'm pleased. I'm looking to scalp some out on AERC here at that 460 level. Let's go ahead and do that now. So if it goes without us, we realize what's going on. There we go. So that profit taker is in the market, bouncing off that 37.91 here. Interesting move on the market there. All sorts of shenanigans happening today, not the least of which just happened a couple of minutes ago with that topping tail candle on ARC. But Brad, I want to actually read a little bit of a tidbit here that I heard this morning on one of these shows. Listen to this. Fossil fuels at the end, okay, so 10 years ago, the amount of energy we're using on was 81% fossil fuel, okay? 81%. Sorry, 82%. That was 10 years ago. And since that time, we've invested $3.8 trillion. $3.8 trillion in green energy since 10 years ago, when we were using 82% fossil fuels. After that $3.8 trillion investment, we are now using 81% fossil fuels. So I don't know, that just brings me a little smile on my face. I know, look, man, I'm all pro like green and I want the world to be green, but it's an interesting little tidbit. Let's send it up to Brendan at the big desk.
Heads up on Hasbro here, guys. Mattel also on a down move. Hasbro, big tank, they've cut their guidance for the remainder of the year. So Hasbro having an investor day today. Looks like a guidance cut here for HAS.
Hasbro getting destroyed.
Yeah, my
What in
goodness.
the world? Investor Day, what did they say? We're not going to make toys anymore? This is insane. This is a monster move for Hasbro, the toys maker. I think these are the guys who own Monopoly and everything, right? So yeah, big down move for these guys. If it's... Sir?
Transformers.
They own Transformers?
The comic book rights are Marvel, or used to be
Okay.
Marvel.
Oh, okay. But what's Mattel? How do you know the ticker for Mattel? MIT? MAT?
yeah.
MAT. So I want to go check what Mattel is doing
Yeah,
to see if
sympathy
it's going to
play.
follow along with the Hasbro over there.
call, Bradley.
$19 stock, 2.3 million shares traded.
Ooh,
Wowza.
big boy move.
Wowza.
Damn. Jeez, that's a whole lot. Yeah, Joel G says, Sharif, you can't undo a century within 10 years, bro. No, I gotta agree with you, man. I mean, I'm obviously not expecting, some magic potion to all of a sudden make fusion energy a realistic or reliable
By
thing.
the way,
No.
Sharif, you remember the conversation we were having yesterday or a day ago about Kim Kardashian and
Yeah,
everything?
yesterday, yeah.
So I went home and I was really thinking about it, right? So here's my explanation.
Go for it.
You are not promoting a certain stock. You are promoting the stock market and the benefits of the stock market.
Right.
Right? Whereas we know what stock can be pumped and dumped. Matt Damon is promoting crypto.com, which is basically the stock market.
all of crypto.
He's not pumping and dumping a single stock.
Good point.
Whereas she literally pumped and dumped DWAC in a way,
Yeah.
and now she's getting caught for pumping it.
DWAC or
No, like
yeah. I
think
got
about it
you.
in the
I
stock
got
market
you.
terms.
Yeah.
So I think that's where the finding is coming from.
No, I agree with that. Good
Yeah.
distinction, major distinction actually, between pumping an entire industry.
The market industry compared
and
to one stock?
No,
Yeah.
that's absolutely good call on that,
Yeah.
Bradley. Sorta maybe saying here in the chat, that is not considering how many developing nations ramped up in industrial capacity versus what changed in developed nations as far as converting to green alternatives. Yeah, another really good point, obviously. But I was actually talking about North America. I'm not actually talking about anywhere else in the world. That's basically all those stats that I gave earlier were pertinent to North America. So obviously, emerging nations do have an effect on overall investment and overall carbon emissions, but that's not factoring in any of the stats that I talked about. All right, AERC, still break even on this one. IMVT out, I got stopped out in. Sadly, but hey, I held my guns here. I saw these two levels of support, and that's where I put my stop. It continued to break through that. Now it's trading at VWAP. Let's see what IMVT does. Is it going to break below VWAP? If it does and it stays below there, it's completely out of my scope of interest, and we'll move on to something else. If it reclaims VWAP here and starts popping back up, then I'm definitely interested in it. It's going to be hard to cage that right now. I mean, I could take a long right now with a tight stop, but you know, where am I wrong? How do I decide where I'm wrong? Right? Like, it can dip 10 cents, it can dip 20 cents below VWAP. I mean, I really don't know what it's going to do before it reclaims it, if it reclaims it even. So a bit of a tricky one on IMVT here. Let's see what it does at VWAP, and we'll go from there, Prad.
Yeah, can you continue for a second? What's
Oh
up?
yeah, absolutely. Sean's saying, uh-oh.
Yeah, it's leaking again here.
Oh boy.
Isn't that the toilet water one?
I don't want to hear that.
It's not
Okay.
that bad, but
All right, hold on. So let's see what else we got in store here. Let's flip to ARC. Not
Okay,
doing
we're good.
much.
I just had to
Go
do
for it.
this. So guys, in the chat earlier on, I was talking about if you're a gamer, stay tuned because I have something in store for you. So if you are a gamer, even if you're not a gamer and you have kids who would like to take advantage of this, which is going to be, this is a thank you from me and the Trader TV Live family, but most importantly me because I'm the one giving it away. But the Trader TV Live family and myself would like to give away a 1-month Xbox Game Pass. I had to get approval for this, so it's all good to go now. But how are we gonna do this? So we have a bunch of viewers here already. We're gonna do eligibility by keyword. So eligibility by keyword, and we're gonna do give AWA. Oh, there we go. Giveaway, enable. And let's, anyone who uses this, wait, I have to clear this. How do I clear this list? Reset eligibility, bang, 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 reset eligibility, enable. Sharif, take over while I set this up.
Yeah, absolutely. Netflix looks like it's making a move back down here with the market. It looks like it topped out at that 241 level, now trading at 239.19. I'm kind of like itching to get back into this one to get revenge, so to speak, but I don't. What's going on? Oh, everyone's typing giveaway.
No, guys, not yet. It's not gonna work
I was
just
like,
yet. Don't
why
do it
is
yet.
the
Don't
chat
do it
getting
yet.
polluted here?
Don't do it yet. Don't do it yet.
All right. So Netflix making a move. It looks like it just broke actually below VWAP here. So let's see if we can. Geez, I don't know about this one on Netflix. We'll see. NFLX. Let's go. Let's look at this bad boy here. Is it just a momentary pop, or do we actually take it north here? Ugh. Bit of a tricky one. I'm going to stay out of this one, to be honest with you. Not much moving in small cap world, though. SNTI just made a bit of a move off that bottom. Well, it's not really a bottom. It's kind of the lower part of the section here, but it's up 46% on the day. Now making a bit of a move off this bottom that we had at that 350 level. Looks like, yeah, that was the bottom, 350. Now trading at 365. Looks like we made a recent top here at that 372, but 397 still the main level in play, high of day. SNTI consolidating sideways. I mean, it's a range bound stock until it breaks either below VWAP or above the high of day at the moment. So keep my eye on SNTI, definitely one of the movers of the day. AERC, looks like we may get stopped out at AERC here any moment as it just broke down below VWAP. I have my stop on AERC. Let me just double check it real quick. At that $4.34, I'm giving it to $4.32, so we're a penny away from getting stopped out on AERC. That should probably happen in a second. There it is. Now I'm out. So not good for me today. 1 win, 3 losses so far. So I'm 1 for 3. Not a good day at all. But hey, it was better at my desk. So let me just respond to something John C. says, because maybe the rate of change was much higher. So what basically John C. was saying was that I was cherry picking data with respect to the last 10 years and the amount of money that went into green energy and the fact that we only changed 1% from fossil fuels down from 82 to 81. So in response, I said, well, why does the rate of change matter before the investment? How does that have anything to do with the current investment and the success thereof, right? And he's like, basically, maybe the rate of change was much higher in the previous decade. Saying it went down 1% is insignificant without mentioning the previous decade as cherry picking. But I really don't think, to be honest with you, that there were really any other sources other than nuclear that was being used en masse that could be considered green. I mean, it was there, or actually, sorry, there's also hydroelectric. So hydroelectric, nuclear, those were all important. Those are technologies that have been around with us for a while now. I mean, and they're not really being, developed en masse enough to reduce the amount of reliance that we have on green energy. So, not really getting your point, to be honest with you, but yeah. Anyway, we'll move on from that.
Yeah, I'm still looking at how HAL, man. That stock got destroyed. Not HL. That's Halliburton. What's HAS? That's the one I'm thinking about. Ooh, darn it, I'm on the wrong box. Sorry? Hasbro, yeah, not HL. Hasbro, HAS. HAS and MAT. Big down move. Guidance, was it? They cut their own guidance. They cut their own guidance in their what was the word again? Their investor meeting or whatever? Investor Day, thank you. Investor Day meeting that they were having. They cut their own guidance. Hasbro now trying to hold up at $67, $66. If you look at on the daily chart, that's around last week's bottom and also yesterday's lows around those numbers. So I think Hasbro could maybe go down to $66, $65 or so. I still have a lot of memories, man, of playing Hasbro games or buying Hasbro toys. I think Beyblade was a big Hasbro thing, wasn't it?
What's that?
Beyblade?
I don't even know what that is, dude.
Oh, you don't know what Beyblade is?
No.
What? Oh, I mean, you are a little bit older,
Yeah.
so I don't blame you for that. I don't blame you for that. But yeah, here comes the big down move on Hasbro, man. Still continuing to push to the south side. Looks like it does not want to hold up at 67. I just want to watch the tape over here to see how the stock is trading. It did get under 67 for the bid, but now 67's on the bid again. And the S&P 500, where are we? Did pull back quite a bit. We're now at 37.91 on the S&P 500, so that future short did work out pretty well for us. But we got out too early on the future short, so sucks to be me. But let's see how big of a pullback does the market really give us. Does it pull back all the way to VWAP? If it does, then I'm going to be very upset that I covered it too early on that side. Let's go take a look at Google. Google's now under 101. I'm going to try to take a short over here, slightly under 101, as the stock has been crazy strong. I'm not putting real size on this trade. We're just trying to see a test trade as this market pulls back. Does Google also pull back with it at 101 or so? Or does it actually bounce off of 101, which is a 50-period EMA? Also, multiple reasons why the stock could bounce off of this area. So for anyone just trying to copy the trade, understand the logic behind it. This is just the even dollar break setup. I'm only giving it 10 cents of risk, which is about to come into play right now. And there is no real size on this trade either. I would have loved to add on the way to the downside if it was working for me. But because this trade is not working, because the NASDAQ market does not want to go downside too much further, and S&P 500 is bouncing off of 37.90, so we're going to jump out of this trade over here. And we'll look for other opportunities around the board. RCL is at $42 now. Holy moly, RCL. Look at this stock. Wait. No, I got it confused a little bit. 42 was yesterday's high for Friday's high. I got confused a little bit. But yeah, we're at 42.26 now on RCL. Pretty strong move on this position compared to what happened 2 days ago. Let's go take a look at CCL also. This is going to be your other cruise liner, which came out with the main catalyst that brought all cruise lines to the south side. This was their day right here. That day was just absolutely unbelievable. I had the 850 short, and I didn't have enough size. You could have taken hundreds of thousands of shares on the $8 level. I didn't do it. I just sat there, kept watching it in disbelief. But I'm honestly, I was in shock. I was in absolute shock over there as to what was exactly going on in this position. But at the end of the day, very happy that we were able to turn this catalyst into a winner on other stocks. I think that's what I'm trying to do at the moment with MAT and Hasbro. Look at MAT now at 1876, having a nice little pop up though. I'm guessing Hasbro had a pop in it too off that 67 area. There we go. 67 did hold on the bids, and now we're at 67.50. Congratulations to anyone who attempted a long off that 67 area.
We're long sober guys here at 332. Got a profit taker at that 338. There we go. Got filled on that. That just started making a move. The volume coming in and supporting the move up. So we'll take another piece out at that 45. Let's go ahead and do that now. So take a piece here at that 44, because you know I always put it 1 penny below the target. So positive on that. Took another short on Netflix with baby size. I want to add to this one if it starts to go down. We'll see. This one won't hurt me if it goes against me because it's kind of small. So not too worried about that. But SNTI now starting to make a move back off VWAP. Let's flip to SNTI here. Let's switch from our Netflix SNTI. That one you'll recall we got stopped out of. No, actually, this one was positive. I didn't get stopped out of this one. So this SNTI we're positive on. Sober and SNTI are the two ones we're positive on. So we've traded 5 stock. We're 2 for 5 so far. I'm looking for a possible entry into this one, but the volume's got to come in and support the long here because I'm not looking short. I'm looking long, and the volume has just really significantly dropped off. There's no movement in this volume chart. Like, look at this. I mean, it's like a third of what it was at the highs here between 9:45 and 11 o'clock. So no long if we don't have the proper volume coming into this one, Prad. But yeah, go ahead.
Guys, go hit that like button. So I was going to do the giveaway, but something that clicked into my head, you know, I'm a YouTuber. I can't be doing things away for free. Yeah, we hit 350K subscribers, but
hey,
I'm going to need an incentive to give away stuff. So let's get up to 3K likes at least on the day today. We're at 2.7K likes at the moment with 5,000 viewers watching. So I think getting up to 3K likes is very easy. The second we go to 3K likes, I'm going to tell you what the key word is for you to be eligible for the giveaway. And if you sign up for it, we will roll it. Look at that. We're at 3,000. Oh, that's not live. Sorry. Is the number still there? No, the number's not there. I don't like how my hair just turns brown in this light. Like, what is this? But yeah, while we wait for 3K likes to come in over here, let's send it over to Brendo at the big table for Sector Watch.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll give you an update here on the NASDAQ this time because it is actually the NASDAQ that's leading us higher once again so far this afternoon. Great looking board here. 3.1% currently. It's tough to see at the top there, but 3.1%. For the NASDAQ, it is these right here. This is the semiconductor group. This is the software group leading as far as gainers. Not a single negative stock in either of these so far today. ASML up nicely. We were discussing that note over in Europe. If you joined us in the pre-market this morning, some of the European chip makers having a great day. Micron there, 5.8%. NVIDIA's here. AMAT, they're all here. NXPI all up 4, 5, 6%. Datadog up 6%. DocuSign up 5.5%. Kathy Wood no longer, if you missed that note, no longer in DocuSign. She just said that on CNBC. PDD, 7.2%. Some of the Chinese names bouncing back here today. There's JD.com, 6.5% back in positive territory. Booking.com, all the travel names nicely higher. Look at Lucid, almost 10% on the day for Lucid. Tesla's up 5% as well. Watch out down here. Some of the healthcare names basically break even or even red on the day. So if there is a spot to look for some weakness, going to be in the healthcare group today. That is Regeneron is actually red on the day. Everything else, though, in this group, nicely higher. Great rally right across the entire board here, guys. Back over to you.
I'm going to kick Lucas. That's what I'm going to do. Not kick rocks. I'm going to kick Lucas. Fahad, Lucas, and I were just talking about this light right here on top of my head. That's the orange light. Every other light over here is pretty white in color. This orange light is screwing up my hair color. That's what it is. But coming back to the market, baby, let's see where the light count is. The light count is 2.9K, 100 more likes, and I'll tell you what the keyword is in that meantime. Let's go look at the market variables. S&P 500 still stuck at 37.90. I want to go look at what Apple is doing. Apple, man, that Apple short was nice, eh? I missed out on a bigger move on Apple. All good, though. If anyone did capitalize on that position, I'm happy for you guys overall. I'm also looking at Ford on my secondary screen. I didn't think Ford would have it in it to get back to $12 anytime soon. But it did so very easily, up 6.66% on the day. The devil's number coming into play for Ford today, but you know, it's not looking bad. It does not want to go under VWAP. VWAP is actually quite a bit of a weight under the previous bounce that the stock had. Looks like we bounced off of 12.15 on Ford. That $12 break, I don't know how clean that would have been. Let's go check out how clean the $12 break was. So if you took the $12 break, you would have instantly had about a 10 penny winner. So that's pretty clean. But did it pull back and get back under 12? Yeah, it gets back under 12 a couple times. As low as it goes as to 12.94. So that break wasn't really that clean. But if you got in on the break and you gave it up to this level's low, which is what I would have done most likely, you would have never looked back on this position, as it doesn't really stop you out, and you're in the money big time. Congratulations to Ford today. To go to the upside as the markets are also booming to the upside today. UVXY though had high a day and only down 4.67%. So if UVXY takes out the high a day, maybe this market getting ready to push down.
Yeah. On sober, guys, the volume is dropping off a little bit here, and I'm also seeing quite a bit of size showing up at that 340 level on the book. So this one, I might not actually hold through that 340 because I see tons of size. And when we got to 340, we had like a hell of a time trying to break it. We didn't actually break it. And to be honest with you, this one does not look good. It was like a spurt of volume and then a huge amount of declining volume here, and that's not good for a long. So this one, I will adjust my stop to from below VWAP to that $3.24 level. Let me just adjust that right now. Script, sober. Okay, there we go. So if it breaks this level, I'm completely out. I don't want to give back. That'll be a break-even trade for me. Let's see if it's going to print 24s. If it prints 24s, I'm going to punch out of this one. So 3, there we go. So I'm out of sober. Sadly, I could get back in if it touches on VWAP, but yeah, it's a bit. I'm not going to take this one long until we get some volume on this guy.
Yeah, you won't be sober if you keep holding that trade.
Yeah,
that's for
right.
Sure.
Yeah. So what sucks about this one? Let's maximize it so you can have a look. Is that we've had points where we broke above VWAP here, but for the majority, if you looked at the majority of this daily chart, this is a 1-minute chart by the way, we're below VWAP. So we gotta get above, reclaim, and hold VWAP, not just like spurts that go above. What are all these Xbox things? Oh, are they spamming it? Okay. You can't
after
just
you finish yours.
Yeah, you can't just expect, okay, hey, we broke above VWAP, great, let's go long. No, you gotta hold above, and then you gotta continually make newer highs and higher lows for that kind of pattern to develop. Otherwise, I'm out of this one. I'm gonna mitigate my risk.
Yeah, baby. So here we go. The giveaway.
3K likes?
Yeah, we got up to 3K
Woo!
likes, and we're also at 12 o'clock. So both things meeting up. Market kind of slow at the moment around 12 o'clock. Volume depreciates. So the code you're gonna use, guys, is gonna be !Xbox. There's no need to put it more than once. If you do put it more than 5 times, I think it actually ineligibles you. So it takes you away from the contestants. There's about 34 people eligible right now. 35 people. !Xbox. We'll get if I can get at least, how many people we have again? Like 5K people. If we can get this number up to like 200 eligible, then I'll roll it, and then one of you from the 200 will be able to see it. There we go. We're at 102. Let's get more people getting eligible. We got a bunch of viewers over here who are lurking, who don't really know about the giveaway. There we go. We're at 200 eligible users. Is that fair though to roll it at 200? Should I roll it at like 1K?
What does that mean?
So how many people are eligible to actually win it? So right now, 200 people out of 5K are eligible to win. The rest don't even.
Do you have the option to make it bigger?
It depends on how many people use the code.
Oh.
So should I do like 1,000 people? Should I wait for 1,000 people are eligible before it happens?
John, I think he's talking to you.
We don't have that many people. We have 300 people eligible already, and we have 3,000 likes. So I think I'll roll it in about 5 minutes, guys. We'll give it 5 minutes. 12:03 right now. 12:07, 12:10. I will roll it, and then I will tell you who the winner is.
Great. As I got out of sober, of course, it made its move. Now here comes that 340 level we were talking about. See if that gets eaten up. I see a lot of size here. I see over, let's see, almost 30,000 shares at that 340 level. I'm not going to take this long because I know what it's going to do. It's going to break. It's going to make a high. Well, actually, no, hold on. The high a day on this guy is 365. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm actually going to put.
It went back up?
Yeah, I know,
Holy.
right? $3.41, and then we'll give it to $3.43. So I'm going to take the actual breakout here, and I never do that. I never take these breakouts on these trades, especially a pre-planned breakout. I'll do momentum if I see volume coming in, but because of the sheer size of of the book here at $3.40. That's what I'm going to do. See if it does well, if it doesn't. Netflix going against me here, but I'm going to continue to hold this one because it is small size, and I want to be able to dollar cost average into this, especially if the market comes down. Looks like we've had a bit of a ceiling here on the ES at around 3,800. If that holds up and we get a move back down and give back some of the gains, I want to be holding my Netflix. I'll dollar cost average into this one, so it's not really too much on my mind at the moment. So SNTI also making an aggressive move up. Let's switch back here to SNTI. Is that the one that we have on here? Yes.
Yeah.
Big boy move up there. Now we're going to start testing $4 at $3.92. This one's moving nicely, and the volume is showing up on this one as well after the hiatus that it had from basically an hour from 11 since we got into it till now. Now the volume's starting to pick up again, and we're going to test for it, looks like, Brad.
Yeah, we're almost at 500 eligible viewers right now, or users who can win it. So I think that's a pretty good spot to where we are. I know I said the clock was 12:03 and Fahad goes, Prad, what clock are you looking at? That's because the clock on my PC, I cannot change it because Rob needs to modify that somehow. But the clock on my PC says 12:05, but my clock on the actual world clock right now is 12:01. So I got the time wrong over there. I need to get that updated for myself eventually. But yeah, guys, I think if you've already typed !Xbox once, I think that's enough. You don't need to do it more. We got about like 3 more minutes over here, and then I'll roll it, and then one of you will be picked as a winner. I'll slide into your DMs, and we'll see how to give you the code. In that meantime, let's send it to Brendo at the big screen, for I believe this will be happening now.
More coming through on Hasbro, guys. Again, Investor Day still underway, so keep an eye on Hasbro. Back to the upside right now. They're implementing a new operational and excellence program designed to deliver between 250 and 300 million in run rate cost savings over the next 3 years. So a brand new cost saving plan just announced by Hasbro, some Q3 numbers coming out as well. So a little bit of an update on some of the financials. So big volume spike once again there for Hasbro.
Hasbro, yeah, so the 69 area coming into play recently. We did pop up to 69.50-ish or so, which is where VWAP is, but coming back under 69, I had an order to take the 69 break short. I am now short on 69. Let's see if we can ride all the way back to the low a day around $66, $67, sorry, on Hasbro. And if Hasbro is pulled back quite a bit, then Mattel should be pulling back too, but Mattel only pulled back up to $19, didn't really pull back all the way to VWAP. So let's see how Hasbro moves around and how we can trade Mattel along with it.
Sober made a move through that 340, so got long sadly at the higher part here, 343. I've already scalped a piece out at 348. My next profit target on this one is going to be 353. Let's see if we can get a clean $0.50 break on Sober here, because we did take out a lot of size at that 340 level. Ironically, the size at 350 is like a fraction of the size that we had at 340. I'm not really sure what that tells me. I don't know why 340 was such a big level. I didn't do enough homework on the daily chart to find out what the levels on this bad boy was, but just by a simple book reading here, I can tell you that it's a good trade so far. I'm going to keep my stop out on this one at 334, because if it breaks this support level, I don't want no part of it. And this one's been a little bit tricky going up and down, but we'll send it up to Brendo at the big desk with Happening Now.
Into the lunch hour, let's have a look at a really good looking board here. Green, top to bottom. It's been a long time, except for the one at the bottom there. We'll discount that. S&P 500, 2.8%. I was mentioning almost a 3% kind of day. Hasn't got there yet. Dow up 2.5%. Russell right across the board. It's the 2,000 leading. 3.5% almost for the Russell 2000. Small caps nicely strong. 3.3 and 3.17 there for the composite and the 100. NASDAQ, speaking of, here comes a few from the NASDAQ. Rivian was on watch this morning, reiterating their full year production forecast. EU going to USB-C only in a ruling from the European Parliament coming out early this morning. So all of the European-based chip makers very strong going into the North American session. AMD, all of them up nicely today across the board in North America. XOM, yeah, oil day two. Nice look for oil still. Back to recent highs anyways. 12.7% here for Rivian, leading the way here as far as some of the EVs are concerned. Just made a new day high, guys. Back to you.
Wait a minute. How do you know who won? Bears? Oh, it says who won right away. Young Polsky has won the giveaway. Oh, okay. I didn't even know Nightbot did that. Okay, awesome. So yeah, Young Polsky, apparently a rapper, producer from Philadelphia. Our buddy just won won the giveaway. Tesla? Tesla,
Oh
what's going on?
my God. Oh, wow.
What's happening?
Tesla just
On my
tanked.
charts.
257 down to 251. Wow.
Brendo.
5420 new bid apparently, guys, for Twitter from Elon Musk. So 5420 coming through.
Deal complete! 54.20
What's
deal
Twitter
complete
doing?
for Twitter. Twitter is now
kidding.
launching to $54.20. Securing funding secured, baby. Funding secured. Tesla is now getting sold off because your boy needs to make some money to make this deal go through.
Twitter's
Your boy-
halted.
Of course it's halted. What do you mean? Of course it's halted. Monster move on Twitter to the upside.
God.
Funding has been secured through Tesla shares. Tesla monster move to the downside.
I can't believe it.
Imagine anyone who actually had that short on Tesla near the higher day ranges. You are laughing right now. This news catalyst coming out of nowhere, just destroying Tesla today. And now we're expecting Tesla to go back under 250. Here comes the move. I gotta try a short. Give me some size.
On Tesla?
Yeah.
Go for it.
So here we go. 251 breaking. Tesla getting ready to push to the south side over here. Elon Musk clearly needs some money over here for this deal to go through. Let's see if we can catch the 250 break. Come on. 250
Wow,
break.
what a
Bang. No,
move.
they didn't give me size. Okay, we did get size. I'm getting way too much size that I want. No. Come on,
Wow,
go back
this is
down. There we go.
exciting.
250 breaking. We're pushing to the south side. There's enough selling coming. 250 not on the bid. We're now 250, 249.70s. You just got down. What? Come on, keep going down. 249. You know what? I'm taking my profits. I'm over it. I'm taking my profits. They want to hold 250, then I don't want to battle them. Why would I battle them? That would be stupid of me. They want to hold 250. There we go. If I didn't punch out, then I would be now crying about how I'm losing more money on this stock. Let's go. That was a quick little scalp winner. I just had to read the tape a little bit. I tried to see if they were going to go under 250. They went slightly, but they came back above 250. So we're going to punch out right there. We're going to take that exit. We're going to scalp that win. Let me go see how big of a win that even was. And that was a pretty decent win on Tesla. Let's go. But Hasbro right now is what we're waiting for. Hasbro not yet doing anything, but I think Tesla and Twitter is where all the fun is. Twitter is going to be a news halt. So until this opens up, we don't really know what's going on.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that Twitter to open up here. I feel like this is it's gonna make a move. It's gotta make a move back closer to that 54. I don't see any tap. Does anybody have the tap on Twitter?
Tap on Twitter?
Yeah.
45.
45. Okay, so yeah, basically we're close. I think. Yeah, 45.75 I think is the halt level. Well, no, I see 45.40 on one platform as the halt level. The other one I see here is 45.75. So I'm assuming probably one's just a bid and one's the ask. And
I think you throw a market on open order for whenever it opens, and then you just watch it go to 54.20.
That's smart. Looks like we're 3 minutes deep now, almost into that Twitter halt. Probably another couple of minutes.
No,
Hopefully
it's not going
a
to be
10-minute.
time-based.
No?
News halts are not time-based.
Oh, so is this a news halt or
Sorry?
is it a?
It says volatility?
Yeah,
oh, it's a volatility halt. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, okay, so it's a volatility halt, guys, so it would be probably either 5 or 10 minutes. We'll see what this one does, but it hasn't really touched the market all that much. The market really hasn't moved. I mean, the ES is kind of like still consolidating sideways in that 3790s. Not much in the way of a test of 3800 or a test of these bottoms on the range here, 3789. I think Brendo's got more news. Let's go up to the big desk.
Remember, guys, we were supposed to get the Elon talking with Twitter lawyers coming up later this week. So obviously there's negotiations going on back and forth at this point. This is the original price, remember? So again, a Bloomberg reporter tweet saying this right now. So nothing confirmed. So just a heads up. It's a Bloomberg reporter tweeting that this could be possible. So just be cautious.
This is just a Bloomberg tweet? Like, come on, bro. These guys are playing games over there at Bloomberg. They're taking the thousands of dollars that you spend on a keyboard and they're writing articles that they can pump and dump you on. Come on, man. And now here goes Twitter or Tesla right back to 249. Obviously, we would have got burnt if we held it, but we could have got back in. That was a little scary. But now that we know that it's a Bloomberg article and nothing is actually set in stone, I'm wondering if this is even real. But Tesla's getting sold, baby. Tesla's hit. Kathy Woodshed once back again. Back again. Kathy's getting woodshedded after her portfolio investment yesterday. This is ugly for Tesla. Anyone who's long, I'm sorry, and please manage your risk. Honestly, manage your risk. It sucks that you were up 5% on the day on Tesla because Tesla was having such a good day, a rebound day, but then an article like this comes and wipes you out. So it sucks. So stops always help you. I know it's not fun watching this if you're long at the moment. So please use stops. Please use appropriate risk management so things like this doesn't happen to you. And Bloomberg, this better be real, Bloomberg. If this is a fake Fugazi article, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it.
Guys, there's like a lot of passion right now on the floor, a lot of yelling, a lot of people are they're heavily invested.
Twitter's
open, by the way, guys. Let's see what it's doing now. Wow, I see a lot of that completely ruined my chart here on Twitter. These D quotes. I'm gonna have to look at the tape to trade off the tape. Not something that I really like to do.
Do you know where it opened?
No, I can't tell because basically. Yeah.
48.50.
So there we go. Let's see if we're long here. Where are we long? We're long on 41s. So there we go. Boom. I'm out. Nice trade on Twitter. Got 35-cent win there with some good size. So out of that one, now I'll make up for the poor performance of what I've been doing today. Look at this. I think we're going to test 50 here real soon. I mean, it's a buyouts, right? So we got to get somewhere near. We don't have to. Somewhere near
it's not a confirmed deal, right?
Yeah, it's not a confirmed deal. True, I forgot about that. It's just a tweet so far. But hey, let's see if there's any validity to this. We'll see where this one moves. Let's see.
This is volatile.
Yeah, sober. I'm probably gonna have to get out of this one. Here's gonna be my out at 325, 324. The volume's completely dropped off here. As probably people are finding more interesting things to trade. Sucks for me. I'm still in it. I've got about. I've got 80% of the position still left on this one, so it's going to turn into a loser for me. Let's see what this one does. Go ahead.
That iceberg? No iceberg. Man, I'm just getting burnt right now on Twitter. I think it's better to be just patient over here. At least I'm not losing a ton of money, and I got out before that would even happen. But yeah, I'm negative on Twitter, and I'm negative on Tesla now because these moves are so crazy. It's moving $1 in a second, man. It's wild. So these moves are absolutely insane. When stocks like these catch winds of articles, obviously we have Brendan who can disseminate information faster than most people can. But then if you're a trader sitting at home and you're trading by yourself, you don't have any Discord channels you're sitting on, the chances are you're reading this halt downside.
Again, yeah, halted it down.
That's a news halt. This is
a
news
news
halt.
Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
That didn't make sense.
This is a news halt. But yeah, coming back to the point where, it's moving so crazily all over the place. So you want to be very calculated, very, very tight risk. Let's
okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna show. Guys, if you volatility or a news halt, go to Google Chat and type in, not Google Chat, sorry, go to Google and type in NASDAQ halts. Sorry, it's not up on there?
Yo, our stream is down. Michael, you guys are all saying our stream is down. Crashed.
Yeah, what is going on?
Okay. So yeah, Twitter right here, you'll see that it will pop up once the halt is, and it will tell you exactly what type of halt is it. Is it a volatility? Is it a thing? But the second halt is not updated yet. The second halt should be updating soon on this website. Whenever it is, it will be a news or not. I think Brandon did say, though, it was news. Yeah, so Twitter is news pending, and let me go see what Tesla is doing right now. Tesla 248, still up 2% on the day for your friend Tesla, thankfully. So good job to Tesla on that one. But man, what a monster down move on Tesla. $10 in the span of like 5 minutes? So
Unbelievable
that was
move.
monsters.
Unbelievable move on Twitter. It's another downhaul, sorry. Yeah, it looks like it topped out here at 49.99 was the high of Twitter. Now we're looks like we're closed up at that 47.93 on Twitter. So big boy move. But you know what else made a big boy move? SNTI. I know it's not as exciting as Twitter and Tesla and all these other big caps, but this is a small capper that's moving at the moment, up 65%. Looks like we made a new high of day here at that $4.44. So bad luck number for all my Asian friends there. We talked about the 888 earlier today. Now we got 444s. So I don't know what this one means anyway. So we're consolidating a little bit sideways now. We're a little bit above 4 at that 412. I'm looking for a dip trade to get into here. I mean, there was so much going on. I couldn't even concentrate on SNTI, even though it's like only this one and AERC and IMVT that are really actually making a move today. So much going on in the overall market. My Netflix short definitely not working out there. I might have to relook at that, to be honest with you. But thankfully, it's a small position, so I'm not getting burned on it all that badly, but I can't really let it keep going against me. So I'm waiting for the market to make a move here. Are we going to break above 38 decisively and start trending long, or are we going to get back some of the gains from today? Look at the futures chart, man. What an aggressive chart this is. Hey, look, consolidation, all in the pre-market. Then there goes the 930, boom. And now we've got sideways consolidation in between a tight range here, between 37.84 and that 3800. So, 25-point range for the better part of the day, and that goes all the way back to 10 a.m., Prad.
Yeah, and just absolutely insane type of moves over here. Always got to make sure you're using proper risk management and proper setups for you to allow to make some money on a day like today. Even with Tesla dropping $10, the market did not budge.
That was crazy.
The market didn't budge at all. It just stood in its range and it said, yeah, Tesla, do whatever you want. We don't care about you. Give me your worst. Yeah. But let's see how bad you can do over here, said the market. Market's still holding up near 3,800, which is pretty monstrous if you ask me. Tesla is what, number 5? Let's quickly go check what number it is. Nope, not trying to listen to that. What the heck? ETF.com. And then we type in SPY ETF, and it should show up right here. Tesla is 1, 2, 3, the 4th most weighted stock on the S&P 500 basket at 2.34%. So a $10 move in Tesla should technically move the overall market.
Didn't even budge.
But that means Apple is still hella strong today. You got your Microsoft, which is at almost 250 again. Like, here I am screaming I want to buy Microsoft every time. It goes to 230 and I don't. So, like, what am I doing?
I know.
What am I doing?
It frustrates the bejesus out of me, to be honest with you. Because I've been really wanting to dollar cost average into the big caps, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'll just wait another day, I'll get a couple of extra bucks, and then we get a move up. I did the same thing in June. I'm not going to allow it to happen again, so I'm definitely going to be dollar costing into Apple and a couple of other ones. Tesla, maybe. I haven't decided what the other ones are going to be. Finite amount of money and obviously, finite amount of time to be able to do the research, the requisite research. Thankfully, I've got good friends who are good fundamental traders, fundamental analysts. They do a lot of the homework and they kind of spoon feed it to me. So can't complain about that. Proudly. Tesla is continuing to make its move down. Looks like we're going to break the low of day here, 246.68. There we go. Now it's coming down again. My Netflix is actually starting to work out because I averaged into it here. Now we're going to get back into my average price. So Tesla, guys, anybody still holding Tesla, you're printing big right now. We keep making more new day's lows, Prad.
Yeah, look at this new emoji they want to use in our Discord for Trader TV Live. This one's apparently Confused Sharif. This emoji, this is going to be Confused Sharif. and this one's gonna be
Happy Prad?
Praddy Happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Praddy Happy. It's like,
Oh my God.
I'm absolutely like lost for words type of move. And this is confused Sharif emoji apparently coming in.
I don't know why, but
Yo,
whatever.
I want to show you this though. Take a look at this, yeah? What do you think this guy looks like?
Let's go. Let's
The
see.
CEO of Rivian looks very close to an actor from a movie that has like 4 series, 5 series. Yeah, there you go.
Wow,
Steve-O.
holy guys,
Does he
Tesla
not look like
continuing
Steve-O?
to make down. Yeah, sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, but Tesla is making big boy moves to the downside. It won't stop. Where are the levels here? I gotta see these levels to figure this out. Where is my? Okay, I can switch this one. Go ahead, Prep. 241, 242 yelled out by Neil to the side here. Are those from yesterday? Okay, so that's just yesterday's low, guys. So if you're looking for the Tesla resistance levels, those are the ones. So keep that in mind. I'm really FOMOing. I really want to punch short into Tesla here, but it's just so volatile, Brad.
People are saying, no, that is Steve-O. No, it's not, guys. That's the Rivian CEO. His name is RJ Scarnage. But yeah, he looks pretty close to Steve-O, does he not? But I'm short SPY at the moment, trying to see if we can have a pullback in the market thanks to Tesla and whatnot. But we're not getting that. I'm out of the money slightly. I'm out of the money 6 pennies, so I'm not going to complain about that. But let's see if Tesla continue to go to the downside. Is it? You don't have it up.
I do. It's right here.
This
is always the top one.
Always
bottom
top
right,
one.
right here.
Oh, it's actually popping
Yeah,
up
yeah,
a
it's
little
popping
bit.
up
So
a little bit, yeah.
maybe short the market, not a good call. But hey, market pulling back though. We're 16 cents, 17
Netflix
cents
making an aggressive move down, guys. 239.6 was the top of this 1 minute candle. Now we're at 238.70. So $1 in one 1 minute candle. Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good. Tesla, sorry, not Tesla. SPY is in the money, but Tesla pulling up. So that's a little bit of a question mark coming into my head. Let's also go take a look at what Apple's doing and Microsoft's doing. Apple under VWAP, Microsoft above VWAP and trying to not really push lower than VWAP. 22 cents in the money on the SPY futures, not futures, sorry, on the ETF. So the smart thing to do, obviously, will be to take some profits on that. Hasbro has been out of the money ever since we jumped into it. So not really sure what to do with it. It popped up to $70 where the 100-period EMA is now trying to maybe come back to the south side. Your boy Sharif is clapping, so let's see what trade he has.
Revenge is a dish best served cold.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was so excited I couldn't even get the saying right. Guys, I got Revenge on Netflix. Very happy about that. Before I send it up to Brendo, I just want to show you where I got in. 239.34 was the average in on that, and I actually took bigger size on this one. Look how much I let it go against me. That was probably not the wisest decision, but hey, it ended up working out, and here I go out. So that was 239 down to 239.40 down to 238.56. So I'm pumped about that. Brendo.
All right, again, nothing confirmed on this, guys, but a little bit more kind of trickling through. Apparently, Elon's side, or Tesla's side, if you will, sent a letter to Twitter suggesting that they proceed with the deal at the initial 54.20. So again, nothing confirmed on that, but apparently a letter was sent from Elon's side to Twitter suggesting 54.20 remains on the table, guys.
Yeah, we're still watching everything that we need to be watching. Kind of feels like overwhelming today, honestly. There's so much to do. There's so much to watch. There's so much going on. And sometimes at moments like these, it's always good to just take a step back and really reevaluate the market, reevaluate the opportunities. How good of an opportunity is Hasbro right now? Probably not as good compared to before, maybe better than compared to before, because before it was very algo-driven move, very news-driven move, and now once the world has gotten the news and disseminates the information and getting ready to put trades on board based off of that information, maybe Hasbro is a cleaner trade than before. This and that moment looked like an A+ setup, but honestly, this setup is probably a B- setup because it's very algo-driven, very emotional-driven. But now that it's cooled down a little bit, you can look for right levels, you can look for where to give that risk, where not to give that risk, and so on. And you can try to build into an all-day position off of this. But over here, you're only going to be able to do a quick little scalp because the amount of volume coming in, because the amount of volatility in it, you're just going to be jumping in and out, jumping in and out, jumping in and out, taking advantage of that volatility. But right now, as the volatility decreases and the volume decreases, you can look to really perfect your entry on the short side for either position. SPY now once again 22 cents in the money. I'm going to take some more size out because the last time we were 22 cents in the money, it popped right back to the north side and ended up being flat. So if we get the opportunity again, I want to make sure that we're realizing those profits and not giving away. Out of Microsoft's small loss, I'm guessing you would try to short Microsoft. That's fine, but I think there's better stocks to short today. Did Microsoft really hit 260? No, that's a dark pool candle. There's no way Microsoft hit 260 today. I would be losing it if it hit 260 for not buying it at 230. Did you buy some at 230? No? Yeah, okay. You think I do? You think I do, bro? Like what? No, we're struggling over here, man. But I just wanna buy Google. Even Google, like what am I doing? Google's back above 100 now. We're at 101 on Google. Like come on, Brad. You had such good opportunities to load up on these positions for your long-term account, and you just Amber Hearded it, for lack of a better terminology. Just Amber Hearded your own positions, your own portfolio. Next time, Brad, when you say you're going to do something, actually go and do it. Like, go buy GitLab at like 30s or 40s or whatever. Even GitLab is nowhere close to 30, 40s, though. That's pretty surprising. This stock, if it goes to 40s, trust me, I want to buy some, but it's bounces pretty hard off of these levels.
Twitter still like halted. There's probably a news pending halt.
Yeah,
it looks like
a news.
Yeah, it's more than 10 minutes from what I can see here. The amount of dash is probably over. Sean will appreciate this one. Henry Z in the chat says, at Sharif Gobriel, breaking news, PLTR Technologies has been upgraded to a bang. Source me. That's funny. Yeah. I love that shot. I'm sure appreciates the bang there because he is the king of that. Let's see what we got here. Tesla still continuing to make lower lows here. Looks like we bottomed out here on Tesla at that 245.06 or 245, I think, maybe even. Not really sure, can't really tell too clearly from this chart. But let's move back to our small cappers because that's what we're good at. We'll talk more about that because I think Brendo has a piece of news up at the big desk.
If for anyone interested, guys, this is where this is coming from. So if you're looking for the reporter, it's Ed Hammond on Twitter, who is a verified Bloomberg reporter. So that's the tweet right there. Musk said to propose at Twitter to proceed with the deal at 54.20. So if you're looking for a good source for this kind of stuff, Ed Hammond on Twitter.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for that, Brendo. Just trying to actually figure out how I'm going to get into here. Okay, so let's switch Tesla up to Sober. Sober's making a move. Is it? Yeah, there we go. Okay, there we go. So now bouncing off VWAP here, that's nice. So now I talked about this one earlier, the fact that it was below VWAP the majority of the day. It had penetrated a couple of times, but had broken right back below it and stayed below it for a number of times. This is what I want to see. This looks like a developing head and shoulders here, which makes me a little bit worried. But here's what I do like about this chart. The fact that we broke VWAP, this came back down, didn't actually break VWAP, made a new high, recent high, not high of day, back down into VWAP and then bounce back above. I want it to reclaim VWAP. And this is what I mean by reclaiming VWAP. Being on top of VWAP and bouncing off VWAP to the high side, not going down below and then, reclaiming it a little bit like we did here. Look at this. This is like all of 2 minutes or 3 minutes we reclaimed it for. Same thing with here. Now we've been in a period for about, I want to say the better part of 45 minutes above VWAP. That's what I'm looking for. So it's time to figure out where we're going to get long on Sober. Trick is now to get the right levels and not to rush into it. So I'm going to put an order, a dip trade is going to be. I'm not going to go long through the break here. I'm going to put it at around $3.30. If we can get into that, I'll dollar cost average one more time into 325 if that's still above VWAP at the time. VWAP currently at 323, so only a couple of pennies away from that $0.25. So I'm going to put an order for this one at 330. Let's go ahead and do that. 330, and we're going to take it for a nice amount of shares. There we go. So put that dip trade in. And I see DWS in the chat says, how long is a news halt? There's actually no defined length for a news halt. It'll go as long as the exchange requires. And Twitter is NYSE. And I know NYSE is a little bit more finicky with their halts than NASDAQ is. At least that's what I was told. Not that I know that firsthand.
What market existed first, NASDAQ or New York?
NYSE.
New York?
Yeah.
So how come New York is so
They're finicky.
not
with their
good
stuff.
compared to NASDAQ. Like NASDAQ, bro, for closing prints come out exactly at 4.
Different market functions. That's when they start.
Guys, we just made an aggressive move up on the futures from 93. We broke 3,800 here. We're still flirting with that level. You know, just because we pass it by a couple of points doesn't mean all that much. We may retrace off it, but I just wanted to mention we just moved an aggressive 7 points off there, but still within that range that we talked about, that 37.75 to 3,800, Brad.
Yes, sir. Which one was that? Sober? Yeah, that's
No, that was ES.
Oh, okay, yeah. Sober October for Sober also,
Sober
because it's absolutely
October.
ripping today. 10% to the north side for your
Sir.
boy Sober. Hasbro trying to reclaim 70, but I'm not going to let it, so I'm going to throw another order near 70 to take a fill for the short side. If it breaks the 100 period EMA, then yeah, I'll take my loss and I'll move on from it. Currently 71 cents out of the money, but the size that I took over here is not any real size, to the point where the negative amount that I'm seeing off of the stock is not too much off of a 71 cent out of the money position. So around 70 is where I'll take my real size. Although I do want to mention that I broke the rule on this trade a little bit. I didn't want to hold it past 69, and here I am holding it at 69.59. But because the 100 period EMA is near 70, it already rejected 70. I'm modifying my setup a little bit. I'm morphing my setup. I'm modifying it a little bit. I'm evolving it a little bit with the Pokemon Evolve stone that they use. I forget what the stone was. Do you know what that stone is,
I have
Wayner?
no idea about
No,
Pokemon, bro.
Wayner knows what that stone is. The Evolve stone.
Wayne.
It's all good.
Oh, yeah.
Does he have his GameStop hat on? Oh,
That's
I thought it was a
Tommy, baby.
GameStop
That's
hat on. I was like,
Tommy.
what? But yeah, that's the Hasbro over here, man. Let's see if it can push back down. Keep in mind, though, the stock still has the investor day going on, so they could come out with more catalysts for the downside or for the upside and burn you. So a stock like this, you gotta make sure you're using stops and appropriate risk management, because you could get completely Twittered or Tesla'd on.
That's funny. I like how you just like
Turn them into a verb.
yeah, no, you verbed your nouns. I love that. Like I used to get in trouble from my grade, I want to say 12.
What are we, in English class?
Yeah,
Come
grade
on.
12 English teacher. He was like, stop verbing your nouns, people. Like, well, I'm tweeting somebody or I'm Googling. Those are obviously nouns, but we've turned them into verbs. So, hey, that's what we do around here. We freestyle with language, baby. I don't really have any trades to go off at the moment. Looks like all my small cap guys are doing diddly. You got SNTI. Let's bring in this, bring in the chart so you guys can follow along. SNTI not doing a whole lot, consolidating sideways a little bit above that 50 period, albeit, so that's good. Sober also, I'm long on that 343. It's trading at 332 at the moment, but you know, still above VWAP, like I just talked about. Don't want to repeat that. Looks good. I'm going to continue to hold it. AERC is the one that may have some potential here. Dipped below VWAP very briefly and then reclaimed it. I was too busy trading all the other nonsense that was going on even to notice this one, even though it was on the side chart. So I don't have a whole lot to report, Bradley.
Yeah, man, I think the market's... I mean, look at S&P 500, baby. We're trying to reclaim that 3,800 level, and
Yeah.
we're doing so successfully. What do you call this pattern again? The one where there's a horizontal line at the top and a triangle from the bottom?
compression pattern.
A compression
A wedge,
pattern?
yeah.
Yeah, so the compression pattern playing out, and that usually breaks out to the upside?
It depends, but it will break out.
To the upside.
Yeah. Well, see, so the technical analysis, Wayne, correct me if I'm wrong. So if the TA books say basically if it's moving upward, I don't want to block the camera there, but if it's moving upward like this and it has a flat top, then it's going to break down to the bottom. If it's going down, it has a flat bottom, it's going to break out to the top.
Oh, okay, so this is a breakdown pattern.
Well, draw the trend lines. Let's see what it looks
All
like.
right, so the trend line should be something like that, bang, and then
I
a
see
little
what
bit of
you're
a
saying.
bang like that.
Hey, okay, yeah, that should break down to the bottom side.
Break down
yeah.
to the bottom?
We'll see.
All right, say less.
I could probably be
50,000
wrong.
contracts, sure. Say less.
Don't do that, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a minute since I've looked at these guys, so I'm a little bit rusty on it.
Yeah, QQQ, which is your NASDAQ market, also trying to move back towards the high, towards the day's high range after bouncing from the 50-period EMA. So market looks like it wants to stay to the north side. It doesn't really want to pull back, and that's fine with me, right? More longs, the merrier. UVXY is actually pulling back to the VWAP, and it's getting under VWAP right now. So let's see if the S&P 500 market can really launch above 3,800 and go way above 3,800. Yeah, chat's laughing that I said 50,000 contracts, trust me, I don't have the buying power even close to take. I don't even have the buying power to take one ES contract. So trust me on that. There's no way I'm taking 50,000. I don't. I can't take a one ES.
I didn't know that. Okay. Guys, Twitter still halted. We're still waiting on news for that. Let's see what else is going on. I'm going to look at my watch list here to see if there's anything popping off, and we'll bring it down so you guys can follow along as usual. Rivian still up nicely, 12.75% on the day. Are we? Yeah, and we're at days highs, guys. Like, looks like days highs 36.02. We're trading at 35.95. So very close to days highs. A bit of a double top though on Rivian here at that 36 level. So careful with that if you're looking for a possible reversal. I also see Lucid super strong and even stronger after the bell than Rivian, only up 9.5% on the day, but since the bell rung, it's up 6.34%, which is more than Rivian, which is up 5.25%. I think Brendan's got some news for us.
Yeah, more and more guys slowly coming through on this. Looks like this letter was filed with this Delaware court confidentially before the open this morning. So Wall Street Journal now picking up on this and reporting that. So it looks like more and more towards the fact that Elon might proceed with this. Again, this letter being filed with the court. It looks like Premarket this morning confidentially.
Yeah, Neil and I were just talking about this quickly, and we're like, well, why did he wait all this time? And you know, he's, how long have we been waiting? How long has it been?
3 months, maybe?
3-4 months, something like that, right? The deal's been pending a while. And all of a sudden, the deal's going to go through with the agreed upon price. And so, you know, I'm thinking perhaps maybe his legal team kind of like looked over the I don't know, the law and said basically, you know, it doesn't really look good for us. So he was like, okay, well, if I'm going to end up being forced into, there's something in law called specific performance, which basically it's a right in equity, which basically says that if you enter into an agreement that allows for an exchange of a deal, obviously, it's not just enough to pay the other party damages. The other party can actually seek something called specific performance. In this case, it's to actually make the contract go through. So in this case, maybe his legal team gave him the idea that, look, we're going to lose this one. The judge is going to force you into this buy at $54. But why wouldn't he try to kind of negotiate out of court for a lesser price unless they were unwilling? The only thing I can think of is possibly that his legal team said, look, the other party, the other side is going to claim a lot of costs, legal costs that you're going to have to cover. To me, I mean, he's such a rich guy. It doesn't really make much of a difference. Why are you laughing?
No, I'm just. I have a bunch of things going on. I was just reading Luca's messages and I was just laughing. But here's something to laugh about. Somebody needs to bring the beard back. It's like watching a teenager trade crypto. Ha ha ha. Hey man, Sean actually messaged me yesterday, and Sean goes, "I like it. You look a lot more mature." And
really?
You see?
You don't like the beard?
Yeah, Sean said he likes it. I look a lot more mature. I look, and my dad yesterday was like, he didn't see me in the morning with the clean shave, but he saw me when I came home. He was like, "Did you do it outside? Did you do it in the morning?" Like, "Dad, I did it in the morning. You saw me, but you didn't notice." And he's like, "Good. I like you with the clean shaved face. You look younger. You look better." And I'm like, "Okay, thanks,
whatever
Dad.
makes you happy,
it.
Bradley."
Yeah, but I want to move to crypto because you said it looks like you're watching a crypto trader. So yeah, let's go to crypto. Bitcoin back above 20K, baby. Let's go. I think everyone though is waiting for Bitcoin to go to 12K, right? Are you waiting for it to go to 12K?
Read that comment right there by
Nunny
Nunny Biz. Well, look at it on yours. From Nunny.
Seema Modi does not like beers. Hey, done. Never having a beard ever again. It's a case closed.
Yes,
case
if anybody
closed.
knows Pradley is a major fan
case
of Seema
Modi's,
Modi's.
Bro. That's it. We never, ever having a beard again. I'm clean shaved every single day from here on out, period. But coming back to the market.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, you're good. That was a pretty good comment. How do you even know about me and Seema Modi?
Yeah, I know. You must have mentioned it before.
That's because I think you were on the show here and you were like something about Seema Modi. I'm like, yo, don't mention my girl's name. I think I said that once. But yeah, cryptocurrencies are looking very good today. Doge up 6%. And so what is Coinbase going to do if your cryptocurrencies are booming to the north side? Coinbase is also going to boom. Coinbase today at $72 compared to what it was yesterday, $60. So monster move on Coinbase. 10% coming into play for this bad boy. And if Coinbase is looking like this, then you know your Riots and your Maras are also launching today. So let's go take a quick look at Riot before we throw it back to your boy Sharif. Riot actually looking a lot different than Coinbase, I think. Let's go back to Coinbase here. Yeah, look at Coinbase and then look in Riot. They look very different. Riot having a little bit of a muted move to the upside, even though Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies in general had a monster day today.
Awesome. Yeah, just putting in my stop here for Sober. Let's go ahead, put that bad boy in there. Okay, so stop for Sober is in, guys. Yeah, we got to get rid of this Twitter chart here because it doesn't look like it's going to open anytime soon. Netflix, yeah, still not doing its thing. Oh, interesting here, move on Netflix. Looks like a bit of a consolidation in between VWAP and the 200 moving average. I'm not going to play that range, but that's an interesting note here. I want to see a decisive break to the downside of that 238 to initiate a new long, or a decisive break to the upside here of that 240.30 to initiate a new. I said long, sorry, actually for the short. This is the long break of 240 to the north side for the long, a break of 238.30 for the short. So sorry that confusion.
Is Tesla still holding Bitcoin? Probably have some. I think.
Interesting.
I do remember reading an article about them closing a good chunk of it right here. Yeah, it says Tesla has dumped 75% off their Bitcoin, so I'm guessing they're still holding a little bit.
It's not moving. Have you looked at BTC? It's in a tight range between 22.69 and basically 20. So about a $300 range on BTC, not really much.
Yeah, I just wanted to see like if Tesla's still holding any or if not, but looks like they did dump a good chunk of theirs. Coming back to Tesla over here though, now that 250 level is going to come back into play for a short as it did yesterday, but it looks like we're actually going to reject before we even go to 250. 249.50 seems to be the areas where Tesla is rejecting off of and wants to nosedive right back to the south side. HAS, come on, give me my position at the $70 area. HAS Hasbro. Looks like it does not want to give me that fill though. Let's go take a look at Mattel. Mattel finally moved back a lot more than it previously did. So it looks like Mattel wants to actually reclaim its levels that it gave away, at least some of those levels that it gave away with the Hasbro catalyst. I also remember back in the day when it was me and Valeria in the corner back over there. Someone in the chat used to always bring up Mattel when the markets would go down because Mattel and Hasbro wouldn't really flush. They were like the hedge against the market when the markets were going down. I don't remember the reasoning that they said behind it, but it would actually work out that way a lot of the time. So I wanted to see if that has still in a relationship or a play still going on. Their defensive play says chat. Let's see if the chat can read. That was me, says Cairo. If it was you, then yeah, don't bring up Miss V. Yeah, I mean, like, we do miss her wherever she is. We wish her the best. I've seen her taking pictures of her dog recently, though.
Yeah, awesome. Guys, I've not too much to report in small cap world at the moment. I see APDN making a bit of a move, moving up on the chart. Okay, so I do have to correct that there is a move in small cap world. APDN just made a big boy move off that $1.35 area. It had been basically doing nothing the majority of the morning. Now it's up 50%. I mean, you had a bit of a move off the bell, not all that much. It looks like we opened up at that 115 area or so. We topped out at 135, then consolidated sideways from 10:30 all the way here till 12:15. 12:15 saw a surge of volume coming in, and we've been moving up ever since. Look at that, stair-stepping up. So it looks like a good area to get long here. That 160 area, I'm going to put in a dip trade at $1.61. Let's go with half the size. There we go. So if we can get a dip trade into that support level, that would be gravy. Let's see how this one looks on the 5-minute chart. Are we extended? Oh, it's going to crash on me. Come on. Boo. All right, let me just load this one back up
more RAM,
quick.
bro.
Man, I asked for more RAM the other day.
You gotta download it. Download more RAM at moreram.com.
Is that a thing?
No.
Oh, because there used to be software.
No, it's not a thing.
I know there used to be software RAM, right? Like
no,
back in the day.
There is no software RAM,
Absolutely there was.
No, there isn't.
You want to bet?
There is no software RAM.
Okay, let's go. We're going to do this right now, live on the show. I know that there was. Let's see.
The chat's laughing. There is no software RAM, man.
I know what RAM means, random access memory, right? But I'm talking about basically this was supposed to free up your RAM or stuff like that.
No, that's a scam. You're downloading absolute garbage.
It's called soft RAM, Pradley.
All right, anyways. You download your RAMs, I'm going to stick to buying mine.
Nah, I'm just joking, guys.
Good,
all right, so it looks like it's breaking away with us here. It just made a new high at day 175. I'm going to leave my dip trade here because you know what this one's going to do. It's going to make a new high and that's going to pull back. So I want to be on the receiving end of a good trade, and that means I'm not going to chase this one through the highs.
Yeah, I'm just trying to read articles about Twitter and so on at the moment, trying to be more honed into exactly what's going on with the sector and with the stock and so on. I think Elon said, if the bots on Twitter are higher than 10%, he's not going to buy it. Was it 10%? Do you remember?
Oh, I'm just trying to post this in the
soft
chat
ramp?
because the chat's lighting up here harassing me. So I just wanted to show them the Wikipedia article that I found. I'm not that out of touch, guys. I know it's like an older product, but I know this existed once upon a time. Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
You're good. You're good. But yeah, I'm just trying to hone in on this. I think the number was around 10% of bots. If it was over 10%, he wasn't going to go with the purchase. So I'm guessing now if he comes out and he says, yeah, I'll go with it, maybe the bot percentage is actually less than 10 or whatever that he was arguing about. So now Elon's going to go with the deal. I think recently he was supposed to be on the Russell Brand Rumble podcast or whatever.
Yeah?
I don't know how that happened or how that played out, but I'm guessing it played out good for Twitter because at the end of the day, he decided to go with Twitter and not with Rumble or any other extra sources out there. So I can't wait for Twitter to open up from its halt today in order to put some damage on that stock. Trust me, the last time Twitter came into play for this trade, I was killing it. Amazon hiring freeze. So another big stock over here, sorry, not stock, another big company announcing hiring freezes. But hopefully it's not just like the Google hire freeze, which was for 1 week, right? Google did it for 1 week and they started okay again. So let's see how long Amazon is freezing hiring for. Did you know Amazon was actually thinking about buying Netflix at one point?
No, I didn't actually know that. That's interesting.
I was watching a video this morning about Netflix story and so on, and Netflix at one point was thinking, or not thinking, Bezos called up Netflix and he said, let me buy you guys out. And they said, nope, we're going to be bigger than you ever think. And they weren't wrong. They were a pretty big company. But Bezos, he says, either I buy you or I compete with you. Yeah. And he's now competing with them directly.
Well, I remember I heard a similar story between Elon Musk and Tim Cook where I think back in 14-15 when Tesla was having financial issues, Musk called Cook and Cook didn't take the call. He didn't actually call him back. And ended up being Tesla is what it is now. So I don't know if Tim Cook actually regrets not taking that call. You got to assume Apple's obviously still the juggernaut that it is, but it would have been nicer maybe if they had Tesla on their balance sheet. Who knows? What do you think about this Apple car that we've been hearing about for like 2 years and it seemed like nothing about? I mean, we heard that they were going to team up with Hyundai at one point, and then that kind of like flopped.
I think they're going to team up with Nikola, bro. Honestly, they're going to team up with Nikola. They're going to buy out Nikola. This is just Nikola? You can buy them out on a penny on a dollar. You buy them out on a penny on a dollar, use their technology and make it better. I think that's the easiest thing you can do. Like Amazon did it with Rivian. Obviously, they didn't buy a penny on a dollar. They spent $100 on the dollar, and now they're big time in the hole on that company. But I think Apple, if they do it the smart way, I think they can buy out your MUL Lens or your Nikolas, and actually turn that into a car company. Maybe even partnership with them. That's my idea behind it. I can't see them going to Ford and be like, yo, Ford, make me a car.
No, I mean, Ford's got like lots of these legacy automakers have like a whole plethora of issues that the newer guys don't. They have union issues, they have like pension fund issues. So I think that kind of would be a deal breaker for some of these technology companies that don't want to inherit that kind of stuff. But my buddy tells me this all the time. He's like, look, man, I'm not putting a penny in GM. I'm not putting a penny in Ford because of the union issues that they have. And you can be whatever your political affiliation is and how you feel about it. It's just I'm talking from an investment perspective. And he sees, my friend, he sees those as like hurdles for growth and whatever. I just want to mention quickly here, looks like we held that 3,800 ceiling again. Not to the T, obviously we moved up here on this recent move to 3,801, but since then we've moved back down to 3,789 on the ES. So still within that 25-point range. Look at this, guys. I mean, you don't have to be a genius to see this. 37.84 is the bottom, and 15-point range. Sorry, I thought it was a 25-point range for some reason. 37.84 and then 3,800 top. So tight range on the ES, and it's going in for like a while now. I think for a couple of hours, Brad.
So I'm looking at TLT on Amex, is it? No, it's on NASDAQ. I think it's on Amex. NASDAQ. Is it NASDAQ? Right, NASDAQ? I don't know. You tell me. I can't see anything on Amex. I see NASDAQ, so I'm guessing it's on. Yeah, it's on NASDAQ.
You're tilted?
No, TLT is your 20-year bonds. So I'm looking at the bond market, 20-year treasury, sorry. So I want to show the people in the chat as to another reason why the market might have had its relief that we're seeing. You know, it's the drop in the bonds market. Okay. Bonds market have been pulling back after going parabolic recently. So this is part of the reason why the market might be also moving to the north side after finding a good. Oh, this market's actually pushing down right now, baby. This market's actually going down right now. Where's my short? Where's my SPY shorts? I jumped out of it too early, so it sucks to be me. But yeah, this market's pulling back. Looks like what Sharif was saying about that pattern that we were talking about actually played out exactly that way. So we had that line on the top, and we had this over here. So that breakdown coming. Let's see how far that breakdown goes to. Is it going to go all the way to the 50-period EMA, or does it go all the way to VWAP? If it does go to VWAP, I expect it to have some sort of a buying pressure coming in on the market, which is up 2.66% on the day. NASDAQ, which was up 3% on the day, is now only up 2.8% on the day. Let's see if it can find some buyers around these areas, 11,580 to 11,600 areas for NASDAQ. I showed you treasuries. I showed you the overall market. I want to talk about gold now, Sharif.
Go for it.
Because our friends over at Trade Ideas, I follow them on Twitter. Oh, wow, I actually forgot about reading super chats and stuff, which we'll do later after we go to you. But Trade Ideas was talking about, hopefully I'm going to the right account over here somewhere, is talking about HYMC, how Highcroft Mining Corp is the biggest gold mine in the world, apparently, and silver mine, and how gold and silver are getting destroyed recently, but are a great spot to invest for inflation and so on. And he's saying that the only way AMC is going to get rid of its debt is by using the mines in HYMC, and they're going to really squeeze to the north side.
Interesting.
That's the CEO of Trade Ideas call out.
Yeah, no, I've been hearing that for a while. I mean, we've been seeing gold underperforming here relative to inflation for a while, and I haven't been personally given an explanation as to why that's the case. You'll recall that when we had the 2008 crash, 2009 crash, gold soared after that. Like, I mean, and a lot of people were in it, and some people got in late. They tried to chase it. Anyway, we haven't seen that kind of move this time with gold. At least not one that was relevant enough to talk about. But I just want to mention something real quick. When you were showing TLT, the 20-year bond, that's a U.S. Treasury, right?
Yeah.
So guys, when prices of treasuries go down, like the actual bond price itself, yields go up. So I just wanted to mention that real quick because people were saying in the chat, oh, well, why are the yields going up? They're inversely related. So bond prices go up. Bond prices go down, yields go up. And I just gotta digress quickly here. Sober is making a big boy move. We are getting big boy on Sober. Pumped about this. This is where we got in initially 342. We averaged down to 330. Our first out here at 345. We got actual top wick at 354 here. So good for us on this, but I'm gonna have to take a little bit more out because I'm still too heavy into this one. So I gotta take a piece there. And if it moves up a little bit more, I'm going to have to take another piece. I'm still too heavy in this one because my outs were too small relative to the share size that I had. Let's see if this one flushes back down. And that's my concern because we just made a new high of day. And you guys know these small cappers, when they make new highs, they tend to flush back down. I'm still too heavy on it. I've got too much size based on what we're doing here. There we go. I got to get some out. There we go. Now I'm at an appropriate level. So that's good. So I've got about 30% of my initial position on this one. So send it back to Pratt.
Yeah, man, we're just looking at, Sean is updating his positions in the chat. Let's go take a look at some AMD 6907. I'm guessing that's a long or short? Shorts? Okay, shorts. Okay, good. I was going to say we're at 68 now. Yeah, coming in on the short side for your boy Sean. 69 short. Wow, pretty much the high of day. Clean short on that side. Let's go. All shorts, no longs. Microsoft 249. $1 in the money on this one too. Let's go. Check the Amazon short, which I'm
Pretty, very pretty. Broke VWAP.
The price on Amazon over here, 122.99. So basically 123, and now we're at 121. So your boy Sean, you know it, baby. Fireworks every day, every single second of the moment. Trader TV Live, man. You know where it is. You know where it happens every single day, 8:30 to 4 o'clock. We're here trying to put on the trades for you. Sadly, my day is pretty sour, man. Not the best day, but thankfully, I've had 3 good days so far, and this one sour day doesn't really take away from those 3 days. So I'm gonna just move on from it. I'll try to keep on winning, but I'm just not having a good day. But like I said, at least I didn't lose everything that I made yesterday.
No, exactly, and it's just about surviving every day. And I want to mention something in the book that I've been reading. Trading in the Zone. He also says, you'll probably get to this chapter soon, but in the chapter, he's like, oh, look, if you have an edge and you know your edge gives you like a 60% win rate, a 75% win rate, then and you're consistent with that, right? Like whatever sample size you had, 100 trades, 200, 300, whatever, and you can consistently get that win rate, then you should look at like an accumulation of losing trades as you being that much closer to your accumulation of winning trades. Because, okay, it's like, okay, you should not really look at your 5th trade after 4 losers any differently than the first loser that you had. That's because you're going to get closer to that winning trade. And so you need to have that same mindset if you want to maintain that edge. So just wanted to mention that, so because obviously you're talking a little bit about that right now. Now, sober, pulling back as I expected it would. I have my final piece here to get out at that 359. It looks like it's pulled back into 340, 341. So we're still well on the money on this one because our dollar cost average is 330. So I'm not gonna get out of this one until the break-even point. So my stop will be at that $3.29. But I am looking for a little bit of a retracement. Probably back into that 50 period, maybe that 335 or so. I'm hoping maybe not that low. I'm not going to add to this position. I'm just going to maintain the shares that I've had, and I'll take it as it moves up. But the reason I got out of so many so quickly here is because I was really heavy on the stock, and it had just made a new high, and I don't want to be super heavy when it just made a new high because I do have a tendency to retrace. Case in point, this candle right here. So sober, definitely continuing to be on watch. SNTI also showing some good signs, bouncing off that 50 period. So it looks like it's respecting that 50 period, and it has for the majority of the day. Look at this, 11 o'clock, 11:15 to about 11:50 time slot, bounced off the 50 period a couple of times. Same thing here at 12:45, and then again at 12:50, bounced off that 50 period. This one's maintaining itself. I like it. And the thing is, we can get long into this one without worrying that we're going to make a high of day and therefore a retracement, because this high of day is at $4.44. Yeah, we talked about that one earlier. Want Action says, what's the book's name? It's called Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas. Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas.
Yeah, I have the audiobook that I bought and the
PDF.
I don't want to say that, but like, you know, I have the book.
Legally PDF.
Yeah,
it's available.
you're a legal PDF. I bought it from Amazon.com for sure for $12.99, and yeah, I'm loving it, man. I'm loving that book. Thank you for suggesting it. I actually had it on my to-do list, but I just never read it. But you talking about it just made me want to go back to it, and appreciate you for even mentioning that. Dogecoin running at the moment says Doge Moon. All right, let's go check out what Dogecoin is doing. Can't really trade it, but yeah, it is 9% now.
Well, people were saying that. Yeah, people were saying that in the chat that Doge just made a monster move. But you know, what am I gonna do with Doge?
Yeah, we can't really do anything with Doge. I mean, oh wait, that's because Doge is Twitter's official coin, isn't it? That makes sense. So Dogecoin getting pumped because of Twitter over there.
Is that? I didn't even actually know that.
Yeah, Doge is Twitter's official coin.
No way.
Yeah. Well, with Elon, it's gonna be Twitter's official coin.
I just thought it was Elon connected. I didn't know it was actually Twitter's.
Yeah, like Elon said Doge is going to be the official coin for Twitter because Bitcoin uses way too much power to transact the thing. That's part of the reason why he rejected Bitcoin car payments for Tesla. Because if I'm an environmental friendly company and if I'm taking payments in a non-environmentally friendly way, then I'm really going against my own model over here. So he said, screw that, we're not going to go that route anymore.
Guys, I want to mention that this aggressive move down the market off 3,800, we're still within that range though, guys. That 37.84 bottom held. Look at this Look at this red candle here at 10:51 a.m. That's where we made the 37.84 bottom, and it's been maintained. Look at this. In this little recent pullback here, 37.84 held. So we're still in that range between 3,800 plus or minus a point or two in that 37.84. So still within the range on the ES. So careful with like any sizing in heavy on any longs. Take profits if we're within the extremities of those ranges, whether you're long or short. Make sure to take profits on your big cap longs or shorts, Prad.
What? My messages just automatically just turn into, anyways. Banging keyboards? No, I think Lucas over there just tripped. But we're going to go to energy update to your boy Brendo.
Hey guys, yeah, 2 days in a row now back to the upside for energy markets, crude oil specifically. And hey, it's Bloomberg as well, pumping up oil prices about mid-morning. This came out ahead of this meeting coming up later in the week. Bloomberg reporting that OPEC now considering a 2 million barrel per day cut to production, which caused that to happen. Yeah, it was about 10:30, 10:40. That happened. 85.5 up to almost 87 there for crude, still up 3.2%. So 2 days in a row, as I mentioned, back to the upside here after this long downtrend for oil futures. But we'll see what happens coming up on Thursday, guys, ahead of this meeting for OPEC Plus.
OPEC, all right. Yeah. XLE is the one I want to go look at with that catalyst. Yeah. What's XLE doing? Up 3.5% up on the day today. Is oil contracts a Z22? X22, CL/X22, NM. So yeah, $86 now on crude. Okay, we were not too long at hundreds, if you guys remember, and it was a pretty monstrous time with obviously OPEC coming in and talking about, you know, we're gonna cut barrels so prices can go back up so we can make tons of money again. It's just crazy, man. I don't think that's even legal. Like they should not be allowed to price fix like that.
They're a cartel. The whole idea
but you
illegal.
Shouldn't be able to price fix like that.
You can't have cartels in Western democracies because it's monopolistic.
Yeah.
Like, the whole idea is, anyway. I'm not a big fan of OPEC, and I think that they're trying to stick it to the West, to be honest with you. I think that they're getting their wish because, you know, domestic production in Canada has dropped off. Domestic production in America has dropped off.
But you think part of this is because EVs are getting rampant? You think part of this is because like they want oil prices to go up there and they want to make their trillions and trillions of dollars and buy their gold-plated Lamborghinis, but it's not going to happen if we go full lithium.
I know. I personally, as much as I love EVs and I'm a big fan of Tesla, I see it as still like a long-term horizon before like the majority of vehicles.
But we still need fuel for rocket ships and Mars
and everything,
whatnot.
man. Yeah. Plastics, like everything that's made, like you know,
petroleum.
is petroleum-based. To be honest with you, so. It's I don't know. I hate OPEC and I don't like the way that I don't like the way that they operate.
Really feel,
yeah,
Sharif.
no, I don't. They're a cartel and they're monopolistic. And anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it is what it is, right? And that's part of the reason why Activision is having so much trouble getting bought out by Microsoft. There we go. Almost said Amazon. That's why it's getting a little bit of trouble because in North America we don't let companies turn into big monopolies. Rogers, Bell, we're talking to you right now. But in North America generally monopolies are frowned upon and looked down upon. So Activision, Microsoft, Google, which recently canceled their whole Stadia program. I mean, Stadia was absolutely horrible to begin with. No gamer ever, even bought into the idea of Stadia. So the fact that it got discontinued doesn't really matter to me. But I'm upset that my favorite Google. Google's always going to be my favorite from the top 5 companies in the basket. So Google still struggling to enter the gaming realm is very sad. Amazon has entered it. Microsoft has done it in a wonderful way using Xbox, Halo, you name it, every single game out there. But Google has failed every single way for making a game. Amazon is failing, but at least they're trying. And Microsoft, bro, I think Activision is still going to be an issue for them to get bought out.
Well, Netflix threw their hat into the gaming thing. Remember we were talking about that last week? They bought the Finnish gaming, I think a Finnish gaming firm with the objective of having more games. I mean, I think Prad was talking about this last week. He had tried some of those games. He's like, they're none too good. So maybe they're trying to boost their gaming there. Anyway. The futures bounced, broke ever so briefly, and it was a wick. It wasn't actually a close at 384 level we've been talking, 3784 level we've been talking about. It dipped down to that 3782, but it was just a wick and it popped right back up. So that level's still holding, but maybe a warning sign or a warning shot fired there. I'm still long sober. I'm holding it. Looks like we got a nice move up into that 350. I wasn't quick enough to take profits at that point. And to be honest with you, I really kind of want to hold this one up to $3.60. So I'm happy that I didn't see it. Otherwise, I probably would have FOMO'd out, to be honest with you. Sober up 10% on the day, and it's still above VWAP. Liking this trade. I'm profitable on it. I'm pumped. Let's flip to some other stuff. SNTI, still doing the same thing, to be honest with you. Holding that level. Looks like a bit of a triple top forming here at that $4.34 area. I want to see how this one is going to break this level. Is it going to be a decisive break? Are we going to close above it, or are we just going to wick and then kind of shoot right back down? So this is a bit of a tricky one on SNTI, and it's up 70%. So it's showing up on everybody's scanner. I'm assuming, if anybody who's trading these small caps has notice of it, to be honest with you. And Henry said Bradley Cooper. That's why I call him Pradley, because Prad sounds like Brad, and then Brad is like Bradley, so I call him Pradley.
I have way too many names, man.
Yeah, well, I like Pradley.
So many names. It's ridiculous. I don't even know how you guys come up with this. You guys are way too
the chat's creative, man.
on the fly, too, on the fly. All right, we're going to go to Super Chat's realm. It's 1 o'clock, only an hour left with Sharif and myself. Hopefully you guys had a great time. I for sure did. And if you did, make sure you're hitting the like button, ladies and gentlemen. The like count is already at 3K, but the more, the merrier, right? 100%. Super Chats, hello guys. Thank you for much help. I've been going through a tough time, and your positive attitudes and good vibes have helped me out. Hey, NM15, thank you for ZAR. Not sure what currency that is, but either way, it's the idea that behind it. So thank you for the super chat. And look, man, tough times happen to everybody. This market has been ridiculously hard this year. I know people who are six-figure earners who haven't made a single dollar this year. So it's been tough. Don't take it upon yourself. Just think about how to improve off of your mistakes that you've made and how to learn from it. And then we're gonna grow together. All of us, we're gonna grow together. We're gonna keep on getting better every single day, even if it's by 1% or even if it's by 0.5%. The goal is to get better, and we're gonna do it. Welcome to the family. We're gonna have fun.
Hey.
Just put a smile on your face, baby. Bank Size Miami, new member, $1.99. Who's behind Bitcoin? Satoshi Nakamoto. Nakamoti? I don't even know. Somebody named Satoshi is behind it.
That was quick off your tongue, dude.
Yeah.
Good for you for knowing that. I want to know
Satoshi.
that.
Tuesday, I mean, he's not really in it, but people say it's him.
Yeah,
Nobody
yeah.
even know who Satoshi is. But anyways, Tuesday Super Chats. Oh, wait, that was yesterday's Super Chat. Okay, anyways, Tuesday Super Chats, the open. Dominic, morning, y'all. How about some love for BTB? Yeah, thank you for the $5 Super Chat, Dominic. We did cover BTB in the morning already. Also, it's kind of late for this one, the Super Chat, so just acknowledging the Super Chats. Freedom for Alberta, coming in with the $2 Super Chat. Tech, up 11% in 5 days and going back to $35 to $36. TECK, let's go check out what this one is.
Futures.
Futures are what? Oh,
They're
wow.
dipping.
Yeah, futures are a VWAP now. NASDAQ futures at VWAP, S&P 500 pulling back to VWAP. I should have held my futures short still, but whatever. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, right? Here comes the tech stock that you were talking about, though, Freedom. 5% up on the day, and it is indeed pulling back to that $33, $34 area like you predicted. Hopefully you have a short off of that trade because, call-outs don't make money. It's executions that make money. So hopefully you do have a trade on this. Even if you don't, maybe, write down in your book somewhere that you made this call out, what made you make that call out, how that trade set it up for you. And the next time you see this again, you'll be able to put that damage in that position when you see it.
You're absolutely right. I want to tell people something that I started doing or I did when I first started trading, which was whenever I hesitated into a trade that I didn't take, I would always have a tally. So I had a piece of paper, and I said, okay, if I had taken this trade, would I have got it right or would I have got it wrong? And so anytime I hesitated, I had a tally, and I put one on one side. Yes, I would have been profitable on it. On the other side, I would have been negative on it. And at the end of the day, I would tally it up, and I say, all my hesitations, how much should they cost me? And I did that for like 3-4 months, and that kind of gave me the courage to actually punch in, because you end up seeing that, but for your hesitation, you would have been profitable on that trade. So I always kept a tally of the trades that I hesitated on and see whether I would have been profitable on them or not. But I want to ask you something. maybe you can explain this to me. So this is something that I've never really understood. There's a finite amount of Bitcoins out there in the world, right?
No, there's 21 million, yeah.
Finite amount.
Yeah, finite.
Right? Okay, so then the purpose of mining is what?
The purpose of mining?
Of mining. When you're mining Bitcoin, I'm assuming you're.
Well, there's a finite amount of gold too, bro. What's the purpose of mining gold?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if there's 21 million Bitcoins that have, I don't know what you call it, minted, printed, or like
mint.
whatever, right?
No, it's not minted.
I don't even know what the term is, but you get what I'm trying to say with this, right? So if there's a finite amount of Bitcoin, then all these people have computers out there and they're solving mathematical equations and being paid for solving them in Bitcoin. So I'm assuming all the 21 million haven't been distributed yet.
I would think so, yeah.
Correct?
I would think so.
But there will never be.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do we have a tally about how many have been distributed so far? Yeah, so... Yeah, okay, but that's what I want to understand. So that's the basic thing that I was missing there. So, okay, if there's 21 million Bitcoin...
What are these math equations that they're solving is my question. Like, why can't we make it like, solve some actual issues in the world and you get a Bitcoin? Like, I think that's what Bitcoin should go to, but that's a whole different convo. I don't understand the whole mathematical equations part and why people need to buy 1 million graphics cards, run up my gaming parts prices to the moon, and to the point where I can't even buy them. So it's a little confusing, but yeah, the whole mining part and everything is pretty insane. No mining, no more Bitcoin. Mining creates BTC. Mining apparently creates the coin. Let's chat. Obviously, we're gonna have to do our own research on this. Sharif.
19 mil is minted, and other two fully minted by 2140.
Okay.
I don't know if that's accurate or not. Thank you that's Crypto Joe. Crypto Joe O just said that. I'm gonna do my own research now that I have an understanding of how it works, because I had a little bit of an idea here, but not a full understanding. Guys, the futures now broke that 37.84 level we talked about. It had been in play since the better part of the morning. I want to say around like 10 a.m. Tested again at 10:50, and then we got another test here, but we broke it and we closed decisively below it. But the thing is, we're still above VWAP. Is VWAP going to be a support level for the futures at this point? 37.78 is the VWAP level that I have on my 1-minute chart on the MES. So if you're playing off that, it's a good level to know. Now, Sober, we got stopped out of break even for the remaining portion. I had 30% on to take north here through the high of day break. It didn't end up going there. It looks like the top wick we got was at $3.50, but no higher, and then it trended back down. Perhaps maybe I should have given it to below VWAP because it held VWAP here, but I didn't want to give back any more money lower than my entry position, which is why I didn't have my stop below VWAP on Sober. SNTI. Still well above VWAP here, trading at $4.17. VWAP's at $3.70. The better moving average here, or at least for the time being, is that 50 period, trading at $4.17. If you're looking to go long here, SNTI, perhaps this 50 period could be interesting. Now, this is actually something that I'll take. I'll take it with smaller share size because of that red candle to go down. The spread is 3 cents on this one, so 2 pennies now. There we go, we're long. Now my out is gonna be the break of this support here, which is that $4.06 area. Let's go ahead and put that in now. $4.06, we're out, and then we'll give that to 404. We'll give it to 403 because I just saw a 3 cent spread. So long SNTI, looking to break this recent high here. We have a bit of a triple top, like I mentioned earlier, at that $4.33, $4.34 area. Let's see if we can break that and make new highs. High of days, 443.
All right, Tesla at new lows at the moment and still continue to go to the downside. And are we going to turn negative on Tesla? So now finally Tesla's bearish move, or at least the weight of Tesla impacting the overall market. S&P 500 pulled back to VWAP, NASDAQ pulled back to the 100-period EMA, and Tesla now only up 0.6% compared to, I remember seeing it be up 3% or 4% at one point. So pretty monster move. For anyone who's wondering why Tesla's dropping after having a pretty big move today, it's because Elon finally agreed to go through with that Twitter deal. If Elon agrees to go with the Twitter deal, he needs cash. If he needs cash, there's only one company that he can dump his positions on, and that's going to be Tesla, right? Pretty insane though. Like I was watching this video about Elon, and he was like, people people say this and that about me making money and so on, but all I did was bet on my companies. If I bet on a company that was on the public market, which is right, think about it though. He bet on a company that's on the public market. He owns 20% of it. It's the investors and traders and the cult-like following that he created that made the stock go up to $1 trillion.
And he earned that cult-like following. It's no small feat to make electric vehicles, man. And to make them en masse and on scale like he's doing. So I'm a big fan of his. I know a lot of people don't like him.
And the patents are free for the whole world to use.
Yeah, apparently he doesn't patent stuff.
No, the patents are free for the whole world to use. Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't patent stuff. Or apparently Tesla is not in the business of patenting
No, they
stuff.
have patents, but they're just free for the whole world to use. Like Porsche can use it, Volkswagen can use it. The idea is if you can use my software and my technology to create a better thing out there that can actually help humanity, then go for it.
Yeah, not many people are going to think that way. AERC just made a monstrous move off that bottom here. $4.50. It moved within like 3 minutes up to $4.90. AERC now up 52% on the day, $1.67 since open. This one we were profitable on at some points here, but then we went negative. Let me just look at my blotter. Nope, negative on AERC despite the fact that I had a good trade on it right when I sat down. This one I'm not taking at these levels, right? Like, I mean, 5 is like we're like right at the door at $5 here, and it looks like, you know, if we make a new high, it'll just reject. So, not really sure how to play this one on AERC. I missed the bulk of the move. Maybe a move short would be the right move here, but I'm gonna have to secure shorts for that one. And I don't think I'm going to be short-minded on these small caps. I have a tendency not to want to short these small caps. It was goes back from the days when I first started trading. There was someone that was following, and he's like, you know, don't short low-cap floaters, low-flow small cappers. They tend to go against you. You'll get blown up, blah, blah, blah. And so since then, I really haven't done it. But there we go, Brad. AERC up 51% on the day.
That stock is just nuts, man. I think I remember this position. It IPO'd at $40. Was supposed to open at $4. Opens at $40. Runs up to $125. And comes back to $4 within the next few days. And then the catalyst is that during COVID, when COVID was at the height of COVID and so on, They got some sort of a deal for airplanes in order to clean the air inside the airplane. I can't use the right words because I don't know the right words. But the air filtration systems and so on, they got that deal for AERC, and then eventually I don't know what happened with that deal, or if it's in place or if it's not in place. I have to do more research on it. But yeah, today up 53% on AERC. These are the levels that I have mapped out from the past when I was trading the stock, when it was crazy and volatile. But obviously now coming back to 4, I just stopped looking at it. Time to start putting the stock on the radar once more, because if this stock is moving around, usually it gives you some monster breaks and even halts. You can look for some crazy halt trades to come into play for AERC if the volume presents itself. Today on this stock, we're at the volume is 37 million shares with 36 relative volume. For anyone wondering what relative volume is, that's the
Vol, baby.
Yeah, that's the average volumes, or kind of like an average volume, relative volume for the last 14 days in this very minute. How much volume is the stock doing in this minute compared to the last 14 days? And according to that math, this stock is doing ridiculous amounts of volume. Look at that little volume candle right there, allowing the stock to break the high a day and now near $5. Monster. Hasbro finally coming back down a little bit. Never really got my size that I wanted at, where was my order? 69.91 was my order. Never really got the fill. But at the end of the day, at least we're now time to make some money on this position. This market's dying right now.
Beautiful,
what's going on?
Man. It's absolutely beautiful. I hope I'm not offending anybody who is long or has a long-term position that they're not happy about, but I just took Meta short there at 139.82. I scalped out a piece at 139.70, and then I got bottom lick here at 139.61. Let's see if the market can continue to go down. It's broken VWAP here. The market's still printing red, but Meta just had a new green candle. So let's see if this one, Meta bottomed out here, or what's going on. I see on Apple like a a doji candle, I think they call them that, which is sometimes a reversal candle. Let's take out a little bit more on Meta here. So I've got less than 50% of the position that I've had on Meta. I'm looking for newer lows. Let's see if we can break that 139.60 decisively. Market's still red. Apple just printed a green candle on the 1-minute chart. Doesn't mean all that much. I like to look at Apple though because it just does carry so much of the market. I don't really have levels at these on the ES here from which to glean where to get out. Let's have a look at the chart on the ES. So we are at 37.70. We didn't get quite down to 37.70, but let's, for the sake of argument, let's say we did. I have a 37.66 for some reason. That probably goes back a ways. Let's see if this 37.66 is from recent. No, it's not. It's and that's again why I want to be able to label these lines so I know what day they're from. I think that would help my trading a lot. Let's take a little piece out of Meta here. So now we are out of exactly 66% of our position on Meta. The next out is going to be at 139.50. So let's go ahead and put that 139.51, and we'll take out a smaller piece. Let's see if we get printed on that one, Brad.
Guys, I actually have a question to ask. What do you guys think about this latest video? What? Pause the video. I don't even watch it. What is going on here? Pause this. Go to Trader TV Live. Where we at? 3.3K likes, baby. Let's go. And I wanna go to this video over here. This one, the dead stocks. Avoid catching the falling knives. I want to see how many of you watched it. We have 7,000 views on this. If you guys like the edits on this or not, because I think whoever edited this did a great job, amazing job, and I love it. So let's see how many of you guys go watch this video.
What?
And
send me that, please.
Send you this?
Yeah.
I think Lucas or how do I send it to you?
On
Google
the
Chat?
Group chat.
Yeah. I think the editing on this was absolutely monstrous. So congratulations, whoever
I like that.
almost sent it to. You like it, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. I think this is by far the best editing we've done. And whoever edited before, I think I'm talking to the person who did edit before. It was. I know this one was Fahad, but who edited all the other videos before? Like all the old ones. You or Rob? Rob? Okay, and whoever did, I think we're stepping our game up, baby. So the point is, look, man, all the donations, all the super chats, everything that you guys send it over to us, we're putting it right back into making better content every single day.
Yes,
and all
sir.
we want from you is to tap that little like button, tap that little subscribe button, and help us elevate this channel that we like to host for you every single day, 8 o'clock to 4 o'clock. Let's go over to Big Screen Brendo for Sector Watch.
I like that big screen, Brenda.
Nice look here, guys, for the NASDAQ, still leading the way, although we are coming back to the downside, as you guys mentioned. Here's a breakdown of what's happening as we head towards 130. At this point, there is some notable weakness coming back into some of the retailers right now. That's Dollar Tree, still in negative territory, down just 0.37. Compared to everything else that's going on, it looks very red, but 0.37. For DLTR, down here, Regeneron also in negative territory. Otherwise, a very, very positive day right across the entire board. Just saw Netflix there as well, still in the red also. But rest of the communication services group still obviously very positive, including Google coming up on Thursday, I believe it is, the 6th. Yeah, Thursday. We'll get the launch of the Pixel 7 and the 7 Pro. So that should be an exciting opportunity as well. Again, 10 a.m. That's going to happen in New York is where that launch is this time around. Lucid here, 8% to the upside. Some of the Chinese names showing some strength as well. JD.com, PDD, both 4 and 5% higher. There's Amazon. There was that note on hiring freeze back to the downside, but still having a great day, 4.5%. It's the semiconductors and the software names leading the way, however. Every single stock in this entire section of the NASDAQ in positive territory. 1, 2, and then 3 red ones on the board right now. 2.25 to the upside right now for the NASDAQ, guys. Back to you.
I have not seen that board that green like yesterday and today, where have been like the only days in recent memory that I've seen that board that green. Guys, the futures bounced off that level, that random level that I had here, that 37.66 level. It bounced right off it. Now making a couple of green candles to the high side. Not saying this is a trend reversal or anything, but I'd really like to know where these levels come from. I may start writing them down every time I chart them on a piece of paper, so I'm like, okay, yeah, 36.77 goes back to, say, October 2nd or whatever. That way I can kind of.
This is what I do for that, eh?
Yeah, how do you do that? Show me
So
your
when
trick.
when I'm drawing a line, I anchor them from that point. So it doesn't extend left, it only extends right.
I don't get that option here. So look, when I drop a horizontal line,
Yeah.
like say I want to drop it anywhere,
You can't right-click on the line and modify it?
No, like look, so you can just change the color, thickness, annotations that has nothing to do with it, create a parallel line, attach alert.
That's sucky.
It's super lamey, but that's what it is. Sucky. Yeah,
That's
go ahead.
sucky. Yeah, I mean, I was talking to Ian about this too, because Ian one day sent his charts out and they were extended to the left and extended to the right. And I said, I don't know where you're anchoring your lines off of, Ian. Maybe don't extend it to the left. And he goes, oh my God, that's a genius idea. So for anyone who does the same thing, if you're extending lines to the left and to the right, maybe only extend it to the right, because charts never go left, right? So only extend it to the right, never to the left side. That way you see where it's anchored for. And then if you ever want to have that question that Sharif is having, where did I draw this line from? You just zoom out and you see where that line's coming from. Hasbro finally in the money, baby. 30 cents in the money. What? Now I'm not 30 cents in the money. Okay, 18 cents in the money on Hasbro.
Something.
At least something. It was 30 previously, but 18 cents in the money on Hasbro. Like I said earlier, sucks that I did not get my whole size on this position that I wanted. So now I have no size on this trade, so I don't even want to cover for profits just yet. So let the stock pull back a little bit more. As you saw on Sharif's screen earlier, the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 market looking to bounce a little bit, and UVXY, which is your volatility ETF, also pulling back from the high days over here. It did create a new high for the volatility ETF, but looking like we're trying to pull back to the 100-period EMA. If volatility ETF holds at a 100-period EMA and starts another leg up north, that's going to be a questionable move on the market.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see how it plays out.
Guys, I'm shocked. I'm absolutely shocked. AARC broke $5 and then sank back down. I mean, who could have predicted a small capper was going to sink back down after making a new high of day? These ones are just so predictable. You know, I'm going to start thinking about shorting these through like the high of day break. It seems to be like a guaranteed win. Obviously I say that jokingly, tongue-in-cheek. Nothing is guaranteed in this game. But look at this, guys. We broke that 5. We broke it nicely. I think we topped out here at $5.08. And then, boom, as quickly as we made that high, as quick as we came right back down, right back into that 484, giving up a whole bunch of money there, a whole bunch of levels. Albeit, you know, it's holding the support level. This is the support level we're talking about, around that 480 to 485 area. Currently trading at 490, but AERC definitely getting a lot of attention here from me and from the scanners, because it is showing up big boy on this one. Let me see here where the ideal entry point would be. I mean, I'm inclined to take it off this 485, 484 level through that break, but I think that, you know, this one needs to retrace back into the 7-period EMA on the 5-minute chart, which on my chart here shows at 475. So let's see if this one has legs to continue going up, or it's going to retrace back down into that 475 level, Brad.
Okay. Getting stopped out of size. Okay, wait. My mic is muted? Oh, I didn't even know it was muted. My bad. UVXY, no, we already looked at that. It is pulling back to the 100-period EMA. Let's see if it continues to go south side off of that. Chef Henry in the chat just asked, why is Twitter halted? Guys, Twitter is halted, Chef Henry, because we're waiting on the news that's coming out probably in the next hour or so. Hopefully. The news is going to be that Elon Musk is accepting the deal to buy them out at $54.20. That's going to be the number that's going to be coming out. Well, at least there was a rumor first, and then finally ended up being a news halt, and then the news is basically saying that they are going to go through that with that deal. So just a little bit of a patience for them to see when they open up or how they move after opening up. Very, very news-driven, and I've been saying this for God knows how long now, right? Twitter is a news-driven stock. Yep. You got to be ready for these news articles to come out of nowhere. Thankfully, we might be going into that time period where the stock is no longer going to be moving off of news. That's only if the deal is actually going through. If the deal goes through today or tomorrow, whatever, maybe the news drops at 4 o'clock and the deal actually goes through, starting from tomorrow, this is no longer going to be a stock that you have to worry about for the news drops, because the deal is going through, you go for the buy option.
I want to
Someone
ask
in
you,
chat. Sorry,
go for it. Sorry, I'll ask you after. Go ahead.
Someone in chat wants us to take a look at Coinbase. I want to look at what the viewer's name is. Tatsis wants us to take a look at Coinbase. Let's go to Coinbase at the moment, $71.50 on the day. Monster move on Coinbase today simply because of cryptocurrencies, honestly. Cryptocurrencies having a good day today, allowing Coinbase to go from the 62 bottom of yesterday to 72 bottom, which puts it at a 10% to the north side. So monster long side for Coinbase. But I'm guessing that you want me to take a look at for a technical analysis. For supports, looks like that area of support. So right here, let me zoom in. Hello, let me zoom in properly. There we go, bang, bang, bang. So after the first initial drive of the 930, each candle is a 5-minute candle. After the initial drive of the 930, you saw a little bit of a pullback to VWAP, but notice how every single pullback is at 70.50, right? 70.50 showing you that there's some good buying coming in on Coinbase. So now if we go back to 70.50, I'm expecting it to bounce from there. Look what it does. It bounces from 70.50. If I had Coinbase on my radar, I most likely would have taken that long around here, given it the risk of 70.50 to the downside, which would never stop me out, and now we'd be in the money $1 or more as Coinbase launches itself back towards VWAP.
Just want to shout out Yaz for the $5 super chat. Thank you. Appreciate that, brother. He says, is Raider Trader still seeing a down move? I already moved my money on Friday. Not really sure what Raider Trader has to say. When does he come on typically, Sean? Come on. So he'll be on tomorrow. Watch out for that. I'm pretty sure he's in the afternoon show. 2:45, he'll be on tomorrow in the afternoon show. So look out for him, Yaz. Tomorrow he'll be on. And if you have any questions, maybe shoot them in the chat, and then they'll send that to him if he doesn't address it on his own. AERC breaking down, but below that support level we talked about here, not fully. That 484 was a support level we talked about like as an exact amount, but we gave it from 480 to 484. I'm not long on this. I'm waiting to see if it can pull back into 475, which happens to be the 7-period EMA on the 5-minute chart. That's my preferred area of entry. But I want to ask you, Prad.
Yeah.
I mean, we've talking about Twitter's, Elon Musk's acquisition of Twitter for like, I don't know, 4 months now. But have you ever talked about like some of the changes that he may make? What do you anticipate he's going to do in terms of changes? I know the free speech one is kind of like a given. That's why he wanted to get into it, less censorship. And the edit button, which I think they've already introduced for some people, right? Some people have edit access now on their tweets. But what else? He's such an innovative guy. There's going to be more that he brings to the table. What do you foresee?
That's a very good question, man. I didn't even think about that. Honestly, I probably will spend the rest of the day like thinking about this. And honestly, there's so much that can be done, and so much that could go wrong also, right? And yeah, I just have to think about it. I have no answer for that one right now.
Neither do I, to be honest with you. Like, I just maybe thought that you're a social media guy with a big following. You might have some ideas. To be honest with you, if aside from TikTok and Instagram, I'm not really using social media all that much anymore. I guess that's enough, probably. Those two are enough. Quantran says, auditioning to host CNBS. No, I'm not. I'm asking Prad genuine questions because I thought he actually knew. But I like how you're calling it CNBS. Kudos to you, Quantran.
I don't know, though, like, if he can really turn that into, like, like a real freedom platform to say whatever you want because, man, we're in North America. Like, okay, I won't say it.
It doesn't have to be full free speech, you know what I mean? There can be some parameters, but I think that he was not pleased with the amount of free speech being given. And we don't want to get political, obviously.
Yeah, there's no comment. Move on, no comment.
Let's move on from it.
No comment.
Just Ram Dervali says Musk wants to convert it to WeChat. Yeah, right. I don't know about that.
What is that?
That's a Chinese trading platform.
Yeah.
Right, so I guess
send money to people and
he's
whatnot?
insinuating that it's going to be monitored or whatever. I don't know. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, Ram, but obviously we know what goes on there. AERC bouncing nicely off that resistance level that we talked about. That didn't break 480. I think bottom wick here is at 481. Now making a nice move back up to 495. Let's see if we can reclaim 5 here because we've already made a day high at 508, I believe. AERC 508, yes. And let's see what we can do. Let's zoom in. Actually, let me bring in my other charts here and have a look at AERC's daily chart so we can see if there are any important daily levels we need to know going into that $5 break. Here's the daily. Let's pop that up. Okay, so this one is definitely a former runner. It's had good days in the past. Look at the amount of aggressive days we have here back going into June. It looks like we had some really good moves in June. Okay, so we're at $5. Let's see what the next most important level is. I would say it's about this one here. Going back to August 11th, the high on this bad boy is $6.70. So note that, you guys, $6.70 is the most recent high that we have to worry about. The second most recent high is this guy here on August 9th, $7.73. So those are two levels to keep an eye out should AERC continue to make its move up in the later stages of the afternoon, Brad.
Yeah, I'm just. I was talking to one of our viewers, Douglas, about possible games that I'll be tracking right now, and Douglas was asking me about Overwatch 2. Yeah, no, Overwatch is a dead game for me, honestly. But I'm more interested about this game right here by Riot Games, Project F, or maybe not Project F. But it's going to be the MMORPG game called World of Runeterra, speculated to be called World of Runeterra. I'm looking out for this game. Right now, I'm not really gaming that much. Like I said, I'm pretty bored of games in general now. Like, no game excites me. Here's the statistic that you're going to laugh about.
Okay.
The #1 most popular game out there that has the most active user base, CSGO.
What is that?
Okay, you don't even know the game then. Doesn't matter. This game was created like years ago, bro. Years and years ago.
Is it like
the graphics suck.
And it's the #1?
Like, you can play that on a garbage PC, and it has the most viewers on it at one time. Like, that's how bad the video game state is. Like, there is no good games out there to play anymore. Every game sucks. And I want to even talk about movies. I watched Bullet Train recently, which put me to sleep, right? And I watched, what's the other one? The other one, which was the new Thor movie, also put me to sleep.
Really?
Like, the new Thor movie was such a resident sleeper movie. Like, they don't know how to make movies anymore, man. Like, whatever happened to the Godfather, or like the Al Pacino type movies? Like, they don't make movies like that anymore. Even Cars 1, 2, and 3 was better than both of the movies I just mentioned.
For real?
Yes.
Oh, well, our producer Lucas there definitely not agreeing with what Brad is saying. But guys, I just got long on AERC. Let's see if we can break through 5 and boom! There we go, another piece. Give me more, man. Give me more. There we go, top wick. Very nice trade there on AERC through the break of 5. Took that long, 496. Money. You know how many times I've been wanting to like jump over to your desk and find where that money thing is to hit it? Yeah, I know. We're going to add that. But great trade there on AERC. I saw the volume come in, punched in there, got out 505, and then top wick here, almost top wick at 512. So nice trade on AERC with full size. Brings me back into the almost positive category on this one. That's kind of sad to say, where like you take a good trade and you're still not fully positive on the stock. That just goes to show how much I blundered this one earlier, Brad.
Hey, man, as long as you were able to come back and Babe Ruth that baby all the way into outfield. Is it outfield?
Yeah.
All the way to outfield, baby. That's what we're talking about. Right now, though, Tesla pushing to the north side. Tesla having a little bit of a good rebound action from yesterday's low. I believe yesterday's low was 242, right? Yeah, around 242, 241, 242. We pushed down to 240, 246, and now Tesla starting to rebound. There was a point that actually Sean brought up, I believe, on his Twitter. Or maybe he said it to me personally, I don't remember. The point was that Tesla only dropped to 240 after the 250 break. Like, you would expect it to go much deeper to the downside. So based off of that, maybe Tesla is actually, worth going long today. And it was worth going long at one point. Yeah. Sadly, the news articles coming and destroying it. But here's my continuation to that point. The continuation is, you expect with that catalyst coming in, Tesla to at least push down to yesterday's low, or at least break yesterday's low by a little bit to see if there's more sellers around those levels. The fact that we didn't do either of those and we're now bouncing away from yesterday's low, I think this catalyst is a little oversold already.
Yeah, to be honest with you, here's what I wanted to point out.
Yeah.
Remember when Musk had to raise money for that for the acquisition of Twitter, and then we saw we'll talk a little bit more about this. We got to send it up to Brendo now.
You can finish your sentence and then.
We'll talk about this when we get back from Brendo, who's at the big desk with Money Talks.
You can finish your sentence, bro.
So rude of me jumping in like that. Sorry, guys. Here comes Money Talks, guys. We'll talk a little bit about the dollar. Still downside in a big way once again today. Here's a chart of the DXY. This is a daily chart, remember. So 1, 2, 3, 4 out of 5 now. Straight back to the downside, down 1.2%. 110.30. Once again, we topped out at 114.5. Just going back to last week. So everything else pretty much higher on the day as a result. Nice bounce for the euro, up 1.5% back to basically parity. The Canadian dollar catching a bid today, more than 0.5% to the upside, 73.8. There's the pound back in a big way as well, 1.04 in positive territory as well. I want to mention these 1.7 here and 1.6 off the highs. We're back below 20,000 for Bitcoin and Ethereum, but still nice day across the board as the dollar is still showing some weakness. Yields coming off as well, helping the market. Guys, back to you.
Brendo does not look like the Rivian CEO, please. Brendo is Brendo. There's only... He does? Our Brendo? No, he does not.
Pull him up.
Bro,
pull him
I
up.
just showed you
There's
the picture.
only
He looks
one
like
way to
Steve-O.
know.
I just showed you the picture. He looks like
Oh,
Steve-O.
that was the guy you showed?
Yeah.
All right, let's
Right?
see
This one looks like Steve-O, right? 100%. Look at that one.
It's a little
Come
bit
here,
like
come
Brendo.
here, look
The
at this, look at
hair,
this.
The glasses a little bit. Brendo's got better hair, though.
Yeah, Brendo's got way better
That's not a
hair.
great picture.
Brendo's got way better hair. Come on, man.
I'm not about judging dudes.
Fair. But yeah, that guy looks like Steve-O in that picture. But man, Sean brought up Netflix. Netflix is now at $236, dropping like it's hot.
Really,
Drop it like
eh?
it's hot. It's dropping, baby. And it's for sure hot. It's red hot. Screaming to the
Damn.
downside. Does Netflix, go all the way back to the day's low, which was around yesterday's low too. Notice where Netflix bounced. Netflix bounced off of yesterday's low.
Wow. Okay, so here's what I want to talk to you about. After we got wind of the upcoming acquisition of Twitter by Musk, remember what ended up happening? Tesla stock sold off aggressively. And the reason we theorized at the time was because he's raising money to actually finance the purchase, right?
Yeah.
And so we would see like 12, 13 red candles uninterrupted.
Yeah.
And so you had to assume that was program selling.
Yeah.
And it was planned, obviously, to raise cash. Are we going to see that again?
I mean, he
Now
already
that
raised cash though.
No, but now he's going to raise all the cash.
I think he was talking to a bunch of other investors, Joe. I think he was talking to.
He's got a lot of banks backing him. I know that.
No,
some of the
even
major
like
banks
other
are backing him.
people
Okay.
who want to bank him. Honestly, him and Jack Dorsey are friends.
I know.
He could
And Jack Dorsey
team up with
wanted
Dorsey
him.
and be like, yo, let's buy this company together.
Yeah.
Put it back under my control. The people who have it are ruining it.
What I heard was Jack Dorsey wanted Musk on the board. He felt because Jack Dorsey has a board seat, and he felt because he was only one person on the board, they weren't able to get that kind of thinking through. And so he wanted someone like-minded to come join him on the board. But
Like,
from my
he
understanding, he
calls
wanted
him
Musk to buy it.
Elon calls Dorsey Jack. In
Really,
a text
eh?
message, he goes, Jack, how are you doing?
Interesting.
So they're boys, bro. They're boys.
Yeah. So I don't know. Let's see if we see some program selling in Tesla. At least I'm going to be on the lookout for that. Brad thinks that he's raised all the money he needs so far, or I don't know if you think that, but that's kind of like what
I
you
think
said.
he has other people in the mix who are gonna help him finance it. Like, it would be stupid of him to fund it all by himself. Like,
Okay.
why would you take that risk?
Yeah,
You've
I
never
agree.
done that risk anywhere. Why would you do it on Twitter?
Someone saying, Tahmid Rahman saying, Musk can't sell Tesla stocks right now to earnings due to restrictions. Is that a thing? So you can't sell into earnings
Sorry?
if you're a major stockholder. So Tahmid Rahman saying Musk can't sell Tesla stocks right now to earnings until earnings due to restrictions. Is there a
never
blackout
heard that
period?
rule, but there could be a rule like that. I might
Okay.
have to do my research, but I've never heard that rule.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway, back to small caps here. AERC just made another new high. It looks like we have, let me just tell you exactly what the new high is, $5.29. Yeah, sorry, $5.29 here on AERC. pulling back in a little bit to 522. Looks like we have an interesting support level at this consolidation area here near the 7 period on the 1 minute chart, 515 or so, but something tells me that's going to get blown through to the downside, and the better level will probably be that $5 or that $5.02 level for a dip trade. Bears versus Bulls saying in the chat here, blackout period. No, I mean, I realize there are blackout periods like for SPACs and for other like acquisitions and stuff like that. I get that. I just didn't actually know that there was a blackout period going into earnings so that people could not sell stock. And I don't know if that's accurate or not, so don't take my
I'm Googling
word
it.
for it. Prad's looking it up as we speak right now. Bears versus Bulls, Greg R. All right, no, that's something different. All right. No risk, no reward. All right, so let's just basically look at, where are we? AERC we talked about already. And SNTI is doing nothing. Let's see what else. APDN. Where are we with APDN? Yeah, not great either. So, oh, Tops making a move here. Jeez. Tops making a big boy move to the top side. Ha ha ha. Right, you like that? Tops making a move to the high side. Looks like we have a $5.57 high of day on Tops, up 67% on the day. I don't know how I didn't see this one moving up on my scanner. I guess because the volume just started coming in at like 125, so about 20 minutes ago, and we were all talking about different things. It's continuing to make new highs here. Kind of scared this one's going to pull back aggressively. Let me look on my side chart to see what the daily levels are on Tops. I know we've been trading this one for a while, so immediately I can glean that on September 21st, the high of day was 650. So be aware of that 650 level. Should we break 6 and move into 650, we're not that far away from it. We're $5.80 something cents right now. So 650, not too far away on Tops, Prad.
Yeah, I'm trying to get in touch with the guy who won the Xbox code, but no replies. We might have to rerun the giveaway, but we only have 15 minutes over here on the show. Yeah, there is a blackout period, and they are talking about earnings right here. Most companies voluntarily impose a blackout period on employees who might have insider information ahead of earnings release, which makes sense. You know, logically makes sense. If Elon or anybody with the knowledge base of exactly what's going to go on already comes out that way, then yeah, they technically shouldn't be allowed to sell it and or buy it either. So it makes sense. I think that blackout period thing is real. But guys, keep in mind though, if even if the blackout period exists, it's not like Elon Musk has to put up all the money instantly right away.
No, so let me add to
he could
what
take
you're
over
saying.
time, and they have a time to get the funds secured and then go for it.
JD in the chat says something I think that I've actually read before. He says he will get a bridge loan until the merger is complete.
Yeah.
Then the banks will create a capital structure with different securities, bonds, loan tranches, etc., secured, unsecured against the Tesla stock. Okay, interesting. That definitely does ring true. I think I've heard that before. Quick thing here before I send it back to Prad. Look at what we just did on Tops. Something that we've been doing on almost every small cap. I don't care how many times I'm going to repeat this. I don't care if you guys get annoyed with it. Look, that we made a new high, almost testing 6, and then boom to the downside. And by boom, I mean really boom. All the way down to 5. In fact, I think we broke 5 by a couple of pennies. Yeah, we went down to 494. Right there, that's all in 2 1-minute candles. So Tops, guys, wow. Dangerous stock to trade. Look for dips on this one. I think we're actually at VWAP right now, so let's see how this one starts acting around VWAP, or otherwise I'm going to keep my hands off and wait for that 50-period moving average around $4.70, Brad.
DXC halt M&A rumors, merger and acquisition rumors for DXC. Let me quickly go find out what DXC is first. DXC is, I can't even type, Jesus Christ. DXC technology company. It is on NYSE, so let's head over to NYSE real quick. It's halted at $27.45 or 80. I'm gonna say $28.45. It's halted around here, and the merger and acquisition news. Yeah, news pending halt. So merger and acquisition rumors for DXC technology company, and more news to come out. We'll wait and update you guys as it drops. AERC, though, Air Purification Co. late Monday said will combine with Molecule in all-stock deal.
What?
Air Purification Co. late Monday said it
nice.
will combine with Molecule in an all-stock deal.
Ooh, interesting buyout there. Like that. All right, let's flip back to AERC. Yeah, still continuing to pull back a little bit into that $5 level. Look for a possible dip and bounce off 5. There's a little bit of support here at that $5.01, $5 level. I don't want to take this one. I'm nervous. I don't want to take this one through high of day. We all know what happens there. It didn't really do it too much on this move on AERC, but it did do it here. Look, we created a new high of day at 121.
Upon approval, it will change to MKUL.
AERC?
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Okay, so since we're trading AERC, it is apropos to tell you that it will change to ticker MKUL upon approval. We'll keep you guys up to date with that. I believe it's supposed to close in Q1 of 2023. So still, a little bit of ways away, 3 months or so. AERC continuing to pull back here into support. Tops. This is the one I really kind of want to see what it's going to do here near that 50 period. It's already decisively broken through VWAP, closed 2 candles below it. Is it going to stop at 470, or are we going to get a retracement into the breakout area? The breakout area, I'd have to say, is that $3.85 area. That's where the uptrend started moving and where the volume started coming in. But we have that 470 to look out for before taking any long. I'm not going to be taking any longs off random areas, Brad. Too dangerous of a stock.
Yeah, a viewer in the chat just now wanted me to take a look at the flow for stock ADEA. I don't see any information on it, so I'm trying to see if it's an IPO to see if I can find the numbers for it. ADEA, I don't really see anything. And we're in October, so nothing really there for October IPO. So yeah, honestly, not sure what the float is for ADEA, my friend, because both of my platforms, not really saying anything about that. Young Polsky, if you are in chat, the Philadelphia rapper, according to your YouTube title, please contact Bears vs. Bull or myself, or I'm going to have to redo the giveaway in the next 5 minutes, okay? So contact me in the next 5 minutes over here. Get in touch with Bears vs. Bull or myself. If not, then I'm going to have to re-roll this, and another different viewer is going to be able to win it. There's about 560 people just waiting for it, so get in touch, baby.
Yes, sir. 10 minutes left on the show here. Things starting to slow down a little bit in small cap world. Tops pulling back. AERC also doing the same. Volume dropping off a little bit now, even though someone in the chat says
he just
Tops done for the day. I wasn't really too sure how he knew that. Maybe he's clairvoyant, and we all need to take his advice. But Tops now making a nice move back up off that 480. Looks like we topped out here at 524. So nice move back. Definitely it would have been nice to get a little scalp on that, but I didn't really have any levels to work off here. It was kind of a random spot at which it decided to stop dropping. So I'm not going to really feel bad for not getting into that one. Things have to be defined. There has to be a clear plan. Otherwise, we're just guessing and gambling at that point. Not much going on here. Let's see what Big Tech is up to. We didn't really look at Big Tech all that much today. We kind of looked at the markets instead. So here are the Big Tech 6 that I always like to look off here. Let's see which one is the strongest of the bunch. They're all below VWAP. Maybe save it except for Google. Google had a super tight range today. Look at this range on Google. I mean, to the bottom side, we had $100. To the top side, we had $101.80. So really, really tight range on Google. I think that's kind of been its thing, though. It's super tight in its range. Like, I mean, by comparison, look at Tesla, 242 bottom, 257 top. It's moved. Same thing with Microsoft, 144. No, not, sorry, with Apple. Not really with Apple, 144, 146.22 top, 144.26 bottom on Apple. But the majority of them are all below VWAP. And I guess the market's making a nice move, too. Look at this. Reclaim VWAP, bouncing off that 37.66 level that I had no idea how it showed up on my chart, but it ended up proving to be super accurate as we actually bounced off that to the T, and we haven't even retested it or even come close to retracing back to that level. We've reclaimed VWAP on the MES, on the futures here, a bounce down into VWAP, then a bounce back up. So this looks like we may test that 3,800 level again shortly, especially going into power hour. So Interesting little assessment there on the futures. Let's see if we can get a rally going into that afternoon period for Sean and Neil. I think they'll like that.
Yeah, I think I don't think Twitter opens today. What do you think?
I don't know. I hate that. That's really annoying.
I don't think it opens
let the
today.
people trade, man.
I don't think it opens today.
Let the people trade. Like, you know what? We've got news on it, and let it react. You know what? I will never forget. 2 stocks. I don't remember what they were, but 2 of them. Oh, Affirm. One of them was Affirm, and the other one I don't remember which one it was. They were both coming out with earnings at, like, say 405 or 410. I was all prepped. I used to be on this computer here where Raj was. I was prepped for it, and then boom, 4 o'clock hits, and you know what the exchange does? It halts them. And actually, Affirm asked the exchange to halt because they knew their earnings were garbage and they didn't want the stock to aggressively sell off. Guess what? They halted it for half an hour, and you know what happened after that? The stock sold off by, like, I think $20 or $15. I can't remember exactly. So what did they achieve? They achieved diddly, and they prevented me from making money. That's so, you know,
Yeah.
pisses me off a little bit.
Sorry, I was just talking to Fahad over there,
That's
trying to
all
do
right.
too many things at once. But yeah, you're not wrong about that, man. Apple moving apparently. Yeah, the market's moving, baby. The market's launching to the upside off of that random number that Sharif told you, 3766 area, launching itself to the moon right now. 3800 coming back into play very soon. Let's see if we can actually break 3800 this time and keep on soaring. Or are we going to reject 3800 again? Is 3% too much for the day on this market? That's the type of questions that we are having, obviously. So just got to be patient and see where we go. Brad, I just wanted to say thank you for constantly saying trade your own book. It's the only way you're going to learn and build confidence in yourself. Yeah, man, trust me, when you fish, it tastes better than eating somebody else's fish, right?
I like
So
that.
we're teaching you how to fish so your food tastes way better than when I fish for you and then you just like, this fish sucks, but I could have caught a better fish. Well, I'm trying to teach you how to fish. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Appreciate it, my friend.
I have a joke for you. Since you're speaking about fish, what's the difference between a catfish and a lawyer? What's the difference?
I don't even know either
What's
of them,
the
bro.
difference between a catfish and a lawyer? One is a bottom feeding.
Oh, like a lawyer?
yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought that was like a species of fish, like a catfish.
No,
Okay. Like a lawyer.
What's
okay.
the difference between a catfish and a lawyer? One's a mud feeding bottom dweller, and the other one's a fish. You get it?
I agree with that. 100% agree. That's probably why you left that career, isn't it? You don't want to be a bottom-feeding mud dweller anymore. Hey, man.
That's funny. So I just want to put that on there. Chat likes it too. Both are similar. Oh, look at this guy. This guy's adding to it. Euthanasia saying both are slimy. That's funny. Okay.
Yeah, Sharif and not Sharif. Sean and I were talking about that career that you had previously, and we would love to listen to more stories. You only told me one so far, so I want to get more stories of the craziness that you had to deal with. The lawyerfish, yeah, lawyerfish. Imagine like clownfish, lawyerfish. That'd be something,
right? That's jokes.
But this market's reversal right now from the VWAP 100-period EMA is finger licking good, baby. Finger looking good to the upside, and I screwed up by not taking any outs on Hasbro because now Hasbro is 40 cents out of the money again. Just not my day today, man. I'm just too busy having fun and not really making money at the moment. But at least, like I said, we're not down too much. We are red, but we still made money compared to yesterday and today. So that's where I'm gonna draw my line and just call it a day.
I'm getting trolled in the chat for
What's
my
up?
shirt. Apparently, it's too tight.
It's just medium, bro.
Man. This is large, bro.
That's a
Leave me
schmedium,
alone.
bro.
Schmedium. It's a large. I never wear anything other than large, guys. It's just a fit different, to be honest with you. Guys, let's see what we're up to here on AARC. Not much. Holding 5, though, so I do like that. I hope we don't get a flush down and aggressive here. We do have a $5 possible support level and then another support level here at that 490 where we consolidate a little bit. So eyes out on AERC. Tops also consolidating sideways, holding VWAP, which is nice to see after breaking VWAP to the downside. You know, you could kind of take this one off your radar, especially if it was a decided break of VWAP. Now consolidating at that $5 level almost. Let's see if we can reclaim that almost $6 top we made. This guy saying Eric Skupika. Sorry, I hope I didn't butcher your name. He says it's extra medium, Prad.
Extra medium. I
what
like
that
it.
is.
Wait, why does it say 2.7K likes? Shouldn't it be more than 3K?
Did you go to the old video like I did last time?
This is the old one. This is the old one. This is the old one.
That trap.
Hey, look at that. I actually was watching Brendo record that picture yesterday, or shoot that picture. That was an interesting picture over there. It's already up though. Oh wait. How is that already up? Apple, Rivian, Tesla, okay. But this is where I want to go. 3.4K likes, baby.
Hey,
let's go.
That's a big boy amount, man.
Yeah, we're getting up there. I think we were at what, 2.7, so we got it up to 3.4.
Okay,
almost 1,000 likes over there.
Not
we still
too
have
shabby.
4.6K people
That
watching.
giveaway had a lot to it.
Oh yeah, the giveaway. That's true. That's true. Yeah. We still have 4.6K watching, baby. So let's get this like count going up. Let's see if Sharif and I can pull in 1,000 before calling it for the day. Only two more minutes left over here. So yeah, let's get that like count elevated a little bit. Guys, we finally hit. Where's the subscribe button? Oh yeah, I'm on the company account. Sorry. Let me leave that one and then go here and then nope, that's the same account.
You're quick with that move, man. Look at you like flipping windows like it's nobody's business, man. That'd take me forever to get to that.
I mean, what are you, like 80 years old?
I am, man.
That's your problem.
Apparently, like I'm not as quick as I used to be, sadly. But hey, that's just the way it is. Guys, there's only 2 minutes left on the show before we send you up to Brendo and the guys to my right, the big kahunas, Sean and Neil. They'll be taking you through the afternoon show. And there's all sorts of stuff to trade today, guys. The big caps made a big move. The market was all over the place. It had a range. It broke out of that range. Jeez, there's Twitter may open in the afternoon show. We don't even know if Twitter will open. What's going on with that? Tesla made a move. Everything made a move today. There's all sorts of stuff coming out. We've been waiting for this day for a while. Elon Musk finally looks like he's going to be locked into that deal with Twitter. What Twitter will be after that, we don't know. And it's just like, I don't want to call it a guessing game, but it's definitely interesting to say the least, Brad. Mrs. Kim saying, inflation is making clothes smaller. Okay, I don't know how to respond to that other than to say, all right, you know, I've had these clothes for a while. But yeah, prior to inflation, Mrs. Kim, I had these clothes prior to inflation. So make of that what you will. Guys, 1 minute left on the show, Pratt.
Yep, just sending the codes to our giveaway
actually.
winner, baby. So congratulations for Young Polsky. Congratulations, Trader TV Live, for hitting 350,000 subscribers. We're soon going to be 1 million, baby. So share it with your friends, your family, your dogs, your cats, your turtles, whatever you got. Make an account for them and smash that subscribe button for us. Sharif and I will be back tomorrow, 11 o'clock. Go have fun with the closing show and make sure you hit that like button on the closing show too, please. Brand new show, counter starts fresh. Hit that like on there. We'll see you tomorrow. Adios.
Ciao, guys.
All right, guys, more coming out on this Twitter ordeal today. The Delaware court now suggesting that the two sides come up with a plan to ensure this deal gets closed and then return later in the day. So again, both sides have been asked to go away, talk about it, and then come back later in the day to ensure this deal gets done. That's the latest.